At Indigenism, the wake and funeral were held, Fred conducting a ceremony so exquisite, and sending with her a song so haunting in its beauty that he won my eternal gratitude. 234 Peter held a long sweat for us on the night of her wake, bringing into the lodge Leah's Dudum, Tommy White, the head of her clan, to speak with her, his assistant to talk with me. 235 Then we drove her to Kuchiching, assembling in the cemetery where her grandparents rested, committing her to earth close by. When we left, it was in the Ojibwe way. None of us looked back. 236 In Denver, shortly thereafter, a memorial was held, hundreds of those who'd known her filling the Four Winds Center, paying their respects. 237 I was, meanwhile, undergoing a sequence of healing sweats, 4 in as many days, trying to regain some pretense of balance. 238 Those completed, I began my wandering, driving first in a long arc through South Dakota to Illinois and on to the Carolinas, back across Arkansas and Kansas to Montana, then north to the Great Slave Lake, southward into Saskatchewan, out to San Francisco, where there were too many ghosts and I left in a hurry, passing through Colorado from time to time, eventually ending up in Winnipeg again, before finally landing in the empty desolation that had been our home. More than 25,000 miles were put on my truck in those short months. I stopped often for ceremonies, visiting occasionally and always briefly with friends or relatives, traveling mostly alone, sometimes not, but talking all the while to Leah, cataloging the beauty of places to which we could no longer go, seeing her everywhere, along a windswept beach, in wraith-like clouds and the embers of my evening fires, among great circling birds of prey, in the gait of a young woman walking alone in a park, running her through my mind in endless loops of remembrance. Sifting the rubble of our lives, trying to fit together a mosaic, a puzzle to which I'd always been too close and far too overwhelmed ever to confront as it really was. She helped as best she could, of course, coming to me at times in dreams so vivid I'd awaken with the scent of her hair fresh in my nostrils, her taste upon my tongue, having warmed me with her smile, touching my face softly, quietly, then speaking to me sometimes in her lilting English, sometimes in Ojibwe, imparting to me a new name Kizi-i-Nabi, the kind-hearted man. 239 Guiding me thereby to the knowledge that I'd have to reach some other, deeper sense of things, learning to hear and feel and speak in ways previously alien to me if, truly, I wished to understand. I taught little over the next year, only one seminar per semester, a single day per week. Motion remained necessary to my sanity, or even its possibility, and I pursued it relentlessly, my life a blur of airports, motel rooms, and lecture halls, running, like her, always at the bare edge of exhaustion. Yet, the very constancy of my movement allowed me to retain a certain edge, a focus, to follow ceaselessly and hard upon insights gained during the fasts and sweats and along the hot pavements of summer, expanding, filling blanks, immersing myself in thoughts and literatures I'd for far too long evaded. And gradually, excruciatingly, like the pulling of a badly rotted tooth, the picture began to emerge. The result is what has come above. She burned too briefly. Notwithstanding my earlier disclaimer, this essay has been written as it has, partly from my personal need to express the profundity of the sorrow I've incurred in the destruction of Leah. It follows that I've sought somehow to draw readers into sharing some facet of my sense of loss, to find and feel it for themselves, ultimately and inescapably embracing it as their own. For this, I make no apology. None at all. Misery, as they say, loves company, or perhaps demands it. As was noted at the outset, moreover, my motive has been broader than the offering of mere testimonial, or a pallid indulgence in self-pity. This is so because my loss really was everyone's. Had she lived, had she even been whole, the measure of what she might have contributed is incalculable. This, certainly, is easy enough to realize and concede. I might well have needed to say nothing at all in making the point. My task, then, has been to avert the probability that such easy realization will be converted into the equally comfortable conclusion that her life and death added up to no more than an individual tragedy. What happened to Leah was indeed tragic, but it was no tragedy. To the contrary, it was a crime, an offense against humanity remarkable not in its singularity but because it is so common, conveniently and all but universally ignored, hushed up, pushed far from the most peripheral vision of polite society. Give the crime its name. Call it, as I have, colonialism. Or, as I also have, call it genocide. Better still, join in my communion with Sartre, observing that the two, while not identical, are inseparable, constituting only different dimensions of the same process. 240 Whichever descriptor is preferred, that which is described remains the most bedrock feature of business as usual in contemporary North America. It will be found in the relationship imposed by the continent's settler population upon the peoples native to this land, a socio-political and economic structuration without which neither Canada nor the United States would or could ever have come to exist. I, along with many others 241 have tried to address this reality in various ways, resorting mostly to the language and pretensions of objective scholarship, deploying our graphs and charts, our proportionalities and other statistics, our historiographical, sociological, and legal definitions. In this, despite our best intentions, we have in many respects, perhaps most, served mainly to consummate the very crime we purport to oppose, objectifying and thus dehumanizing its victims, making the nature and magnitude of their suffering appear sterile, academic, as lifeless and inconsequential as even the most vile of perpetrators might wish them to be. There is a distinctly repugnant aroma of detachment, of distance and unreality about it all, as if what were at issue amounted only to grist for study groups and parlor debates. 242. Yet, undeniably, the victims are real. They were always real. They are not objects, and never were. Each of them was, and continues to be, a human being, an historico-sociological subject, imbued with and therefore entitled to exercise the agency of such. This holds true both in their individuality and within the collectivities of group nomenclature and processing to which they have been rendered increasingly subjacent. How then to re-humanize them, to restore their agency, according them their own meaning, redeeming their stolen lives from the stultifying realm of scholarly abstraction, or, worse still, the sanitizing sound bites of news commentary and analysis. 243. Inverted, the question becomes one of visibility, how best to compel those fancying themselves outside the crime's functioning, most especially the more smugly complacent strata of settler society, to confront full force the human costs of the colonial order from which they benefit, apprehending the actuality of business as usual not in the facile illusions of shopping malls and the Dow Jones average, but in the faces of terrified 3-year-olds, gaunt with privation, already trembling with the despair of being devalued and discarded? How to force such realities upon people who've made an art form of equivocating and avoiding them? How to overcome the genocidal mentality? Such queries do not readily admit to answers. The route to a solution, however partial or otherwise imperfect, can nonetheless be discerned in focusing attention upon accounts of certain victims, that is, of individual people, in such a way as to inform the whole. The story of a single 9-year-old gasoline sniffer, properly told, can be used to illuminate the horror of gasoline sniffing in general and in ways impossible through even the most sensitive and studied recitation of data. The same can be said with respect to native alcoholism and all the rest. A key, however, resides in the words properly told. Such stories, if they are to serve the desired purpose, cannot be recounted in the reductionist fashion of so much biographical/personal narrative. 244 They must be contextualized, deeply and quite explicitly so, the articulation of clearly defined objective conditions explicating the character, actions, and experience of the subject, the emotions elicited by the subject bringing home the import of objective conditions, subject and object interacting in a complex manner precipitating a synthesis of understanding unattainable by focusing upon either at the expense of the other. 245. When I observed that Leah's is the quintessential North American story, I meant the statement in precisely this way. Not because she was so special or unique, although she was by any reasonable estimation among the best and brightest of her generation, and would thus surely qualify as both, but because her experience so clearly resonates with that undergone by so many others. Best, worst, brightest, dumbest, it makes no difference. If you're native, the settler system evinces no qualms in devouring you, your life, those you love, your very soul, indiscriminately, without regard to attributes. Yes, Leah was special, but this merely exemplifies the situation. Every victim was special, is special each in their way. In their individuation, their uniqueness, they are united in the commonality of their destruction, finding solidarity in their dance of degeneration and death. 246 Leah's is thus the story of her people. Through her, with her, I've sought to tell it, to make it come alive. To do so, it has been essential that I try and make her real to those who never knew her, and perhaps a few who thought they did, depicting her not simply in terms of her courage, her promise, and nobility, but as she was in the abyss, her inherent beauty degraded and deformed. I've found it exceedingly difficult, and only partly because of the proximity of her loss and my inexperience in such modes of writing. More important, perhaps, is the fact that, in speaking of her as I have, I've of necessity spoken of us, of me, and by implication of my own shortcomings, of my inability to comprehend what was happening as it happened and, consequently, of the things I did wrong. Still more discomfiting, I fear, is the effect such candor might portend for those whose roles were more explicit, more instrumental than mine, John's in particular. 247. We arrive here at a crux point. This concerns the veil of silence behind which victims so often shroud the facts of their victimization and its consequences. Clarity is absolutely vital in such connections. Silence implies shame, shame, in turn, implies guilt. To this must be counterpoised a smattering of simple questions, of what was Leah guilty? Or John? What was it either had done as a child to warrant what was done to them? Without guilt, there can be no basis for shame, without shame, no reason not to speak openly. By our silence, we internalize the onus of a guilt belonging not to victims but to perpetrators, effectively absolving the criminals of their crimes, letting them slide from the moral and legal hooks of their culpability. 248. Such behavior is truly pathological, integral to the much wider pathology, or complex of pathologies, with which native North America has become increasingly afflicted over the past half-century. The pathologies are there, unquestionably, and increasingly so, yet we must refuse in acknowledging them to be pathologized. 249 Leah was not sick. Neither was John. Both were wounded. 250 mortally so, she by him, he by the residential schools, each by their unwilling encapsulation within the society of which the schools were and remain emblematic. To be sick is one thing, wounded another, the latter requires healing, the former a cure. To describe and assert the distinction is an act of empowerment for native people, displacing the burden of guilt from our own shoulders to those upon which it rightly belongs. 251. In this way, and most likely only in this way, can those who are truly sick be exposed for who and what they really are. They cannot be counted among the victims. That is a certainty. Those evidencing the characteristics of psychological illness and imbalance will be found all but exclusively among the victimizers, those inflicting the wounds, presuming that they are somehow vested with the right to do so, turning a blind eye to the resultant suffering, inventing pretexts to revile the maimed for the misfortune of their maiming. At issue is the virtual entirety of the settler population. Theirs is a genuinely diseased delusional, narcissistic, sadistic, plainly sociopathic mental condition. 252. There has been much banter lately, mostly from settlers, about the need for reconciliation between natives and non-natives. 253. While this makes for glowing rhetoric, under present conditions it is about as likely and appropriate as a rapist advancing a similar proposition to his victim while the rape is still in progress. For rape victims, the most elementary prerequisite to reconciliation with their rapist is that the rape stop. Usually, there will also need to be unambiguous indications that the rapist has been cured of whatever psychic disorder compelled him to rape in the first place, and that he sincerely wishes to atone for the injuries he's dispensed. As well, the victim will typically have had time to heal from the trauma of her violation. Then, sometimes, a certain form of rapprochement is possible. 254 For Native people, it is no different. We continue to suffer violation every bit as intimate, and often rape as well. Fortunately, however, in our case a process by which victims can be healed while perpetrators are cured of their psychoses immediately presents itself as a dialectical unity, a reconciliation of sorts. By speaking clearly, consistently and, above all, publicly, to the facts of what has been/is being done to us, and by whom, Native people can force admissions from the perpetrators that they have done what we contend. On this foundation, we position ourselves to confront the question of why such things have occurred, asserting with ever-increasing force our right to the repossession of that which has always been ours, eroding their fictive claims to our sovereignty and our property, incrementally compelling a relinquishment of both. While this sketch is quite simplistic, it represents an essentially Fanonesque conception of decolonization, the material 255 and the psychological interacting in ways engendering the emancipation of colonized and colonizer alike. 256. Is it possible to effect such a dismantlement of the internal colonial structures of North America's superstates, or any such state, for that matter? Of this, one cannot be certain, although the place to begin any assessment of the prospects might be with asking the leaders of the former Soviet Union. In any event, it was exactly the sort of transcendent vision that Leah was refining in her last years, conceiving for herself a transformation of quantity into quality manifested through a social order entirely different from that we now inhabit, one in which not just she but all of us might fit, a place where we might at last be both well and whole. Were she here, I believe she would have said or written something similar to what I produced, validating its imperative as she always did, through fragile contours of her life. Nevertheless, I've not attempted to speak for her, knowing that if I did I'd fail, as I failed her so often while she was alive. Instead, I've sought to blend her voice with my own, to achieve a synthesis, a harmony, an eternal we in the place of me. In this, too, I know I've been wanting, though perhaps not egregiously so. I will pick myself up and try again, and then again, until our tongues intertwine in explanation as once they did in passion. That is, until I get it right. Originally published as the preface to Leah Renee Kelly, in my own voice, Explorations in the Socio-Political Context of Art and Cinema, Winnipeg, Arbiter Ring, 2001. 14. The Ghosts of 9/1/1. Reflections on History, Justice, and Roosting Chickens. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. Galatians, 6:7. September 11, 2001, will now and forever be emblazoned in the shorthand of popular consciousness as a correlation to the emergency dialing sequence, 9/1/1. On that date, a rapid but tremendous series of assaults were carried out against the paramount symbols of America's global military/economic dominance, the Pentagon and the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center, WTC, leaving about one-fifth of the former in ruins and the latter in a state of utter obliteration. Initially, it was claimed that as many as 5,000 U.S. citizens were killed, along with 78 British nationals, come to do business in the WTC, and perhaps 300 other aliens, the majority of them undocumented, assigned to scrub the floors and wash the windows of Empire. 1. Even before the first of the Trade Center's towers had collapsed, the news media, as yet possessed of no hint as to who may have carried out the attacks, much less why they might have done so, were already and repeatedly proclaiming the whole thing unprovoked and senseless. Within a week, the assailants having meanwhile been presumably identified, Newsweek had recast the initial assertions of its colleagues in the form of a query bespeaking the aura of wide-eyed innocence in which the country was by then, as always, seeking to cloak itself. Why, the magazine's cover whined from every newsstand, do they hate us so much? The question was and remains mind-boggling in its temerity, so much so that after a lifetime of spelling out the reasons, one is tempted to respond with a certain weary cynicism, perhaps repeating Malcolm X's penetrating observation about chickens coming home to roost and leaving it at that point too still, mindful of the hideous human costs attending the propensity of good Americans, like good Germans, to dodge responsibility by anchoring professions of innocence in claims of near total ignorance. Concerning the crimes of their corporate state, one feels obliged to try to deny them the option of such pretense. It is thus necessary that at least a few of those whose ravaged souls settled in upon the WTC and the Pentagon be named. At the front of the queue were the wraiths of 500,000 Iraqi children, all of them under 12, all starved to death or forced to die for lack of basic sanitation and medical treatment during the past 10 years. 3 These youngsters suffered and died because the United States first systematically bombed their country's water purification, sewage treatment, and pharmaceutical plants out of existence, then imposed a decade-long and presently ongoing embargo to ensure that Iraq would be unable to repair or replace most of what had been destroyed. 4 The point of this carefully calculated mass murder, as was explained at the outset by then-President George Herbert Walker Bush, father of the current Oval Office occupant, has been to impress upon the Iraqi government and the rest of the world as well that what we say, goes. 5. In other words, though no less bluntly, do as you're told or we'll kill your babies. Much has been made, rightly enough, of how U.S. governmental agencies, corporate media, and academic elites collude to provide only such information as is convenient to the status quo. 6 It is thus true that there is much of which the public is unaware. No such excuse can be advanced with respect to the fate of Iraq's children, however. Not only was the toll publicly predicted before U.S. sanctions were imposed, but 2 high United Nations officials, including Assistant Secretary General Dennis Halliday, have resigned in protest of what Halliday described in widely reported statements as the policy of deliberate genocide. They reflected. 7 Asked by an interviewer on 60 Minutes in 1996 whether the UN's estimate of child fatalities in Iraq was accurate, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations cum Secretary of State Madeleine Albright confirmed it before a national television audience. 8 We've decided, Albright went on in a remark prominently displayed in the New York Times and most other major newspapers, that it's worth the cost in lives extracted from brown-skinned toddlers to set an example so terrifying in its implications that it would compel planetary obedience to America's dictates in the years ahead. 9 Such were the official terms defining the New World Order George Bush the Elder had announced in 1991. One wonders how information about what was happening in Iraq could have been made much clearer or more readily accessible to the general public. Claims that average Americans didn't know what was being done in their name are thus rather less than credible. In reality, Americans by and large greeted Albright's haughty revelation of genocide with yawns and blank stares, returning their attention almost immediately to what they considered far weightier matters, the Dow Jones and American League batting averages, for instance, or pursuit of the perfect cappuccino. Braying like donkeys into their eternal cell phones, they went right on arranging their stock transfers and real estate deals and dinner dates, conducting business as usual, never exhibiting so much as a collective flicker of concern. In effect, the U.S. citizenry as a whole was endowed with exactly the degree of ignorance it embraced. To put it another way, being ignorant is in the sense that of willful and deliberate ignoration not synonymous with being uninformed. It is instead to be informed and then ignore the information. There is a vast difference between not knowing and not caring, and, if good Americans have difficulty appreciating the distinction, it must be borne in mind that there are others in the world who are quite unburdened by such intellectual impairments. They, beginning with those most directly targeted at any given moment for subjugation or eradication at the hands of American peacekeepers, know above all else that professions of ignorance inherently preclude claims of innocence in such circumstances. There was a time, oddly enough, when it could be said that the United States stood at the forefront of those endorsing the same principle. How else to explain its solemn invocation at the time of the Nuremberg trials of a collective guilt inhering in the German populace itself, 11. One would do well to recall that the crimes attributed by Americans to good Germans were that they'd celebrated a new order of their own, looking away while the Nazi crimes were committed, never attempting to meet the legal/moral obligation of holding their government to even the most rudimentary standards of human decency. 12. For these sins, it was said, they, the Germans, civilians as well as military personnel, richly deserved the death and devastation that had been rained upon them by America's mighty 8th Air Force and its British counterpart. 13. In sum, they'd brought it on themselves. Some people push back. To be sure, I've oversimplified, committed reductionism and compared apples and oranges in offering the preceding analogy. That was Germany, after all, while this is the United States. The situation here is of course much more complex. America today, unlike Germany a half-century ago, is a democratic, multicultural society. Its courts offer a prospect of due process in dispute resolution absent under the Nazis. 14. Most importantly, unlike the situation in Nazi Germany, there is a discernible opposition in the US, an active counterforce to the status quo through which progressive social, political, and economic change can ultimately be accomplished without resort to the crudities of bullets and bombs, never mind the scale of atrocity witnessed on 9/1. 1.15. These things duly remarked, it must also be said that the implications embodied in such counterforces must be tested by their effectuality rather than their mere existence. On this score, the practical distinction between formal and functional democracy has been remarked by numerous analysts over the years. 16. As to the merits of the U.S. judicial system, one might do well to begin any assessment by asking Leonard Peltier, Mumia Abu Jamal, Geronimo G. Jaga, Pratt, Doraba bin Wahad, or any of the hundreds of other political activists who have been entombed on false charges or are now serving dramatically inequitable sentences in American prisons. 17. One might ask as well those sent to death row on racial grounds. 18. Or who number among the 2 million predominantly dark-skinned people a proportion of the population larger than that of any country save Russia consigned to the sprawling archipelago of forced labor camps forming the U.S. prison industrial complex. 19. Turning to America's vaunted opposition, we find record of not a single significant demonstration protesting the wholesale destruction of Iraqi children. On balance, U.S. progressives have devoted far more time and energy over the past decade to combating the imaginary health effects of environmental tobacco smoke. 20. And demanding installation of speed bumps in suburban neighborhoods. 21. That is, to increasing their own comfort level than to anything akin to a coherent response to the U.S. genocide in Iraq. The underlying mentality is symbolized quite well in the fact that, since they were released in the mid-1990s, Gene Baudrillard's allegedly radical screed, "The Gulf War did not take place," has outsold Ramsey Clark's The Impact of Sanctions on Iraq, prominently subtitled "The Children Are Dying," by a margin of almost 3 to 1.22. The theoretical trajectory entered into by much of the American left over the past quarter century exhibits a marked tendency to try and justify such evasion and squalid self-indulgence through the expedient of rejecting hierarchy, in all its forms. Since hierarchy may be taken to include anything resembling an order of priorities, we are faced thereby with the absurd contention that all issues are of equal importance, as in the mindless slogan, "There is no hierarchy to oppression." 23. From there, it becomes axiomatic that the privileging of any issue over another, genocide, say, over fanny pinching in the workplace, becomes not only evidence of elitism, but of sexism, and often homophobia to boot, as in the popular formulation holding that third world anti-imperialism is inherently nationalistic, and nationalism is inherently damaging to the rights of women and gays. 24. Having thus foreclosed upon all options for concrete engagement as mere reproductions of the relations of oppression, the left has largely neutralized itself, a matter reflected most conspicuously in the applause it bestowed upon Homi K. Bhabha's preposterous 1994 contention that writing, which he likens to warfare, should be considered the only valid revolutionary act. 25. One might easily conclude that had the opposition not conjured up such postmodernist discourse on its own initiative, it would have been necessary for the status quo to have invented it. As it is, Postmodernist theorists and their post-colonialist counterparts are finding births at elite universities at a truly astounding rate. 26. In fairness, it must be admitted that there remain appreciable segments of the left which do not subscribe to the sophistries embedded in postmodernism's failure of nerve. 27. Those who continue to assert the value of direct action, however, have for the most part so thoroughly constrained themselves to the realm of symbolic/ritual protest as to be self-nullifying. One is again hard-pressed to decipher whether this has been by default or design. While such comportment is all but invariably couched in the lofty or sanctimonious terms of principled pacifism, the practice of proponents often suggests something far less noble. 28. Nowhere was this more apparent than during the 1999 mass demonstrations against a meeting of the World Trade Organization, WTO, in Seattle. 29. There, notwithstanding much vociferous rhetoric denouncing the spiraling human and environmental costs attending the American-led drive to economic globalization, droves of responsible protesters served literally as surrogates for the police, forming themselves into cordons to protect major corporate facilities from suffering such retaliatory violence. As broken windows. 30. Although this posture was ostensibly adopted because of a commitment to nonviolence on the part of the volunteer cops, adherence to such ideals was peculiarly absent when it came to their manhandling of black bloc anarchists bent upon inflicting minor property damage or otherwise disrupting business as usual in some material sense. 31. In truth, the only parties who appear to have been immunized against the physical impositions of the self-anointed peacekeepers were the police, WTO delegates, and other government/corporate officials. 32. Tellingly, although the fact goes mostly unmentioned by the peaceful protesters involved, no less than President Bill Clinton went on television in the aftermath to compliment that great majority of the demonstrators who, he said, did nothing at all to interfere with the rights of WTO delegates to coordinate an acceleration of the planetary rape and mass murder the demonstrations were supposedly intended to forestall. 33. Over the next several months, meetings and workshops were conducted among dissidents nationwide, most of them dedicated in whole or in part to devising ways of better containing and controlling black blockers at future demonstrations. 34. For its part, the government formed a special state-local federal counterterrorism task force in Oregon, targeting anarchists in the cities of Eugene and Portland, each reputedly a locus of black bloc activity for neutralization. 35. A tidier and more convivial arrangement is hard to imagine. All that was missing was something resembling a realization by participants on either side of the equation that their waltz could be continued neither indefinitely nor with impunity. So intoxicated had they been rendered by their mutual indulgence in the narcotic of American exceptionalism. 36. That they'd lost all touch with laws as basic and natural as cause and effect. Out there, in the neocolonial hinterlands where the body count of the New World Order must mostly be tallied, no one really cares a whit that a sector of the beneficiary population has chosen to bear a sort of perpetual moral witness to the crimes committed against the Third World. What they do care about is whether such witnesses translate their professions of outrage into whatever kinds of actions may be necessary to actually put an end to the horror. 37. When such action is not forthcoming from within the perpetrator society itself, when in fact those comprising that society's purported opposition can be seen to have mostly joined in enforcing at a bedrock level the very order from whence mass murder systematically emanates, a different sort of rule must inevitably come to govern. 38. There is nothing mysterious in this. The proposition is so obvious, uncomplicated, and fundamentally just that it has been often and straightforwardly articulated, usually to the accompaniment of cheers, before mass audiences in the United States. Recall as but one example the line delivered by the actor Lawrence Fishburne, portraying Prohibition-era Harlem gangster Bumpy Johnson in a 1984 movie, The Cotton Club, "When you push people around, some people will eventually push back." 39. As the makeup of the historical figure upon whom Fishburne's celluloid character was based should have made equally clear, those finally forced into doing the pushing are unlikely to be nice guys. Indeed, whoever they might otherwise have been or become, the sheer and unrelenting brutality of the circumstances compelling their response is all but guaranteed to have twisted and deformed their outlooks in some truly hideous ways. 40 Be it noted, moreover, that there is an undeniable symmetry involved when their response is in kind. 41 What goes around comes around, it has been said. 42 In the end, karma is unavoidable. 43 So it was on September 11, 2001. Trails of Tears. True, my depiction of the situation remains reductionist. This is so in many respects, perhaps, but no doubt most importantly because the ghosts of Iraq's wasted children were by no means alone in their haunting. There were others present on 9/11, many others, beginning with the 800,000 Iraqi adults, the great majority of them either elderly or pregnant, known to have died along with their youngsters as a direct result of U.S. sanctions. This makes a total of 1.3 million dead among a population of fewer than 20 million in the decade since the Gulf War supposedly ended. 44 To these must be added another 150,000 or so Iraqi civilians written off as collateral damage during the massive U.S. aerial bombardment defining the war itself. 45 Then there were the soldiers, conscripts mostly, butchered in the scores of thousands as they fled northward along what became known as the Highway of Death, out of combat, in full compliance with U.S. demands that they evacuate Kuwait, effectively defenseless against the waves of aircraft thereupon hurled at them by cowards wearing American uniforms. 46 Also at hand were some 10,000 Iraqi guardsmen retreating along a causeway outside Basra, killed in another Turkey shoot conducted by U.S. forces 24 hours after the war-ending ceasefire had taken effect. 47 Untold thousands of others were there as well. Terrified teenagers, many of them wounded, refused quarter by advancing American troops who disparaged them as sand niggers, then buried them alive while they pleaded for mercy, using bulldozers specially prepared for the task. 48 Neither the litany nor the count ends with the suffering of Iraq, of course. Present on 9/11 were the many thousands of Palestinians shredded over the years by Israeli pilots flying planes purchased with U.S. funds and dropping cluster bombs manufactured in / provided by the USA. 49 There, too, were the intifadists, rock-throwing or simply fist-waving Palestinian kids mowed down with numbing regularity by Israeli troops firing hyper-lethal ammunition from American-supplied M16 rifles. 50 Also in the throng were the hundreds massacred in refugee camps like Sabra and Shatila under authority of Israel's one-time defense minister, now prime minister, and always full-time U.S. accessory, Ariel Sharon. 51 Countries, no less than individuals, will indeed, must be judged not only by what they do but by the company they elect as a matter of policy to keep and support, ask the Taliban. Compared to others with whom the United States has bonded since 1950, moreover, the appalling Mr. Sharon might well purport to saintliness. Consider the 300,000 Guatemalans exterminated after the CIA destroyed their democratically elected government in 1954, installing in its stead a brutal military junta dedicated to making the country safe for the operations of U.S. corporations. 52 Consider, too, the million or more Indonesian victims of a CIA-sponsored 1965 coup in which the Sukarno government was overthrown in favor of a military regime headed by Suharto, a maneuver that led unerringly and with uninterrupted American support to the recent genocide in East Timor. 53 The ghosts of these victims were surely present, along with their Iraqi and Palestinian counterparts, on 9/11. No less apparent are the reasons for the presence of the multitude subjected to numerically lesser but nonetheless comparable carnage by an array of other U.S. client governments, persons tortured and murdered by Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's secret police, the Savak, after the CIA-engineered dissolution of Iran's parliamentary system in 1954, 54 more thousands disappeared and summarily executed after the CIA-instigated 1973 overthrow of Chile's Allende government and installation of a military junta headed by Augusto Pinochet, 55,000 more murdered by agents of the ghastly public safety programs implemented with U.S. funding and supervision throughout South America during the 1960s, 56 still more who lost their lives to the U.S. sponsored and orchestrated Contra war against Nicaragua's Sandinista government during the mid-1980s. 57. Although the list of such malignancies is still and rapidly lengthening, it is appropriate that we return to the roster of those whose fates were sealed by the U.S. in a far more direct and exclusive fashion. Of them, there is certainly no shortage. They include, quite conspicuously, 3 million Indochinese, perhaps more, exterminated in the course of America's savage and sustained assaults on Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia during the 1960s and early 70s. 58 To those claimed by the war itself must be added the ongoing toll taken by America's stay-behind legacy of landmines, unexploded artillery rounds, and cluster bomblets, as well as an environment soaked in carcinogenic mutagenic defoliants. 59 Added, too, must be those lost to the U.S. default on its pledge to pay reparations of $4 billion in exchange for being allowed to escape with honor from a war it started but could not win. 60 America has never been known for paying its bills, either literally or figuratively. Present, too, on 9/1 were the uncounted thousands of non-combatants massacred by U.S. troops at places like No Gun Ri amid the police action conducted in Korea during the early 1950s. 61 As well, there were the hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians deliberately and systematically burned alive by the Army Air Corps during its massive fire raids on Tokyo and other cities conducted toward the end of World War II. 62 And, to be sure, these victims were accompanied by the dead of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, indiscriminately vaporized by American nuclear bombs in 1945 or left to suffer the slow, excruciating deaths resulting from irradiation not to any military purpose, but rather to the end that the U.S. might demonstrate the technological supremacy of its kill power to anyone thinking of questioning its dominance of the post-war world. 63 For all its official chatter about the necessity of preventing weapons of mass destruction from falling into the hands of rogue states and terrorists, the United States remains the only country ever to use nuclear devices for that reason. 64. Then there were the Filipinos, as many as 1 million of them, extirpated by American troops at the dawn of the 20th century, as the U.S., having wrested their island homeland from the relatively benign clutches of the Spanish Empire, set about converting the Philippines into a colony of its own. 65 Nor was there an absence of Indians, people indigenous to America itself, whose unending agony was enunciated in the silent eloquence of several hundred Lakota babies, mothers, and old men. Dumped into a mass grave a crude trench, really after they'd been annihilated by soldiers firing Hotchkiss guns at Wounded Knee in 1890. 66 Punctuating their statement were the victims of 100 comparable slaughters stretching back in an unbroken line through Weaverville and Wairika to the Washita and Sand Creek, through the Bad Axe to Horseshoe Bend and beyond, all the way to General John Sullivan's campaign against the Senecas in 1794. A grisly affair from which his men returned proudly attired in leggings crafted from the skins of their victims. 67. Intermixed with those massacred wholesale were many thousands of native people slain piecemeal, hunted down as sport or for the bounties placed upon their scalps at one time or another by every state and territory in the lower 48. 68 Many more thousands could be counted among those who'd perished along the routes of the death marches, the Cherokee Trail of Tears, for instance, and the Long Walk of the Navajos, upon which they were forced at bayonet point, removed from their land so that it might be repopulated by a self-anointedly superior race busily importing itself from Europe. 69 Then there were the millions dead of disease, smallpox mostly, with which they'd been infected, often deliberately, as a means of causing them more literally to vanish. 70. In the end, the grim column of stolen lives reached such length that it threatened to disappear into the distance. Toward its end, however, could still be glimpsed a scattering of Wappingers, a small people now mostly forgotten, eradicated by the Dutch in their founding of New Amsterdam, now New York, the victims' severed heads used for a jolly game of kickball along a street near which the WTC would later stand. 71 As for the street upon which this gruesome event took place, it is now named in honor of a prominence by which it would long be flanked, the wall enclosing the city's once thriving slave market. 72 The lucrative trade in African flesh that, and extraction of discount labor from such flesh was, after all, an ingredient nearly as vital to forming the U.S. economy as was the clearing and expropriation of native land. 73. Thus, the millions lost to the Middle Passage took their places among their myriad Asian and Native American cousins. 74. They, and all who perished under slavers' whips after being sold at auction in the New World, were worked or tortured to death on chain gangs after slavery was formally abolished. 75. Or were among the thousands lynched during a century-long festival of violence undertaken by white Americans. There were some 5 to 6 million active members of the Ku Klux Klan in 1924 to ensure that ostensibly free blacks remained in their place of subjugation. 76. The atrocious record of apartheid South Africa always came in a feeble second to the malignancies of Jim Crow. 77. Intermixed, too, were a great host of others, the thousands of Chinese coolies imported during the 19th century, none of them standing a Chinaman's chance of surviving the brutal conditions into which they were impressed while laying track for America's railroads and digging its deep shaft mines throughout the West. 78. The millions of children consigned in each generation to grinding poverty and truncated lifespans across America's vast sprawl of ghettos, barrios, Indian reservations, and migrant labor camps. 79. Millions upon millions more assigned the same or worse in the neo-colonies of the Third World, the depths of their misery dictated by an unremitting demand for super profits with which to fuel America's economic miracle. 80. Truly, there seems no end to it. Why should they hate us? The very question is on its face absurd, delusional, revealing of an aggregate detachment from reality so virulent in its evasiveness as to be deemed clinically pathological. Setting aside the wholly contrived confusion professed in the aftermath as to who might be properly included under the headings we and they, the sole legitimate query that might have been posed on 9.1 was and remains, how could they possibly not hate us? From there, honest interrogators might have gone on to frame two others: why did it take them so long to arrive, and why, under the circumstances, did they conduct themselves with such obvious and admirable restraint on matters of balance, proportion, and security? There can be no defensible suggestion that those who attacked the Pentagon and WTC on 9.1 were seeking to get even with the United States. Still less is there a basis for claims that they started something, or that the US has anything at all to get even with them for. Quite the contrary. For the attackers to have arguably evened the score for Iraqi's dead children alone, it would have been necessary for them to have killed 100 times the number of Americans who actually died. 81. This in itself, however, would have allowed them to attain parity in terms of real numbers. The US population is about 15 times the size of Iraq's. Hence, for the attackers to have achieved a proportionally equivalent impact, it would have been necessary that they kill some 7.5 million Americans. Even this does not apprehend the reality at issue. For a genuine parity of proportional impact to obtain, it would have been necessary for the attackers to have killed 7.5 million American children. To inflict an overall parity of suffering for what has been done to Iraq since 1990, taking into account the million-odd dead Iraqi adults, they would have had to kill roughly 22.5 million Americans. The instrumentality by which such carnage would have been dispensed would presumably have been not just the 300,000 pound cruise missiles employed on September 11,82, but also the other 49,997 airborne explosives necessary for the attackers to break even in terms of the number of bombs and missiles the US expended on Iraq's cities after their air defense systems had been completely suppressed. 83. The targets, moreover, would not have been restricted to such obvious elements of what America's General Staff habitually refer to as command and control infrastructure as the Pentagon and the WTC. Rather, the attackers of 9.1 would have followed the well-established U.S. pattern of surgically obliterating sewage, water sanitation and electrical generation plants, food production/storage capacity, hospitals, pharmaceutical production facilities, communication centers, and much more, upon which Americans are no less dependent than Iraqis for survival. 84. The result, aside from mass death, would be a surviving population racked by malnutrition and endemic disease, just as in Iraq today. Framed in these terms, it is immediately obvious that, were the United States somehow forced to compensate proportionally and in lives for the damage it has so consistently wrought upon other peoples over the past 2 centuries, it would run out of people long before it ran out of compensatory obligation. Indeed, applying such standards of payback vis-a-vis American Indians alone would require a lethal reduction in the U.S. population, using biological agents and comparable means, of between 96 and 99%. 85 Hence, no one other than the most extravagant of America's many network propagandists has claimed that the attacks upon the Pentagon and WTC were carried out as part of an effort to extract anything remotely resembling a genuine equivalency in suffering. 86. It follows that 9/11 was a mostly symbolic act, a desperate bid to command attention on the part of those so utterly dehumanized and devalued in the minds of average Americans that the very fact of their existence has never been deemed worthy of a moment's contemplation. On the basis of the September 11 wake-up call, and perhaps only on this basis, could they position themselves to send a message standing the least chance of being heard by the U.S. body politic. Whether it might be understood is an altogether different matter, given the media's predictable, craven, and across-the-board compliance with official demands that the attackers' carefully articulated explanations of their actions not be placed before the public. 87. Still, at one level, the message delivered was uncensorably straightforward and simple, assuming the form of a blunt question: how does it feel? The query was and remains on its face one well worth posing. Not since its own Civil War ended in 1865, after all, has the United States been directly subject to a serious taste of what it so lavishly and routinely dishes out to others. No, Pearl Harbor doesn't count, it is located in Polynesia, not North America. 88 Small wonder that, for most Americans, including even a decided majority of the troops who've served in combat since Vietnam, the grisly panoramas of war, mass murder, and genocide have become sanitized to the point of sterility, imbued with no more concrete reality than any other home entertainment offering. 89. How else to explain the popularity of increasingly technicalized military jargon like kill ratios, force degradation, and collateral damage among the general public? 90. How else to understand the public's willingness to accept the absurd proposition that a teenager safely ensconced at a computer console while launching missiles meant to slaughter unseen/unknown others at 1,000 miles distance somehow or another qualifies as a hero? 91. Americans have in effect collectively lost their grip, and with it all sense of the charnel stench wafting from the policies, procedures, and priorities they've consistently endorsed. The attacks of 9/11, while certainly designed to inflict the maximum possible material damage, given their very limited scope. 92 were even more clearly intended to force U.S. citizens into some semblance of reacquaintance with the kind of excruciation their country and thus they themselves have become far too accustomed to dispensing with impunity. This brings a second level of the attacker's message into focus. If it could be anticipated that Americans would find it exceedingly painful to undergo a heavy bombing of even the most token sort, as surely they would, it could also be expected that they would begin casting about with considerable urgency for a way of ensuring that such terrorism would not be repeated. This, in turn, suggested that U.S. citizens might at last be receptive to embarking upon the only route to attainment of this worthy objective, a trajectory marked by Noam Chomsky's formulation, advanced shortly after the attacks, that if you really want to put an end to terrorism, you have to begin by no longer participating in it. 93. Or, more sharply, stop killing their babies, as the matter was framed by Georgia state law professor Natsu Taylor Sato a short while later. 94. At base, what the attackers communicated was the proposition that, from now on, if Americans wish their children to be happy and safe, they going to have to allow the children of other peoples an equivalent safety and chance for happiness. In effect, Americans will have to accord a respect for the rights of others equal to that which they demand for themselves, valuing other youngsters as much as they do their own. 95. Finally, and emphatically, the United States is going to have to abide by the rules of civilized behavior articulated in international law, its own citizens shouldering the responsibility of seeing to it that it does. Point 96 The nature of a society rejecting such eminently reasonable terms as being unfair should be, to a large extent, self-revealing. Unfortunately, this is precisely what the preponderance of Americans have done. Refusing the prospect that the collectivity of their own attitudes and behavior made something like 9-1 inevitable, they have instead bleated their innocence for all to hear, meanwhile reacting like a figurative Jeffrey Dahmer, enraged because the latest of his many hapless victims has displayed the effrontery of slapping his face. Point 97 Witness, if you will, the frenzied demands accruing from every major media outlet that those suspected of involvement in the 9-1 attacks or of supporting the attackers in some fashion be subjected to complete extermination. 98 Witness as well the winks and chuckles with which commentators from right and left alike greeted photographic evidence that American surrogates in Afghanistan have been gleefully castrating and otherwise mutilating captured enemy soldiers before summarily executing them. Point 99. Once again, this time in the name of a crusade to rid the world of evil, 100 Americans have enthusiastically embraced a policy devolving upon the systematic and potentially massive perpetration of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Here, a sublime irony presents itself, since by no morally coherent standard moral assessment being necessary insofar as the term employed is exclusive to the vernacular of theology/morality 101 can the policy at issue be construed as anything but evil. Claims that it has been implemented for the above stated purpose amount to little other than announcements of suicidal intent. Point 102 Still more ironic is the fact that the situation in many ways requires a more literal than metaphorical interpretation. Out there, amid the seething, bleeding psychic wastelands spawned by the unspeakable arrogance of U.S. imperial pretension, someone is quietly awaiting the definitive answers to questions of whether and to what extent Americans might respond constructively to the warnings posted on the WTC and Pentagon. A grim smile upon his face, her finger upon the trigger, he is almost certainly mouthing words to the effect of, "Go ahead, punk. Make my day." 103 What will it be next time? A far larger and more destructive wave of suicide bombings. Dispersal of biological or chemical agents. Detonation of one or more portable nuclear devices. All of these, 104 The object, no doubt, will be to attain something much closer to bona fide payback for what the United States has done, and is doing even now. The straw-like option at which the great majority of Americans are presently grasping in a transparent attempt to restore their sense of exemption from responsibility, the notion that a combination of military force, intelligence gathering, and tightened domestic security can ultimately immunize them from the consequences of their country's actions, or their own inactions, is purely delusional. Point 105 Short of setting out to kill every man, woman, and child in the Third World, little can be expected of the military in terms of preventing terrorist responses to its own crimes. Suggestions that the CIA can somehow alter the situation, rendering applications of military force surgically effective against the terrorist infrastructure, are laughable, as should be evident from the abysmal failure of the agency's Phoenix program, undertaken for precisely the same purpose in Vietnam. Point 106. Claims that measures like those described in the recent Homeland Security Act will produce the desired prophylactic effect are the most vacuous of all. Point 107 The internal security model most often cited by experts for emulation by the United States is that of Israel, a country which, although it has converted itself into a veritable garrison state over the past 30 years, has been spectacularly unable to prevent determined attackers from striking almost at will. Point 108 All that can be expected of such defense initiatives is repression of what little actual political liberty had been left to residents of the land of the free by the dawn of the new millennium. Point 109. The miracle of immaculate genocide. In the final analysis, it is quite reasonable that fulfillment of America's now fervent quest for security be made contingent upon its willingness to commence a process of profound national introspection that, alone, will enable it to fundamentally rework its relationship with those upon whom it has heretofore proven so cavalier in visiting the worst sorts of oppression. There is much militating against attainment of so positive a development, however, not least the fact that, in the United States, a pathology often associated with clinical disorder, has mutated long since into what can best be described as a normative social condition. 110 There are, as Susan Griffin has observed, whole disciplines, institutions, rubrics in American culture which serve as categories of denial. 111. The mentality involved is in some respects multifaceted and complex, but always self-serving and convenient, each facet serving mainly to augment or complete its ostensible antithesis, producing a whole remarkable for nothing so much as the virulence of its intractability. 112 Writing of the Holocaust perpetrated by U.S. troops in the Philippines a century ago, an onslaught entailing orders that every male Filipino over the age of 10 be slaughtered, and the resulting deaths of 1 in every 6 inhabitants on the island of Luzon. 113 Historian Stuart Creighton Miller describes the tendency of highly patriotic Americans to vociferously deny such abuses and even to assert that they could never exist in their country. 114 The pattern is unmistakably similar to that exhibited by severe alcoholics who, despite all evidence of the damage their behavior has caused, chronically insist that the opposite of everything is true. 115 More subtle than the characteristic refusal of conservatives to allow mere facts to in any way alter their core presumptions is the complementary nature of the alternative interpretation, most often posed by their progressive opponents. Noting that the Philippines genocide was a matter of public knowledge by 1901-116, Miller goes on to observe that collective amnesia over the horrors of the War of Conquest, set in early, during the summer of 1902-117. He then concludes by reflecting upon how anti-imperialists aided the process by insisting that the conflict and its attendant atrocities had been the result of a conspiracy by a handful of leaders who carried out, through deceit and subterfuge, the policy and means of expansion overseas against the will of the majority of their countrymen. 118. By refusing to acknowledge that most Americans had been bitten by the same bug that afflicted Roosevelt, Lodge, and Beveridge, anti-imperialists were letting the people off the hook and in their own way preserving the American sense of innocence. Unfortunately, the man in the street shared the dreams of world power status, martial glory, and future wealth that would follow expansion. When the dream soured, the American people neither reacted with very much indignation, nor did they seem to retreat to their cherished political principles. If anything, they seemed to take their cues from their leader in the White House by first putting out of mind all the sordid episodes in the conquest, and then forgetting the entire war itself. 119. So it was then, the more so today. Contemporary conservatives, whenever they can be momentarily boxed into conceding one or another unsavory aspect of America's historical record, are forever insisting that whatever they've admitted can be properly understood only when viewed as an exception to the rule, an aberration, atypical to the point of anomalousness. 120 None have shown a readiness to address the question of exactly how many such anomalies might be required before they can be said to compose the rule itself. When pressed, conservatives invariably retreat into a level of diversionary polemic excusable at best on elementary school playgrounds, arguing that anything we have done is somehow excused by allegations that they have done things just as bad. 121. Progressives, on the other hand, while acknowledging many of America's more reprehensible features, have become far more refined in offering hook-free analyses than they were in 1902. No longer much preoccupied with such crudities as conspiracy theory, 122 they have become quite monolithic in attributing all things negative to handy abstractions like capitalism, the state, structural oppression, and, yes, the hierarchy. 123 Hence, they have been able to conjure what might be termed the miracle of immaculate genocide, a form of genocide, that is, in which apart from a few amorphous decision-making elites. 124 There are no actual perpetrators and no one who might really be deemed culpable by reason of complicity. The parallels between this cutting-edge conception and the defense mounted by post-war Germans including the Nazis at Nuremberg are as eerie as they are obvious. 125. The implications of this were set forth in stark relief during the aftermath of 9/11, when it was first suggested that a decided majority of those killed in the WTC attack might be more accurately viewed as little Eichmanns, that is, as a coterie of faceless bureaucrats and technical experts who had willingly, and profitably, harnessed themselves to the task, making America's genocidal world order hum with maximal efficiency. Then as Innocence 126, the storm of outraged exception taken by self-proclaimed progressives to this simple observation has been instructive, to say the least. The objections have been mostly transparent in their diversionary intent, seeking as they have to focus attention exclusively on janitors, firemen, and food service workers rather than the much larger number of corporate managers, stockbrokers, bond traders, finance and systems analysts, etc., among those killed. 127. A few have complained of the cold-bloodedness and insensitivity embodied, not in the vocations pursued by the latter group, but in describing their attitude/conduct as having been in any way analogous to Eichmann's. Left unstated, however, is the more accurate term we should employ in characterizing a representative 30-year-old foreign exchange trader who, in full knowledge that every cent of his lavish commissions derived from the starving flesh of defenseless others, literally wallowed in self-indulgent excess, playing the big shot, priding himself on being a sharp dresser, and the fact that money spilled from his pockets, flowed like crazy. Spent on the black BMW and those clothes, forgetting to pack ski clothes for a Lake Tahoe trip, dropping $1,000 on new stuff, and so on. 128. A cool guy with a warm heart? A good family man? Just an ordinary, average or normal fellow who happened to strike it rich. 129. How then are we to describe Eichmann himself? 130. Clearly, either the devastating insights concerning the banality of evil offered by Hannah Arendt in her 1963 study, Eichmann in Jerusalem, have yet to penetrate the consciousness of many American progressives. 131. Or American progressives are in the main every bit as mired in the depths of denial as the most hidebound of their conservative counterparts. 132. Irrespective of whether there is an appreciable segment of the U.S. population prepared to look the matter in the face, however, the same condition of willful blindness cannot be said to prevail throughout much of the rest of the world. 133. Excusing oneself for one's crimes is never a legitimate prerogative, nor are attempts to hide or explain them away. This is all the more true while the crimes are being repeated. Neither justice, forgiveness, nor exegesis can be self-administered or bestowed. Of this, there should be no doubt in a country where the principle of victims' rights has lately been enshrined as an article of juridical faith. 134. Those who comprised the chickens of 9-1 will have their say, and it will ultimately be definitive. In this connection, the only real question confronting the U.S. polity is how in the future it will be necessary for them to say it. And that, rightly enough, will be entirely contingent upon the extent and decisiveness with which Americans prove capable of factoring such voices into the calculus of their personal and national self-concepts. In the alternative, in 1945, addressing a strikingly similar context of national criminality and denial, albeit one in which the state and its collaborating corporate institutions had been pounded into physical submission by external forces, the philosopher Karl Jaspers set forth a schematic of culpability, acceptance of which he suggested might allow both Germans and Germany to redeem themselves. 135. Internalizing Jaspers' four-part formulation stands to yield comparable results in America, for Americans, and thus for everyone else as well. It is therefore well worth summarizing here, in a somewhat revised form reflecting enunciation of the Nuremberg Doctrine and other subsequent developments. 136. First, there is the matter of criminal guilt. States, corporations, and other such entities, while they may be criminally conceived, and employed for criminal purposes, do not themselves commit crimes. Crimes, that is, violations of customary or black-letter law, are committed by individuals, those who conceive, employ, or serve state and corporate institutions. Those alleged to have committed specific offenses are subject to personal prosecution and punishment. 137. If the transgressions of which they stand accused are of a sort sanctioned either explicitly or implicitly by the state under which authority they've acted, their prosecution cannot as a rule occur before tribunals controlled by that same state. 138. Nor, if mere vengeance is to be avoided, can such tribunals as a rule be placed under control of the immediate victims. Where crimes of state or state-sanctioned crime are at issue, the only appropriate judicial forum is an impartially composed international court. 139. Second, there is the matter of political guilt. It is the collective responsibility of the citizens in a modern state to ensure by all means necessary that its government adheres to the rule of law, not just domestically but internationally. 140 There are no bystanders. No one is entitled to an apolitical exemption from such obligation. 141 Where default occurs, either by citizen endorsement of official criminality or by the failure of citizens to effectively oppose it, liability is incurred by all. Although degrees of onus may be assigned along a continuum traversing the distance from those who most actively embraced the crime to those who most actively opposed it, none are innocent. 142 The victims thus hold an unequivocal right to receive reparation, compensation, and, where possible, complete restitution in ways and amounts deemed equitable and fair, not in the estimation of those liable, but in the judgment of an impartial international court. 143. Third, there is the matter of moral guilt. While it may prove impractical in settings where crimes of state are at issue to try all who have committed offenses, whether by way of perpetration, or by complicity, those who go unprosecuted are not thereby absolved. 144 To them belongs the public stigma associated with their deeds and consequent existential confrontation with themselves. In this, there can be no recourse to the supposed mitigation embodied in the apology that one has merely done one's job or just followed orders. 145 Still less can exoneration be found in prevarications concerning human nature. If it were the nature of humans to engage in such acts, everyone would do so, and, self-evidently, not everyone does. 146 Each individual is thus personally responsible for his/her acts, including the execution of political and military orders, and thus socially/morally accountable for them. Finally, there is the matter of what Jaspers termed metaphysical guilt. This rests most heavily upon those who, while not guilty of any specific offense, averted their eyes, sitting by while crimes against humanity were committed in their name. 147 It encompasses as well all who, while we may have registered opposition in some form or degree, did less than we might have, failing thereby to risk our lives unconditionally in our struggle to prevent or halt such crimes. Therein, incontestably, lies the guilt shared by all who opt to remain alive while others are systematically subjugated, dispossessed, tortured, and murdered. 148. Those who would reject such criteria out of hand might do well to bear in mind that they join company thus with Carl Schmitt, a leading light among the Nazi legal philosophers, who was among the first to pronounce them beneath attention. 149 Others, seeking to neutralize the implications by equivocation, insisting that while a Jasperian schema makes sense for Germans, the good offsets the bad where America and Americans are concerned, should be aware that this is precisely the argument offered by Germany's new right neo-Nazis, by any other name with regard to the Third Reich itself. 150 If it can be agreed that the Hitlerstaat remains impervious to rehabilitation, regardless of its well-documented instigation of expressways and Volkswagens, the same holds true for the United States, irrespective of the supposed triumphs of American civilization. 151 Such issues must be faced straightforwardly, without dissembling, if Americans are ever to hold rightful title to the good conscience they've so long laid claim to owning. How they are to respond to what stares back at them from the proverbial mirror is an altogether different question, however. Transformation from beastliness to beauty can be neither instantaneous nor, in terms of its retroactive undoing, complete. 152 There is no painless, privilege-preserving pill that can be taken to effect a quick fix of what ails the U.S., no petition, no manifesto, no song or candlelit vigil that will suffice. The terms of change must and will be harsh, inevitably so, given the propensity of those who seek to prevent it to gauge their success by the rotting corpses of toddlers. 153 This truth, no matter its inconvenience to those snugly situated within the comfort zones of political pretense. 154 Is all that defines the substance of meaningful struggle. 155 It cannot happen all at once, but it must begin somewhere, and for this there is need of nothing so much as a focal point. That, and external assistance, given Americans' abject inexperience in undertaking projects entailing the least hint of humility. Fortunately, an action agenda combining both elements readily presents itself. Americans must demonstrate, conclusively and concretely, that they have at last attained a sufficient degree of self-awareness to subordinate themselves both individually and as a country to the rule of law. 156 Such an initiative, only such, and then only if it is pressed by every available means, is likely to reassure those who came on 9/1 that the seeds of Jasper's wisdom have at last taken root in the U.S. to an extent making future such attacks unnecessary. All who fancy themselves progressive in common with every conservative who has ever mouthed the lofty rhetoric of law enforcement can start by inaugurating a concerted drive to compel their government to reverse its 1986 repudiation of the compulsory jurisdiction previously held over U.S. foreign policy by the International Court of Justice, ICJ. 157 Concomitantly, Americans can set about such action as is necessary to ensure that their country joins the rest of the world in placing itself under the jurisdiction of the newly established International Criminal Court, ICC. 158 Massive international support and assistance is virtually guaranteed to accrue to any such U.S. citizen initiative. Following a parallel track, although much of it falls within the domain of jus cogens, the peremptory norms of customary law, and is thus enforceable against the U.S. without its agreement. 159 An important gesture would be embodied in Americans taking such action as is necessary to compel their government to ratify those elements of international public and humanitarian law it has, often alone, heretofore refused to endorse. High on this lengthy list 160 is the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, to which the U.S. presently claims a sovereign right to self-exemption from compliance. 161 Recent additions include the Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, 162 and the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Production, Stockpiling, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines, 1998, 163. Most important of all, given the abysmal record of the U.S. when it comes to bringing even those acknowledged to have perpetrated war crimes and crimes against humanity before its domestic bar of justice. 164 Given the fact that only the most token punishments have ever been visited upon those few who have for cosmetic reasons been domestically tried and convicted of such offenses. 165 And given the imperative of establishing that Americans are finally serious about adhering to the law, such action as is necessary must be taken to compel delivery of an initial selection of present/former U.S. officials for prosecution by the ICC. 166. Here, although the list of imminently eligible candidates is all but overwhelming, a mere threesome might constitute an adequate preliminary sample. The first, on the basis of her earlier noted statement concerning the fate of Iraq's children and administration of attendant policies, should be former Secretary of State Albright. Second, for reasons explained quite well by Christopher Hitchens and others, should be former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. 167 The third should be current North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms, the bellicosity of whose threats to visit dire consequences upon the world community in the event a single American is ever indicted for violating the laws of war or international humanitarian law exemplifies the manner in which the U.S. has for decades thwarted implementation of procedures for the peaceful resolution of international disputes. This in itself offers prima facie evidence of Helms' complicity in the more direct crimes perpetrated by his co-defendants. 168. Prosecution of these three major U.S. criminals before the ICC would pave the way for a series of such trials, targeting as in the Nuremberg proceedings representative defendants drawn from each of the interactive classes of American offenders: governmental, military, corporate, scientific, and so on, composing the elite decision-making stratum of America's New World Order. 169 Collaterally, the criminal trials would in themselves lay a superb evidentiary groundwork for consideration of international tort claims by the ICJ, in many cases the sole procedure through which issues concerning indemnification of America's proliferate victims are likely ever to be satisfactorily addressed. 170 It may also be anticipated that, under these conditions, the principles realized in international fora will be absorbed by the U.S. judiciary, as they were in post-war Germany, to an extent sufficient for bona fide prosecutions of America's war criminals and other such terrorists to at last commence in domestic courts. 171. Against this backdrop, otherwise preposterous assertions that recourse to the World Court is the way to proceed in halting America's persistently murderous aggression take on a certain coherence. The question begged in such formulations, as they stand, and as they've stood all along, concerns enforcement. A court is not a police force. Less, is it an army. Neither its jurisdiction nor its judgments are self-executing. Its decrees are vacuous without a means of exacting compliance. 172 Should it turn out that Americans were prodded by the pain inflicted on 9/1 to finally begin shouldering the responsibility of forcing their government to obey the law with all that this implies, it may be said that a world historic corner was turned on that date. Should this not prove to be the case, however, others, especially those others most egregiously victimized by American lawlessness, will have no real alternative but to try and do the job themselves. And, in the collectivity of their civic default, Americans, no more than the good Germans of 1945, can have little legitimate complaint as to how they may have to go about it. 173. To see things clearly. If the prescription sketched out in the preceding section offers the prospect of improving the level of security enjoyed by all Americans mainly by drastically reducing the need for it, it contains a range of other benefits as well. Salient among them is what, with respect to Germany, former Harvard political scientist Daniel Jonah Goldhagen has described as an internationalization of the national history. 174 By this, he meant a process through which the country's apprehension of its past has been subjected to such intensive and sustained scrutiny/contributions by others that the collective, narcissistic self-exaltation typically marking such narratives has been preempted. This, Goldhagen concludes, has enabled contemporary Germans to attain a far more accurate and thus healthier conception of themselves than they were likely ever to have achieved on their own. 175. It is exactly this kind of aggregate self-understanding that Jaspers posited as being essential to a process through which the varieties of guilt he'd so carefully delineated could be transformed into their antithesis, creating what he hoped might constitute an insurmountable psycho-intellectual barrier against any wholesale resurgence of the mentality from which Germany's communality of guilt had emerged. 176 There is no reason to assume that the idea holds less utility for Americans today than it did for Germans then, or that the rewards for the world of America's figurative denazification would be any less substantial than those manifest in the more literal German process. A wealth of information necessary to redefining the character of the American experiment can be expected to take center stage in the above-described judicial proceedings, whether international or domestic, criminal or civil. Much of it will prove to have been available all along, publicly displayed but usually distorted beyond recognition, its meaning neatly buried in the texts, rendered alternately in terms of triumphalism or apology, that from the first have composed America's historical canon and its popular counterpart, s. 177 reinterpreted through the lens of law, detailed at trial by those charged with assessing the culpability of individual defendants or the degree of responsibility inhering in the polity that empowered them. Even that which was known will stand exposed in the glare of an entirely different light. Such developments represent a good start, but by no means an end point. Even the most honest and penetrating of prosecutorial presentations is by nature erratic and uneven, skewed by the parameters of its purpose to focus in fragmentary fashion upon certain usually topical matters, emphasizing, de-emphasizing, or ignoring issues of wider historical concern without regard to historiographical requirements. 178 The record made during the course of any trial, and the conclusions formally drawn from it, must therefore be compared to and combined with those obtaining in related proceedings to create a composite. This overarching iteration of what has been discovered through adjudication must then be broken down again in various ways, sifted and refined, its implications adduced and contextualized, that is, reinterpreted by way of their connection with or dissimilarity from broader, i.e., historically deeper and more diverse processes or sequences of events. 179. Plainly, it will be forever premature to proclaim the consummation of such a project before the most thoroughgoing reconstruction of American history, and thus a complete resignification of the codes of meaning and value residing within it, has been achieved. With this in mind, the problem confronting those who would accept it is how best to approach so monumental a devoir. A method is needed by which to deal with the surfeit of data at hand, arranging it in ways which lend coherence to its otherwise nebulous mass, tracing not just its outer contours but the inner trajectories that gave them shape, coaxing it to divulge truths too long denied. The Ghosts of 9-1-1 is the more fully developed version of my 2001 op-ed. Some people push back, which attains such an astonishing degree of notoriety 3.5 years after the fact. By then, of course, the present essay had long since been published as the lead piece in my On the Justice of Roosting Chickens, The Costs and Consequences of U.S. Imperial Arrogance and Criminality, Oakland, CA, AK Press, 2003. In that capacity it undoubtedly figured rather prominently in Chickens receiving an honorable mention for the 2003 Gustavus Myers Award for Best Book on the topic of human rights. To be sure, the latter reality went conspicuously unmentioned in the media offensive mounted during the spring of 2005 by the rights talking heads, from Bill O'Reilly and Ann Coulter to Michelle Malkin and Sean Hannity, together with liberal collaborators like Mark Cooper and self-proclaimed anarchists of the Bob Black variety. Indeed, there was no mention of Ghost's very existence in such circles, despite the fact that Chickens enjoyed a brief stint as Amazon's best-selling non-fiction paperback. 15. To judge them by the standards of their time. America's Indian fighters, the laws of war, and the question of international order. I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn. The more you kill and burn, the better you will please me. General Jacob H. Smith, Philippines, 1901. The expansion of the United States from a strip of territory situated east of the Appalachian Mountains on North America's Atlantic coast, first to continental scale, then to a position of global ascendancy, is a history replete with the use of military force. 1 Quite apart from the armed struggle by which it freed itself from English colonization, the new country's sheer bellicosity was evidenced as early as May 31, 1779, when future President George Washington issued written orders to Major General John Sullivan, instructing him to undertake a peremptory campaign against the Senecas and other members of the Haudenosaunee, Six-Nation Iroquois Confederation, in upstate New York. 2. Sullivan's mission was not so much to overrun Seneca territory as to destroy it, Washington wrote, and he was forbidden to listen to any overture of peace before the total ruin of their settlements is effected. 3. The general thereupon did as he was directed. In 1838, historian William L. Stone described in detail Sullivan scouring the countryside, the war of extermination he waged against the very orchards. At the town of Genesee alone Sullivan's army destroyed over 100 houses, mostly large and very elegant, laid waste extensive fields of ripening corn and beans, and with axe and torch soon transformed the whole of that beautiful region from the character of a garden to a scene of drear and sickening desolation. 4. Among the trophies with which Sullivan's men returned from their victorious expedition were the scalps and tanned skins of their vanquished foes, the latter neatly fashioned into leggings. 5 Small wonder, all in all, that Washington became known as Town Destroyer to the Haudenosaunee, and, as the Seneca leader Cornplanter remarked to America's founding father in 1792, our women turn pale and look behind them, and our children cling close to the necks of their mothers whenever his name was mentioned. 6. A year after Sullivan wrought havoc upon the Six Nations, General George Rogers Clark, whose Rangers still serve as the prototype after which the Army's elite units are modeled, was engaged in a similar offensive against the Shawnees and other peoples in what are now the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. Clark's men, who are known to have scalped their captives alive, destroyed an estimated 500 acres of corn, as well as every species of edible vegetable at the towns of Chillicothe and Piqua alone. 9. Clark's effort was followed by that of General Anthony Wayne, still operating under the direction of Washington, in 1794. Mad Anthony's troops laid waste a huge swath through the Shawnee heartland, remaining 3 days on the banks of the Maumee River, during which time all the houses and immense fields of corn were consumed and destroyed for a distance of 50 miles. 10 In the aftermath, leggings crafted from tanned human skin again made their appearance, this time along the Ohio frontier. 11. Ultimately, the Shawnees were not defeated until the Battle of Tippecanoe on November 6, 1811. There, soldiers serving under future President William Henry Harrison indulged themselves in atrocities identical in their grotesquerie to those marking the Sullivan, Clark, and Wayne campaigns a generation earlier. Emblematic of the whole was the troops' mutilation of the fallen Shawnee leader Tecumseh. The souvenir hunters got to work, and when the warrior had been stripped of clothing, Kentuckians tore the skin from his back and thigh. The rapacious soldiery so thoroughly scalped the corpse that some of them came away with fragments the size of a cent piece and endowed with a mere tuft of hair. When one of them was interviewed in 1868, he was still able to display a piece of Tecumseh's skin. 12. On March 27, 1814, following his massacre of the Muskogee Red Sticks at Horseshoe Bend, in Alabama, General Andrew Jackson supervised the mutilation of 800 or more Indian corpses, cutting off their noses to count and preserve a record of the dead, slicing long strips of flesh from their bodies to tan and turn into bridle reins. 13. Thereafter, especially during his successful bid for the presidency in 1828, Jackson, who'd meanwhile gone on record urging that the Cherokees be similarly scourged, would frequently boast that he'd on all occasions preserved the scalps of my killed. 14. In 1833, General and future President Zachary Taylor, in whose militia still another president to be, Abraham Lincoln, was serving at the time, unleashed the massacre of around 300 Sacs and Foxes, Mesquakies, led by Black Hawk on the Bad Axe River, in present-day Wisconsin. Taylor's men ran wild, engaging in an 8-hour frenzy of clubbing, stabbing, shooting, and scalping. 15. The bones of Black Hawk himself were later disinterred and put on display in a local museum in Iowaville, Iowa, for well over a century. 16. A recounting of this sort could be extended to great length, and expanded to include related matters: the proclamation of bounties on the scalps of Indians in every one of the lower 48 states, 17 for instance, or the annihilation of entire native peoples by well-armed and organized groups of private citizens in California. 18. But the illustrations provided above should prove sufficient to mark a conspicuous pattern of atrocity committed by the U.S. Army against American Indians during the entire period leading up to the Civil War. They should also serve to demonstrate quite clearly that, far from being officially repudiated or socially condemned, such actions were undertaken as a matter of policy and with support by a majority of citizens enthusiastic enough to propel one perpetrator after another into the White House. Reward, not punishment or stigma, was the rule for even the worst of America's Indian killers, any number of whom have come to be immortalized as national heroes. 19. To judge them by the standards of their time. These realities are entirely disconsonant with the carefully cultivated air of American innocence adopted by the United States, both as a self-concept and as an image projected internationally. 20. Correspondingly, such unpleasantness has been downplayed to the point of invisibility by generations of responsible historians, especially those authoring popular narratives and texts intended for absorption by school children. 21. Or inverted in literature, cinema, and the mass media. 22. Hence, the tendency of most Americans is to deny such abuses and even to assert that they could never exist in their country. 23. Patriots of this variety can of course be pinned down from time to time, usually after an infinity of hair-splitting over whether things really happened in the manner described, on the fact that one or even several of these unfortunate occurrences actually took place. The implications are seldom acknowledged, however. All but invariably, when uncomfortable facts are conceded, a second level of sophistry ensues. That which threatens the sanctity of American purity of purpose is quickly consigned to the realm of aberration or anomaly. 24. Alternately or concomitantly, it is argued that things are being interpreted out of context by a process in which critics project contemporary values backward into history, imposing them upon events, persons, and entire settings where, having yet to be conceived, they bear no possible relevance. Neither actions nor implications, it is concluded, can be properly judged other than by the standards of their time. In effect, No genuine onus can be assigned to massacres like Bad Axe and Horseshoe Bend because everybody else was doing the same thing, or, in any event, there was no law against it when they happened. 25. Strictly speaking, such arguments to technical innocence have never held water. Since its inception, the conduct of the United States, no less than that of any other country, has always been subject to the laws of nations. 26. More specifically, the conduct of the U.S. military has been subject to the laws of war. No recent moral innovation is involved, since the regulation of armed conflict has occupied the attention of scholars, statesmen, and soldiers for thousands of years, and the idea that the conduct of armed conflicts is governed by rules appears to have been found in almost all societies, without geographical limitation. 27. The foundation of the current legal regime is very old. The Greeks and Romans customarily observed certain humanitarian principles which have become fundamental rules of the contemporary laws of war. As the body of international law began to develop in Europe, early writers, such as Legnano, Victoria, Belli, Ayala, Gentili, and Grotius, gave priority to consideration of hostility in international relations. The work of Grotius, published during the 30 Years' War, 1618-48, has since come to be regarded as perhaps the first systematic treatment of international law, and one in which the laws of war played a principal part. Over this period, the practice of states led to the gradual emergence of customary principles regarding the conduct of armed hostilities. 28. The relevant body of international customary law would certainly seem to suggest a reasonable standard of contemporaneous values and legitimacy to which the actions of men like George Washington, William Henry Harrison, Andrew Jackson, and Zachary Taylor might be assessed for purposes of historical understanding. 29. Like the Germans, however, Americans, Anglo-Americans in particular, have always had extraordinary difficulty grasping the concept that their behavior might ultimately be subject to some set of rules other than their own. Thus, when the argument is advanced that there was no law against George Rogers Clark's scalping of living human beings, or John Sullivan's making breeches from the skins of his victims, it should be understood as meaning only that the United States itself had effected no statute prohibiting such practices. The polemic is at root identical to that offered by the Nazi defendants at Nuremberg in arguing that their conduct was legitimate in that it had conformed to the requirements of Germany's domestic legal code, which they themselves had written. 30. To their eternal credit, the panel of jurists presiding over the Nazis' prosecution dismissed such claims to national sovereignty as preposterous. 31. Instead, the Nuremberg Tribunal asserted that international law has imposed obligations upon states to punish certain acts committed in their territory, or under their authority. 32. These obligations encompass all international customs and conventions, including the laws of war. No country possesses a right as distinct from the power to exempt itself from meeting this responsibility. Still less does it hold a right to legitimate violations of international legality by advancing formulations within its own statutes. Abridgment of these principles renders the offending state subject to international sanction and, depending on the magnitude of the issues involved, the jurisdiction of an international court. 33. The Lieber Code. Unlike Germany, moreover, the United States has always promoted itself as being the very avatar of enlightened legality, a nation of laws, not men. 34. Within this self-congratulatory discourse, the laws of war have featured quite prominently, and the American prototype has been not infrequently offered as a model for worldwide emulation. The most famous early example of a national manual outlining the laws of war for the use of armed forces, and one of the first attempts to codify the laws of land warfare, was the 1863 Instructions for the Government of Armies of the United States in the Field, prepared by Dr. Francis Lieber of Columbia University. This manual, which became known as the Lieber Code, was issued to the Union Army on April 24, 1863, and was applied to the forces of the United States during the American Civil War. It became the model for many other national manuals, for example, those of the Netherlands in 1871, France in 1877, Serbia in 1879, Spain in 1882, Portugal in 1890 and Italy in 1896. 35. The Lieber Code is highly illuminating in that it conclusively demonstrates the extent to which America's legal community was familiar with the customary laws applicable to their country's warfare. Article 22, for example, holds that as civilization has advanced during the last centuries, so has likewise steadily advanced, especially in war on land, the distinction between the private individual belonging to a hostile country and the hostile country, with its men at arms. The principle has been more and more acknowledged that the unarmed citizen is to be spared in person, property, and honor. In Article 23, it is stated that private citizens are no longer murdered, and the inoffensive individual is as little disturbed in his private relations as the commander of the hostile troops can afford to grant. 37. The United States acknowledge and protect, in hostile countries occupied by them, the persons of the inhabitants, especially women. Offenses to the contrary shall be rigorously punished. 44. All wanton violence committed against persons in the invaded country, all rape, wounding, maiming or killing of such inhabitants, are prohibited under penalty of death, or other such severe penalty as may seem adequate for the gravity of the offense. These passages represent little more than amplifications of Emmerich de Vattel's famous observation, made a century earlier, that by the then prevailing laws of war the people, the peasantry, the townspeople have nothing to fear from the sword of their enemies. 37. Lieber, however, with a smugness largely absent in Vattel, then proceeded to expend 2 articles explaining that the extension of such protections to non-combatants proved the superiority of European and Euro-derivate cultures to their savage or barbarous non-Western counterparts. 24. The almost universal rule in remote times was, and continues to be with barbarous armies, that the private individual of the hostile country is destined to suffer every privation of liberty and protection, and every disruption of family ties. Protection was, and still is with uncivilized peoples, the exception. 25. In modern regular wars of Europeans, and their descendants in other parts of the globe, protection of the inoffensive citizen of the hostile country is the rule. While many of the Code's remaining articles concern matters marginal to how wars against savages were to be waged, there are several that bore directly on the methods traditionally employed by the Army's Indian fighters. Article 68, borrows from Clausewitz's famous dicta, first published in 1827-38 in stating that modern wars are not internecine wars, in which killing the enemy is the object. The destruction of the enemy in modern war, and, indeed, modern war itself, are means to obtain that objective of the belligerent which lies beyond the war. 60. It is therefore against the usage of modern war to resolve, in hatred and revenge, to give no quarter. A commander is permitted to direct his troops to give no quarter only in great straits, when his own salvation makes it impossible to cumber himself with prisoners. Emphasis in original. Prefiguring the 1864 Geneva Convention on Wounded and Sick by nearly a year. 39. It was under discussion while the Code was being written. Lieber included 2 articles of obvious relevance in any sort of armed conflict. 61. Even troops compelled by circumstance to give no quarter have no right to kill enemies already disabled on the ground. 71. Whoever intentionally inflicts additional wounds on an enemy already wholly disabled, or kills such an enemy, or who orders or encourages soldiers to do so, shall suffer death, if duly convicted. He followed Montesquieu and Rousseau in Article 56-40 stipulating that prisoners of war, whether enemy civilians or captured combatants, were subject to no punishment for being enemies, nor is any revenge wreaked upon them by the intentional infliction of suffering, or disgrace, by cruel imprisonment, want of food, by mutilation, death, or any other barbarity. Article 75 reaffirmed this point, stating that prisoners of war are subject to confinement or imprisonment, but are to be subjected to no other intentional suffering or indignity. Additionally, 67 The law of nations admits of no rules or laws different from those of regular warfare regarding the treatment of prisoners of war, although they may belong to the army of a government which the captor may consider as a wanton and unjust assailant. 76 Prisoners of war shall be fed upon plain and wholesome food, whenever practicable, and treated with humanity. 79. Every captured enemy shall be medically treated, according to the ability of the medical staff. Concerning armistices, Lieber also followed long-established legal custom, noting in Article 135 that an armistice is the cessation of hostilities for a period agreed upon between the belligerents. It must be agreed upon in writing, and duly ratified by the highest authorities of the contending parties, and, in Article 138, that it may be general, and valid for all points and lines of the belligerents, or special, that is, referring to certain troops or certain locales only. In Article 142, he goes on to clarify that, whether general or special, an armistice is not a partial or a temporary peace, it is only the suspension of military operations to the extent agreed upon by the parties. There can be no claim that the code was meant to be situational, applicable in some instances and not in others. It was clearly designed to have a universally binding effect upon the conduct of U.S. troops in the field, irrespective of who they were fighting. Article 57, for example, stipulates that no belligerent has the right to declare that enemies of a certain class, color, or condition, will not be treated by him like other enemies. Article 58 reinforces this point, emphasizing that the law of nations knows of no distinction on the basis of color. Thus did the government of the United States establish, concisely and in black letter form, the set of standards by which its wartime comportment may be evaluated. Whatever legal ambiguities may have attended earlier atrocities and, as should be apparent, things were never so murky in this respect as apologists would now have it, they were dispelled on April 24, 1863. Thereafter, intellectual honesty and the law itself require that the conduct of America's Indian fighters be judged through the lens of the Lieber Code. Hence, standards in hand, we may resume our examination of their activities. The view from Sand Creek. On the morning of November 29, 1864, a reinforced regiment of U.S. volunteer cavalry, about 900 men in all, attacked a Cheyenne encampment along the Sand Creek, in southeastern Colorado. Of the 700-odd Indians residing therein, a lopsided majority were women, children, and elderly men, all of them assembled on the order of Territorial Governor John Evans, disarmed and mostly dismounted, their safety guaranteed by the Army. 41 Their leader, Black Kettle, was a prominent member of the Cheyenne Peace faction who displayed over his teepee a U.S. flag presented him by President Lincoln. 42 In addition to the stars and stripes, a white ensign of surrender flew above the village when the soldiers came storming in. 43 Flags aside, there can be no question that the cavalrymen mistook the village for one occupied by hostiles. Colonel John M. Chivington, in charge of all Colorado volunteer units, had assumed personal command of the assault force. He'd been present when, as the condition of a special armistice, Evans had instructed Black Kettle to place his noncombatants under the protection of military authorities at Fort Leon. 44 They were camped close to the post, at a spot approved by the post commander. Chivington, moreover, took extraordinary precautions to prevent the defenseless Cheyennes being warned of the fate about to befall them. 45 Nor can there be the least confusion as to whether what happened at Sand Creek was simply a tragedy of the sort sometimes resulting when officers lose control over their troops in the heat of combat. Chivington addressed his men immediately prior to the attack, directing them to kill and scalp all, big and little. 46 Under his oft-stated premise that nits make lice. 47 The soldiers, most of whom had overstayed their enlistments to participate in the bloodletting promised weeks beforehand. 48 Can thus be said to have conducted themselves in rather strict conformity to their orders. The exact toll taken in the orgiastic slaughter thus unleashed remains unclear. In his after-action reports, Chivington himself put the body count at 400, 500. He and other officers later pushed it even higher. 49 Most estimates today place the number of killed at around 150. 50 Be that as it may, there is nothing mysterious about the manner in which the killing was done. The Indians fled in all directions, but the main body of them moved up the creek bed, which alone offered some protection from the soldiers' bullets. They fled headlong until they came to a place above the camp where the banks of the stream were cut back by breaks. Here, the Indians frantically began digging in the loose sand with their hands to make holes in which to hide. The larger percentage of these were women and children. 51. As the scene was later described by Robert Bent, a mixed-blood Cheyenne who had accompanied the attackers. There were some 30 or 40 women collected in a hole for protection. They sent out a little girl about 6 years old with a white flag on a stick. She had not proceeded but a few steps when she was shot and killed. All the women in the hole were afterwards killed. They'd offered no resistance. Every one I saw dead was scalped. I saw one woman cut open with an unborn child, as I thought, lying by her side. I saw quite a number of infants in arms killed with their mothers. 52. John Smith, a veteran scout, recounted much the same. The soldiers used their knives, ripped open women, clubbed little children, knocked them in the head with their guns, beat their brains out, mutilated their bodies in every sense of the word, worse mutilated than any I saw before. See children 2 or 3 months old, all lying there, from sucking infants up to the elderly. 53. Even army officers concurred. I did not see a body of man, woman, or child but was scalped, and, mutilated in the most horrible manner. Men, women, and children's privates cut out, and see, I heard one man say that he had cut out a woman's private parts and had them for exhibition on a stick. There were numerous instances in which men had cut out the private parts of females and stretched them over saddle bows and wore them over their hats while riding in ranks. 54. The day after the massacre, the few prisoners taken, including several women and an infant, were summarily executed. 55. The butchers then set out for Denver, the territorial capital, where they proudly paraded down Larimer Street, a main thoroughfare, displaying bloody body parts of their victims to more than 1,000 wildly cheering people who turned out to greet them. 56. Meanwhile, the slaughter was celebrated in the Rocky Mountain News, which had for more than a year been championing a war of extermination against the Cheyennes as an unparalleled feat of arms which would live forever in the annals of martial glory. 57. These local sentiments notwithstanding, what had occurred was a war crime, or, rather, a cluster of war crimes of the very grossest sort. Chivington's actions, and those of most of the other officers and men at Sand Creek 58, violated every article of the Lieber Code cited in the preceding section. Such was the finding of not one but 3 federal investigations, one each by the Senate, the House, and the War Department in the months following the massacre. 59. Yet, although there was thus ample predication for the filing of capital charges against those responsible, no prosecutions ensued. The rationalization adorning this outcome contained all the ingredients of a farce. Since their crimes had been committed while the perpetrators were serving in the army, civilian authorities purported no standing upon which to try them, because they'd since returned to civilian life. The War Department disavowed jurisdiction as well. 60. It is obvious, however, that the travesty did not result from jurisdictional loopholes. Military officers, then as now, served at the discretion of the President. Their commissions, once bestowed, were permanent. Chivington and his cohorts could thus have been recalled to active duty and court-martialed at any time. 61. The case against them was both unassailable and potentially precedential. All that was required was a genuine desire to hold them accountable for what they'd done. Given that the merit of any legal codification resides not so much in its comprehensiveness or the elegance of its phraseology as in its enforcement. 62. The fact that no such desire was evidenced highlights the gulf separating the glowing rhetoric attending U.S. policy pronouncements from the grimy reality of how those policies were actually implemented. To all appearances, neither the Army nor civilian authorities wished to see a judicial precedent which might serve to deter the perpetration of further Sand Creeks. This, of course, says quite a lot about the true nature of America's national character. The more so, in view of treatment subsequently accorded Colorado's war criminals. To this day, a town near the massacre site proclaimed a battlefield on a marker erected by its present owner is named in honor of John Chivington. 63 streets in Denver similarly memorialize his principal subordinates. Until 1988, a building on University of Colorado's Boulder campus bore the name of David M. Nichols, a captain whose company was singled out for its exceptional performance at Sand Creek. 64 A monument stationed just outside the state capitol building still commemorates Chivington, his officers, and his troops as gallant men. An anomaly theory of history. While the example of Sand Creek can in many respects be left to speak for itself, to do so would be to beg the question of whether the massacre might be considered in some way historically anomalous. 65 That it was not, can be readily appreciated in the nature of the Kit Carson campaign conducted against the Navajos the same year. Although not so well documented as the actions of Chivington and his troops, the record of Carson's command is replete with atrocity, example soldiers playing catch with breasts hacked off living women. 66 Nor is there a shortage of comparably grisly examples. Take, for instance, the Battle of the Washita on November 28, 1868, in which Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer's vaunted 7th Cavalry Regiment slammed into Black Kettle's non-combatant Cheyennes for a second time. Replicating Chivington's feat almost exactly, and a day short of 4 years later, Custer's men left their Oklahoma killing ground strewn with 103 corpses. 67 Of these, 93 were women, old men, and children, as well as Black Kettle himself, who had been cut down with his wife as they were riding double on a pony in a desperate attempt to forestall the attack. 68 Needless to say, Custer, one of the more glamorous figures in U.S. military history, was not prosecuted. 69 Then there was the Marias Massacre, in Montana, on January 23, 1870. In this incident, 2 companies of the 2nd Cavalry under Major Eugene M. Baker slaughtered 173 Piegans, only 15 of whom were fighting-age males. 70 Although it turned out that Baker had hit the wrong village, and that most of his victims had been incapacitated by a recent smallpox epidemic, he went unprosecuted. On the contrary, like Custer's at the Washita, Baker's actions were vigorously applauded by General Phil Sheridan, in whose military district the massacres took place and who would later serve as Army Chief of Staff. 71 On January 9, 1879, the much-suffering Cheyennes were made to bleed again, this time when a group of about 150 non-combatants led by Dull Knife attempted to escape from confinement at Camp Robinson, Nebraska. Sick, malnourished, afoot and almost entirely unarmed, they were quickly chased down. At least 85 were killed, the last 32 by masked soldiers firing point-blank volleys into a buffalo wallow where the Indians had sought refuge, and another 23 wounded. As usual, the victims were mostly old men, women, and children. With equal predictability, no one was prosecuted for murdering them. 72 Probably the best known of all such massacres occurred at Wounded Knee, South Dakota, on December 28, 1890. There, having disarmed and immobilized a group of roughly 500 Minneconjo Lakotas, the 7th Cavalry, commanded at the time by Colonel George A. Forsyth, set about annihilating their captives in a manner entirely reminiscent of Sand Creek. All witnesses agree that from the moment it opened fire, the 7th became a mass of infuriated men intent upon butchery. Women and children attempted to escape by running up a dry ravine, but were pursued and slaughtered, there is no other word, by hundreds of maddened soldiers, while shells from Hotchkiss guns, which had been moved up to sweep the ravine, continued to burst among them. The line of bodies was found to extend more than 2 miles from the camp, and they were all women and children. A few survivors eventually found shelter in brushy gullies here and there, and their pursuers had scouts call out that women and children could come out of hiding because they had nothing to fear. Some small boys crept out and were surrounded by soldiers who then butchered them. Nothing Indian that lived was safe. 73 At about the same time, several lesser massacres were perpetrated in nearby locations. 74 Afterward, as many as 350 corpses were unceremoniously dumped in a mass grave atop a hill overlooking the primary killing field. 75 Not only was no one prosecuted for this spectacular slaughter, 23 soldiers were awarded medals of honor for participating in it. 76 The most prominent public criticism, moreover, appears to have been that the Army failed to finish the job by completing the total annihilation of the few remaining Indians. This from newspaper editor L. Frank Baum, gentle author of The Wizard of Oz, point 77. After adding in the myriad smaller, mostly forgotten, and always unprosecuted massacres of American Indians, that of 27 Cheyennes on the Sapa Creek on April 20, 1875, to offer but one example 78, one cannot help wondering just how many anomalies it takes to make a norm. The significance of such queries is accentuated when backdropped by Army Chief of Staff William Tecumseh Sherman's view, expressed in 1866, that his troops should act with vindictive earnestness against the Indians, even to their extermination, men, women, and children. 79. Still more, the notorious observation made 3 years later by Sherman's subordinate, Phil Sheridan, that the only good Indian is a dead Indian. 80. These flat contradictions of the Lieber Code's noble-sounding principles represented a consensus outlook among ranking generals, field officers, and troops, not to mention apparent majorities of their civilian overseers and the public. 81. Viewed in this light, can it really have been a matter of mere happenstance or coincidence that the Cheyennes, Arapahoes, Comanches, Kiowas, and several other native peoples upon whom the Army warred during the period had all suffered population reductions in the 90th percentile by 1891, when the fighting for the most part ended, or that each experienced a dramatic numerical rebound thereafter? 82. The Indians of the Philippines. With the notion of anomaly thus thoroughly debunked, it will be useful to address the fallback position most often assumed by apologists for the Army's consistently criminal conduct during the Indian Wars. 83. This concerns the claim that special or unique circumstances, usually having to do with the savage nature of the Indians themselves. 84. Necessitated resort to tactics and behaviors outlawed not only in the Lieber Code but, increasingly, by the formalism of international convention as well. 85. Leaving aside the fact that Al Capone might well have entered a similar argument and with tangibly more justification concerning the rival gangsters he ordered machine-gunned on St. Valentine's Day 1929, 86, a much larger factual problem presents itself. To put it simply, were there the least substance to such victim-blaming contentions, the illegalities at issue would have been limited to North America and ceased at some point before the beginning of the 20th century. And, of course, neither of these things is true. Nowhere was this more obvious than in the Philippines during the years 1899 to 1902. There, having liberated the islands from Spanish colonization in 1898, the U.S. set about converting them into a colony of its own. 87. When the Filipinos resisted, they were described as savages no better than our Indians by American officials, and treated accordingly. 88. The reasoning which justifies our making war against Sitting Bull also justifies our checking the outbreaks of Filipinos, announced incipient President Theodore Roosevelt in 1900. 89. An Army officer framed the matter more frankly still. There is no use mincing words. If we decide to stay, we must bury all qualms and scruples about Wailerian cruelty, the consent of the governed, etc., and stay. We exterminated the American Indians, and I guess most of us are proud of it, or at least, believe the end justified the means, and we must have no scruples about exterminating this other race standing in the way of progress and enlightenment. 90. With that end very much in mind, the War Department dispatched Major General Adna R. Chaffee, a veteran of campaigns against the Comanches, Cheyennes, Kiowas, and Apaches, to take charge. 91. As primary field commanders, Chaffee selected Brigadier Generals J. Franklin Bell, who'd fought the Cheyennes and Lakotas, and Jacob H. Hell-Roaring Jake Smith, whose experience accrued from the Geronimo campaign and the massacre at Wounded Knee. 92. They, in turn, brought in numerous subordinates with similar backgrounds. Small wonder that the Philippine endeavor was soon described as just another Indian war, albeit one waged overseas and against a vastly larger population. 93. Bell was assigned to the Batangas region of Luzon, where he conducted a particularly murderous campaign that depopulated large sections of the province. 94. By his own estimate, his tactics left 1/6 of the populace, some 616,000 people, dead within 3 years. 95 His officers were recorded as boasting that their general had found the secret of pacification of the archipelago. They never rebel in southern Luzon because there isn't anybody there to rebel. 96 Although one of his subordinates, General R.P. Hughes, admitted during congressional testimony that none of this comported with the ordinary rules of civilized warfare, 97 Bell was never prosecuted for his crimes. Instead, the Butcher of Batangas received a presidential commendation for his ghastly record, and was later promoted Army Chief of Staff. 98 In the Samar district of northern Leyte, Jake Smith went even further, ordering the deaths of all persons capable of bearing arms in hostilities against the United States. Emphasis added. 99 In response to a query from a subordinate about age limits, these instructions were refined to encompass every male over 10 years of age, as the Samar boys of that age were equally as dangerous as their elders. 100 The results were shortly reported in the press. Our men have been relentless, have killed to exterminate men, women, children, prisoners and captives, active insurgents and suspected people, from lads of 10 and up, an idea prevailing that a Filipino, as such, was little better than a dog, a noisome reptile in some instances, whose best disposition was the rubbish heap. 101 By 1902, such exposure had begun to tarnish the U.S. image internationally, rendering the Roosevelt administration vulnerable to criticism by its liberal opponents. A Senate investigation was duly convened. 102 Hence, the War Department went through the motions of charging a total of 10 junior officers with cruelties, including murder. 103 The outcomes obtaining from the resultant courts-martial speak for themselves. One was convicted of firing into a town, and looting, and sentenced to a reprimand. Lieutenant Bissell Thomas was found guilty of assaulting prisoners and cruelty. The court remarked that his cruelty had been very severe and amounted almost to acute torture. His sentence was a fine of $300 and a reprimand. More appropriate was the disposition of the case of First Lieutenant Preston Brown, who was found guilty of killing a prisoner of war and sentenced to dismissal from the service and confinement at hard labor for 5 years. Brown's sentence was, however, commuted on January 27, 1902 to a loss of 35 places in the Army list and forfeiture of half his pay for 9 months. 104 Things did go a bit awry for the War Department during the trial of Littleton Lt. Waller, a Marine Corps major charged with one of the smaller slaughters he'd perpetrated while serving as Hell-Roaring Jake's right-hand man in Samar. 105 The prospects of Waller's paying much of a price were of course all but nil, the Army having appointed General William H. Bisbee, yet another of its bald old Indian fighters, to hear the case. Unsurprisingly, although the accused candidly acknowledged presiding over not one but numerous massacres, he was promptly exonerated. 106 Unfortunately for Smith, however, Bisbee bumbled the verdict, acquitting Waller not on the basis of his acts themselves being somehow legitimate, but because they'd been undertaken in obedience to superior orders. 107 This lapse made it necessary that the Hell-Roarer himself be charged with precipitating Waller's criminal activities. Nonetheless, Smith was tried not for war crimes, or even for murder, but for conduct to the prejudice of good order and military discipline. Emphasis in original. 108 Found guilty of that remarkably trivial offense, he was sentenced to be admonished by the President, allowing Roosevelt to punish the 62-year-old mass murderer with a grant of early retirement on full pension. 109 This wrist slap, if it can be called even that, represented the total penalty paid by senior officers against the staggering welter of atrocities perpetrated under their authority. Against Chaffee, who was shown to have instructed Smith and Bell, for that matter, to use any means in accomplishing their objectives, there were no charges whatever. 110 Rather, in August 1903, Roosevelt rewarded his orchestration of Holocaustal initiatives consuming the lives of as many as 1 million Filipinos by appointing him Army Chief of Staff. 111 As was mentioned above, his successor in this exalted position, appointed in 1906, was the real terror of the islands, J. Franklin Bell. 112 Concerning America's pitiless war against the Indians of the Philippines, Roosevelt, whose stern visage would soon affront the face of Mount Rushmore, enshrining him for all time as one of the four greatest U.S. presidents, had by then declared it the most glorious in the country's history and a triumph of civilization over the black chaos of savagery and barbarism. 113 General Arthur MacArthur may have come closer to the mark when he explained to the Senate that, in his opinion, the whole affair signified nothing so much as a fulfillment of the destiny of our Aryan ancestors. 114. The exception as rule. MacArthur's comment was revealing, suggesting as it did that the special circumstances precipitating extermination of peoples indigenous to U.S. home territory had little to do with anything unique to the victims themselves. Rather, that American Indians, like Filipinos, were not white was the issue. The Army, as saturated with the scientific racist perspectives pervading 19th-century American society as any other institution, simply followed the country's intellectual elite in viewing peoples of color as species biologically inferior to, that is, less human than whites. 115 Hence, non-whites were seen as being naturally subordinate to their European/Euroderivative betters, of whom MacArthur's Aryans Anglo-Saxons were deemed best of the best. 116. It follows that the measure of inhumanity believed to be incarnated in particular groups of non-whites was adduced not from their modes of fighting, but simply from the degree and tenacity of resistance they offered to assuming their rightful place under white domination. The greater the resistance, the less the humanity, to the point that, as with both Native Americans and Filipinos, they were construed as something altogether other than human beings, i.e., nits, lice, dogs, noisome reptiles, squaws, savages. In turn, this reduction of recalcitrant non-whites to a repugnant, dehumanized status licensed the Army to employ exceptional means in waging war against them. 117. In effect, the situation could be and was considered exceptional whenever the Army took the field against anyone aside from Europeans and their descendants in other portions of the globe. 118 Thus, as a practical matter, the prohibition against treating enemies differently on the basis of color enshrined in Articles 57 and 58 of the Lieber Code were nullified at the level of military doctrine in the very moment of its promulgation. From there, the rest of the Code's lofty principles fell like dominoes every time a conflict with non-whites occurred. And, since the great bulk of the fighting in which U.S. troops have engaged since 1863 has been against peoples of color. 119 That is, in settings where the military has indulged in self-exemption from its own professed standards of legality, it can be seen that exceptions once again constitute the rule. The illegalities inherent to Indian fighting thereby emerge as both the model and the norm of behavior for the United States Army during armed conflicts. This remains true, whether the opponent is composed of regular or irregular forces, so long as the opponent is non-white. 120. The institutionalization of this implicitly racist distinction was as apparent during operations against the Japanese in World War II as it had been 40 years earlier, against the Filipinos, or 40 years before that, against the Cheyennes, or 40 years earlier still, against the Shawnees. Although U.S. troops more or less adhered to the laws of war in the course of fighting Germans and Italians in North Africa and Europe. 121 The Pacific War against Japan was waged by very different terms. As a veteran war correspondent recounted in the Atlantic Monthly, "We shot prisoners in cold blood, wiped out hospitals, strafed lifeboats, killed or mistreated enemy civilians, finished off the enemy wounded, tossed the dying into a hole with the dead, and in the Pacific boiled the flesh off enemy skulls to make table ornaments for sweethearts, or carved their bones into letter openers." 122. Commanded by General Douglas MacArthur, Arthur's son, American soldiers torture D and mutilate D with impunity. 123 Making a fetish of collecting grisly battlefield trophies from the Japanese dead and near dead, in the form of gold teeth, ears, bones, scalps, and skulls. 124 None of this can be said to have happened secretly, without the knowledge of responsible officers, civilian authorities, or the general public. Rather, it was widely and often pridefully publicized, as when Life magazine accompanied a 1944 human interest story with a full-page photograph of an attractive blonde posing with a Japanese skull she'd been sent by her fiancé serving in the Pacific. 125 Plainly, Not much had changed since 1814, when, as a celebratory gesture, Andrew Jackson encouraged his men to distribute body parts cut from the corpses of Red Sticks slain at Horseshoe Bend among the ladies of Tennessee 126. Nor was this the worst of it. Following in the tradition of George Washington's order that General Sullivan not listen to any overture of peace before the total ruin of Seneca settlements is effected, 127 U.S. officials steadfastly refused Japan's attempts to surrender until after a series of massive fire raids culminating in the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August were conducted against the country's cities during the spring and summer of 1945.128, although not prompted by any discernible military necessity. 129 This final air offensive cost the lives of well over 500,000 Japanese civilians. 130 In 1794, Washington had referred to the infliction of such needless suffering upon those he saw as biologically lesser beings as chastisement. 131 In 1902, General Bell described it as a thrashing of unruly natives. 132 In 1945, America's leaders framed it in terms of a mysterious requirement that Japan's surrender be unconditional. 133 Regardless of the phrasing, however, the meaning was always the same. As President George Herbert Walker Bush would put it in 1991, such policies of systematic atrocity were and remain necessary to send a message to brown-skinned people, in this case, the Iraqis, that what we say, goes. 134 Indian country, again. Once Japan's capitulation had converted the entire Pacific basin into an American lake, the U.S. turned to defending its new frontier on the periphery. 135 Wars fought along the Pacific Rim during the 1950s and 60s, often through surrogates, were especially brutal affairs. 136 Conducted against yellow dwarfs. 137 Without regard to and often in outright defiance of the rule of law. 138 Although the U.S. police action fought in Korea from 1950 to 1953 was in many respects a worthy contender. 139 This tendency was most pronounced during America's 10,000-day war in Indochina, centering on Vietnam and designed to prevent the peoples of the entire region from exercising their legal rights to self-determination. 140 After 1965, the ferocity of the assault became almost unimaginable, involving the wholesale relocation and internment of an estimated two-thirds of the entire population of South Vietnam. 141 And the massive use of white phosphorus, napalm, and other incendiary ordnance against civilian targets. 142 One small area, the Panhandle of North Vietnam, became the most heavily bombed locale in history. 143 The Plain of Jars, in Laos, and portions of Cambodia were hit almost as hard. 144 Whole new technologies of inflicting pain, cluster bombs containing fiberglass shrapnel that would not show up on X-rays, for example, were developed to achieve the goal of pacifying the population. 145 Eventually, the ecosystem itself was targeted for eradication. 146 Strategically, General William Westmoreland, overall commander of U.S. forces in Southeast Asia, articulated no concept other than to cause such attrition among enemy personnel, that is, the populace, that resistance would be unsustainable. 147 General Maxwell D. Taylor, who served as personal military advisor to President John F. Kennedy and as U.S. ambassador to Vietnam under Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, drew the obvious parallel to an Indian War. 148 Westy himself was more blunt, likening his mission to that of an exterminator killing termites. 149 Other ranking officers concurred, describing the Vietnamese as ants and flies, Vietnam itself as a manure pile. 150 The sentiments bound up in these restatements of Bell's attitudes and policies in Batangas and those of Sherman, Sheridan, and Chivington on the Great Plains of North America were lost on neither the field commanders nor their troops. From the outset, all territory other than that directly occupied by Americans was referred to by officers and men alike as Indian country. 151 Officers compared the tactical difficulties they faced to the Indian problem in the Old West and announced they would solve the problem like we solved the Indian problem. 152 The indigenous population itself was habitually disparaged as being composed of gooks, dinks, slopes, even zipperheads. 153 Unsurprisingly, a mere gook rule, otherwise known as the MGR, 154 was adopted by the troops, translated by one soldier as the Indian idea, the only good gook is a dead gook, by another as the only good dink is a dead dink. 155 The killing was utterly indiscriminate because, as a Marine Corps officer explained, the troops think the Vietnamese are all fucking savages anyway. 156 The techniques routinely employed in dispatching the savages were described rather graphically by combat veterans Varnado Simpson Jr., Gary Garofalo, and James Bergthold in 1971. There are hundreds of such accounts, many of them officially recorded. 157 Simpson, we'd mutilate the bodies and everything. We'd hang 'em up, or scalp 'em. Garofalo, like scalps, you know, like from Indians. Some people were on an Indian trip over there. Bergthold, we cut ears off a guy and stuff like this here, without knowing if they were enemy combatants or not. If you got an ear, you got an enemy. 158 Anybody we saw that was over 12 years old and that we thought was a male, was to be considered an enemy and engaged as such, recounted infantryman Robert A. Crush. 159 Thus, anything that's dead and isn't white was tallied as an enemy. 160 Perhaps the best summation of the prevailing attitude was offered by Lieutenant William L. Calley, who, accused of responsibility for the massacre of at least 102 Oriental human beings at a hamlet known as My Life War on March 16, 1968, responded that he'd not set out to kill human beings, really. We were there to kill. I don't know. Blobs. Pieces of flesh. 161. In actuality, Calley and his men slaughtered 347 old men, women, children, and babies, all of them unarmed, before systematically burning their homes and huts and reporting that they'd killed 128 enemy soldiers during an intense firefight. 162 Although the truth was known by Calley's superiors, his battalion executive officer observed the action from a helicopter and reported it to Colonel Oron Henderson, the battalion commander, who then relayed the information to the brigade commander, Major General Samuel W. Coster. 163 His unit was shortly congratulated by Westmoreland himself for its outstanding action. 164 From there, efforts were made at every level of command from company to division to withhold and suppress information concerning the incident. 165 Only the unusual conscience and initiative displayed by a young ex-soldier named Ron Ridenour forced the story into the open, nearly a year after the fact, and mainly because a growing segment of the body politic had become disenchanted with the war's spiraling costs. The administration of Richard Nixon, who replaced Johnson in 1969, was by then under a degree pressure, both domestically and internationally, making that faced by Theodore Roosevelt in 1902 seem paltry by comparison. 166. Nonetheless, after Ridenour sent a letter detailing what had happened at My Lai to the President and 20 members of Congress on March 29, 1969, 167 the military continued to stonewall for several months. It was not until information began to appear in the press that the Army finally charged Calley. 168 and even then it attempted to conduct his court-martial in secret. 169 By that point the story was uncontainable. However, an article by journalist Seymour Hersh appeared in 30 newspapers on November 1, 1170, and the government's propaganda specialists thereupon recommended an exercise in damage control. The resulting public relations extravaganza, beginning with a pair of high-level reviews of the massacre, one by the House 171, the other by the Army 172, was plainly intended to impress upon the world both how seriously the United States took its obligations under the laws of war, and how aberrant or anomalous the massacre had been. As the House, a Bear Committee, report concluded, what happened at My Lai was wrong. It was contrary to the Geneva Conventions, the rules of engagement, and the MACV Westmoreland's Military Assistance Command, Vietnam directives. In fact, it was so wrong and so foreign to the normal character and actions of our military forces as to raise a question as to the legal sanity at the time of those men involved. 173. Soon, 30 officers, including General Coster but not, to be sure, William Westmoreland or any of his MACV staff. 174 were charged with offenses ranging from murder to obstruction of justice. Even without resort to the insanity defense, however, the accused fared about the same as their predecessors during the Philippines trials of 1902. Cali was the only person among the 30 held to account through the system of military justice. 3 others were brought to trial but acquitted. Charges brought against 12 of the 30 were dismissed before trial. Administrative action, demotion or reprimand, or the like, was taken against 7 of the 12 and 1 of the 3 acquitted after trial. 175. Like hell-roaring Jake Smith before him, Koster, who, because of his exemplary service in Vietnam, had been appointed superintendent of the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, was reprimanded and placed on early retirement. 176. Also like Smith, Colonel Henderson was tried only on relatively petty charges: dereliction of duty, failure to obey regulations. Unlike Smith, he was acquitted even of those. 177. Cali's company commander, Captain Ernest Medina, who, like Chivington at Sand Creek, had given his subordinate specific instructions to do what he did at My Lai, was charged with complicity in the massacre. 178. He, too, was exonerated. 179. The rest walked away with little more than tepid letters of censure or reprimands, remaining for the most part on active duty. 180. As to Cali himself, barred by the Nuremberg precedent from using the superior orders defense employed so successfully by Littleton Waller in 1902, he was a natural scapegoat. His penalty was by no means great, however. Convicted on March 29, 1971, he was initially sentenced with much fanfare to serve life at hard labor. Spared the labor while he appealed to the commander of the Third Army, his sentence was reduced, 5 months after his conviction, to 20 years imprisonment. In April 1974, Secretary of the Army Howard H. Callaway cut it to 10 years, and the conviction itself was reversed on September 24. Having served 3.5 years on house arrest, about 3 days per victim, about 8 hours if the nearly 250 unacknowledged murders at My Lai are added in, Rusty Cali was a free man. 181. Preston Brown would have felt right at home. And again, My Lai was extraordinary only in the sense that it was publicized and therefore resulted in the token punishment of a perpetrator. As Oron Henderson put it, every unit of brigade size has its My Lai hidden someplace, although every unit didn't have a Ridenour to make an issue of it. 182. Proof of this came, ironically enough, during the Army's field investigation of My Lai itself, when evidence was turned up that a second massacre had occurred at more or less the same time at the hamlet of My Kee 4, or Kolui, as it was also known, about 2 miles southeast of Cali's killing ground. 183. In this other massacre, members of a separate company piled up a body count of perhaps 100 peasants. My Kee was smaller than My Lai, just flattened the village by dynamite and fire, then threw a few handfuls of straw on the corpses. The next morning, the company moved on down the Batanon Peninsula by the South China Sea, burning every hamlet they came to, killing water buffalo, pigs, chickens, and ducks, and destroying crops. And, as one of the My Kee veterans said later, what we were doing was being done all over. Said another, we were having a good time. It was sort of like being in a shooting gallery. 184. General William Pears, heading up the Army's review of the slaughter at My Lai, falsely stated to newsmen that no evidence had been presented of another massacre. 185. Then set about suppressing it. Hence, although the unit commander at My Kee, Captain Thomas K. Willingham, was charged with the unpremeditated murder of at least 20 Vietnamese civilians in February 1970, 186, the case against him was dismissed in June for lack of the very evidence Pears had buried. 187. To this day, the general's findings on My Kee remain highly classified. 188. So, too, are the files on Truong Con Tu, another place pacified in 1968. The troops stormed the hamlet, which was occupied mostly by old people, women, and children, going from house to house, killing everyone they found, in the end, 62 villagers. The people of the village were broom makers. When they were dead, the troops put the bodies on a pile, covered them with straw, and set them on fire. 189. Despite the best efforts of men like Pierce to keep the lid on information about Truong Khan, the massacre was described by former infantryman Daniel Notley in testimony before congressional hearings in April 1971. As we moved into the village, nobody said anything, but all of a sudden these guys start shooting. They were shooting women and kids. There weren't any men there. It was just like cut and dried, like it was understood this was going to happen. They did this so systematically, like it was something they'd done many times before. It was easy. Here weren't any men in the village at all. There were some male children, but there were women and children only. 190. How many other incidents of this kind took place the West will never know, and in fact does not much care. 191 Although many have been recounted by American soldiers who witnessed or participated in them. 192 Even less attention is paid to the atrocities committed by the approximately 7,000 South Korean mercenaries employed from 1965 to 1973 to augment U.S. ground forces in Vietnam. 193 The standard operating procedure of these surrogates, as was certainly known to Westmoreland and other officers at MACV, included shooting 1 of 10 civilians in villages they occupied. 194 Their record, moreover, includes at least 43 major massacres, a dozen claiming upward of 100 victims. 195 Australian contributions to the war effort, actively solicited by the US, took much the same form. 196 More insidious still were the sorts of ongoing massacres that never crystallized in a large-scale event like My Lai, My Ki, or Truong Khan. These took the form of a steady, grinding propensity of U.S. troops to carry out innumerable, isolated killings, rapes and tortures. 197 Machine gunning random peasants from passing helicopters. 198 Obliterating entire villages and their inhabitants with artillery barrages and airstrikes, sometimes called in for no other reason than to have something to do. 199 One brigade commander ran a contest, celebrating his unit's 10,000th enemy kill by giving the GI who shot him or her, or it a week's pass. Many battalions staged contests among their rifle companies for the highest score in enemy kills, with the winning unit getting additional time for passes. 200. The earlier quoted definition of an enemy being anything dead that isn't white tells the tale, however. As Newsweek reporter Kevin Buckley observed with respect to an operation conducted in the single province of Kien Hoa during a 6-month period of 1968. All the evidence I gathered pointed to a clear conclusion: a staggering number of non-combatant civilians were killed by U.S. firepower to pacify Kien Hoa. There is overwhelming evidence that virtually all enemy combatants were armed. Simple civilians were, of course, not armed. And the enormous discrepancy between the body count 11,000 and the number of captured weapons 748 is hard to explain except by the conclusion that many victims were unarmed innocent civilians. The death toll there made My Lai look trifling by comparison. 201. An experienced U.S. official concurred with Buckley's assessment, stating that the actions of the 9th Division which conducted the Kien Hoa offensive in inflicting civilian casualties were far worse than those of Callie's men. 202. The sum total of what the 9th did was overwhelming. In sum, the horror was worse than My Lai. But with the 9th, the civilian casualties came in dribbles and were pieced together over a long period. 203. Colonel George S. Patton, son of the legendary World War II general, also agreed with Buckley, but from a radically different perspective. Describing his troops as a bloody good bunch of killers, 204 Patton went on to reflect upon how he considered their present ratio of 90% killing and 10% pacification just about right. 205 Celebrating Christmas 1968 with a card displaying the photo of a dismembered Vietnamese over the legend Peace on Earth, Patton returned to the U.S. carrying a polished human skull, complete with a bullet hole over the left eye, presented at his farewell party by adoring subordinates. 206 Soon to be promoted brigadier general, he'd already been awarded the Legion of Merit and characterized by Westmoreland's successor, General Creighton Abrams, as one of our finest young officers. 207. Fittingly, under the circumstances, U.S. troops all over Vietnam painted slogans like "Kill 'em all. Let God sort 'em out" on their helicopters and armored vehicles, along with SS Death's Head insignia, which also figured prominently in the impromptu patches and beer can insignia adopted by elite units like the Special Forces. 208 Many wore necklaces of human ears, while others posed for photos, proudly positioned beside the severed heads of those they'd killed. 209 To paraphrase another slogan popular with GIs, killing was their business and business was good. 210. All told, an estimated 3.2 million or more Indochinese perished as the result of U.S. actions in Southeast Asia. 211 Against that, for all practical intents and purposes, can be balanced Lieutenant William Calley's travesty of a punishment and that of First Lieutenant James Duffy, found guilty in 1970 of the premeditated murder of a prisoner. Almost immediately afterward, however, Duffy's offense was revised to read involuntary manslaughter and his sentence reduced to 6 months incarceration already served plus a $150 fine. 212 Once again, Preston Brown might have felt right at home, a circumstance underscoring how little had changed since 1902, or 1864, for that matter. Standards, again. By the time it went to war in Indochina, the U.S. military had considerably refined its rules of engagement. Those set forth in the Lieber Code had been updated over the intervening century to incorporate a steadily growing body of international law. The directives in effect when the massacres at My Lai and My Khe occurred indicated that the United States recognizes the conflict in Vietnam as an international conflict to which both customary and written or conventional law apply, and has declared its intent to observe this law. 213 Several elements of written law were noted as being of cardinal importance. Hague Convention No. 4 respecting the laws and customs of war on land and the annex thereto which embodies the regulations respecting the laws and customs of war on land. 214. The 4 1949 Geneva Conventions for the protection of the wounded and sick of armed forces in the field, wounded, sick, and shipwrecked members of the armed forces at sea, prisoners of war, and civilian persons in times of war. 215. The 1929 Geneva Conventions relative to treatment of prisoners of war and the amelioration of the conditions of the wounded and sick of armies in the field. 216. Article 6, b, of the Charter of the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, 1945, defining war crimes as violation of the laws or customs of war including but not limited to, murder, ill-treatment or deportation to slave labor or for any other purpose of civilian population of or in occupied territory, murder or ill-treatment of prisoners of war or persons on the high seas, killing of hostages, plunder of public or private property. Wanton destruction of cities, towns, or villages, or devastation not justified by military necessity was also of obvious relevance. 217. Acknowledging that the primary purposes of these conventions devolve upon protecting both non-combatants and combatants from unnecessary suffering and safeguarding certain fundamental human rights of persons who fall into the hands of the enemy, particularly prisoners of war, the wounded and sick, and civilians, the directives pledge the United States to investigate, prosecute, and punish grave breaches of them through its own uniform code of military justice. 218 Something of the magnitude to which the Army defaulted in this regard should have been obvious in the preceding 2 sections. This was but the tip of the proverbial iceberg, however. The entire strategic context in which massacres of both abrupt and protracted varieties occurred, that of using awesome firepower to achieve a demographic reconfiguration of Indochina which would deny population resources to the enemy, however defined, 219 was illegal on its face. This would have been true even if, to advance a patently absurd hypothesis often employed by U.S. apologists, 220 not a single civilian was killed in the process. Article 25 of the 1907 Hague Convention, for example, states that the attack or bombardment, by whatever means, of towns, dwellings or buildings which are undefended is prohibited. 221 Article 22 of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare states that aerial bombardment for purposes of terrorizing the civilian population, or of destroying or damaging private property not of a military character, or of injuring non-combatants is prohibited. 222 Article 3 of the 1949 Geneva Convention for relative to the protection of civilian persons in times of war affords similar protections. 223. During the earlier discussed 1968 9th Infantry Offensive, codenamed Operation Speedy Express, there were 3,183 tactical airstrikes by fighter-bomber aircraft. 224. This is aside from continuous ground support missions flown by 50 helicopter gunships equipped with rockets and miniguns, a sort of Gatling gun capable of firing 300 rounds per second. 225. It is also aside from round-the-clock fire missions carried out by the 50 heavy and dozens of smaller artillery pieces committed to the Operation 226 and scores of arc-light strikes, the radio-directed saturation bombing of often unseen targets by B-52 strategic bombers flying 8 miles above the Earth. 227. The great bulk of this ordnance, something on the order of 80%, was expended against rural villages possessed of neither air defenses nor military installations, the residents of which were composed, even in the estimation of military intelligence analysts, all but exclusively of non-combatant peasants. As was mentioned, more than 10,000 Vietnamese civilians appear to have been killed during Speedy Express, as opposed to less than 1,000 enemy combatants. More importantly, from the perspective of U.S. strategists, some 120,000 others were driven from their homes, away from the free fire zone, and thus denied as a resource to the enemy. 228. Speedy Express involved a single infantry division during 6 months of the 7-year period 1965-72, in which substantial American ground forces were deployed. At its peak, MACV had 9 Army and 2 Marine divisions on the ground in Vietnam, as well as 5 independent infantry brigades, an independent armored regiment, and substantial elements of another airborne division. 229. There were more than 24 offensives on the scale of Speedy Express during the war, and even this does not begin to tell the whole story, since the bombardment continued unabated during the intervals in between. All told, the quantity of aerial ordnance expended in the area of U.S. ground operations by the end of 1972 was over 3.9 million tons, about double the total bomb tonnage used by the United States in all theaters during World War II. 230. The result was well over 1 million dead non-combatants and upward of 10 million permanently displaced from their homes. 231. So it was in Laos, a country against which U.S. officials insisted no military operations were being conducted. 232. Although only a small number of American ground troops were committed to the secret war in Laos, most of them special forces and CIA clandestine operations personnel, the plain of Jars and more southerly Laotian panhandle comprised one of the most heavily bombed regions in the history of warfare. 233. By 1969, fighter bombers were flying an average of 200 to 300 sorties a day over northern Laos, and 1,200 daily over the southeast, bombing both day and night, dropping 500-pound bombs, delayed action bombs, napalm, phosphorus bombs and, most of all, CBU cluster bomb unit anti-personnel bombs. 234 arc-light strikes by B-52s were also frequent. 235. Although the air offensive was ostensibly designed to support the war effort in Vietnam by targeting enemy troop sanctuaries and interdicting supply routes, everything in Laos was attacked: buffaloes, cows, rice fields, schools, temples, both the villages and their outskirts, and even tiny shelters erected outside the villages. 236. As a survivor recounted, during the bombing, if the planes couldn't select a place to bomb, but they saw some animals or people, they would simply drop the bombs on them. 237. An American airman concurred, the only place people could exist up there on the plain of Jars was in caves. And we were bombing caves? A single human path was enough for us to bomb. All human activity was considered enemy activity. 238. The goal of the saturation bombing in Laos was identical to that enunciated for Vietnam. To quote U.S. Congressman Pete McCloskey, The uncontestable conclusion is that at least 76% of the small villages in northern Laos were destroyed by bombing in 1969 alone. 239 cluster bombs and white phosphorus were used against the civilian population of a country with which the United States was not at war. 240 This served to cause a population flow away from the targeted areas, into locales preferred by U.S. strategic planners. 241 By 1970, an estimated 350,000 men, women and children had been killed, and a tenth of the population of 3 million uprooted in the process of destroying the social and economic infrastructure upon which U.S. strategists believed their enemies depended. 242. Yet another secret bombing campaign was conducted in Cambodia. Although the U.S. was not at war with that country either, and, according to the Pentagon itself, the targets selected usually posed at most a potential threat to friendly forces. Emphasis added. 243 The air offensive reached a crescendo in 1973. In all of 1972 the B-52s dropped just under 37,000 tons of bombs into Cambodia. In March 1973 they dropped over 24,000, in April about 35,000 and in May almost 36,000 tons. So with the fighter bombers. In 1972 they had lost 16,513 tons of bombs at their targets. In April 1973 alone, they dropped almost 15,000 tons, and the figure rose monthly to over 19,000 tons in July. 244. As in Vietnam and Laos, the bombs were falling upon the most heavily populated areas of Cambodia, 245 generating heavy casualties among the peasantry and destroying the basis of their economy for no purpose remotely fitting accepted definitions of military necessity. Before the bombing ended in April 1975, an estimated 4,500 undefended villages and hamlets had been destroyed, along with half the livestock and a quarter of the farmland, cratered beyond use. 246 A minimum of 445,000 non-combatants were killed or wounded. Estimates run as high as 1 million and some 4 million of Cambodia's 7.7 million people driven from their homes. 247. A quarter century later, none of the three largest societies impacted by the onslaught, Vietnamese, Lao, and Khmer, have come close to recovering. Once comprising the rice bowl of Asia, they remain destitute. 248 Struggling with the combination of environmental devastation and intractable social trauma resulting from the sustained savagery of U.S. pacification. 249 For the smaller tribal societies of the area, the upland Hmong of Laos, for example, and the so-called montagnards of Vietnam, conditions are by all indications even worse. 250 To paraphrase the famous observation of an American major after he'd leveled the town of Ben Tre in 1968, it was necessary to destroy an entire way of life in order to save it from existing in a manner free of American domination. 251 No American Indian familiar with his/her own history would be surprised by the expression of such sentiments. Do as we say, never as we do. As early as 1966, England's Lord Bertrand Russell had outlined the basis upon which the overall U.S. Indochina strategy should be considered criminal. 252 A year later, he sponsored an international war crimes tribunal, usually referred to as the Russell Tribunal, to hear testimony and otherwise examine matters in greater detail. Composed of noted jurists, scholars, and intellectuals and first convened in November 1967, the panel considered evidence over a period of several months, eventually concluding that the United States was guilty, as a matter of policy, not only of major war crimes, but of other offenses, including genocide. 253. Although there was considerable controversy over the Russell Tribunal's findings. 254 The situation was clear enough by 1970 that even General Telford Taylor, who had served as chief counsel for the prosecution at Nuremberg, acknowledged that what was being done in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia was what we hanged and imprisoned Japanese and German generals for doing. 255 Were the same standards applied to Americans as were applied against the Nazis, he observed, there was a very strong possibility that both the military and the civilian leadership of the United States would come to the same end they did. 256. That Taylor relied upon the standards set at Nuremberg when assessing U.S. conduct was especially appropriate not only because of his experience in prosecuting violators, but because the United States had all but single-handedly established such standards in the first place. 257 It was, after all, Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson, while serving as chief U.S. prosecutor at Nuremberg, who'd articulated the principle that the laws under which the Nazis were tried were as applicable to all men and any other nations, including those which now sit here in judgment as they were to Germany and the men then in the defendant's dock. 258. If certain acts and violations of treaties are crimes, they are crimes whether the United States does them or Germany does them. We are not prepared to lay down a rule of criminal conduct against others which we are not willing to have invoked against us. 259. This, to be sure, proved demonstrably false. Not one U.S. airman, much less a general or high civilian official, faced charges accruing from their roles in the systematic destruction of whole Indo-Chinese societies. On the contrary, throughout its war, in Indochina, representatives of the American government openly described the idea it might be bound in any palpable way by the Nuremberg precedent as absurd. 260 In the astonishingly revealing estimation of one senior diplomat, war crimes tribunals would be the worst thing that could happen, because they would amount to a system of legal guilt for top U.S. officials who violated international law. 261 Thus did the United States categorically exempt itself from the rules imposed upon those it presumed to judge. The glaring double standard belying Jackson's rhetoric had been there all along. Germany's Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, for instance, was convicted of war crimes at Nuremberg for having conducted a campaign of unrestricted U-boat warfare against Allied shipping in the North Atlantic despite an affidavit from U.S. Admiral Chester A. Nimitz admitting he'd employed the same methods against the Japanese in the Pacific. 262 Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring was also prosecuted in part for ordering the terror bombings of Warsaw, Rotterdam, and Coventry, although these charges were quietly abandoned after the defense pointed out that the British/American strategic bombing of Germany, most especially the incendiary attacks on Hamburg and Dresden, far surpassed anything Göring's Luftwaffe had done. 263 Plainly, a crime was a crime at Nuremberg only insofar as the US and its allies had not also perpetrated it, and, in the Dönitz case, even when they had. The same was true of the other Nuremberg convened in Tokyo to try Japanese war criminals. 264 Although Japan was not a signatory, several members of the Japanese General Staff were executed under provision of Article 26 of the 1929 Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war, through which they were held responsible for murders and other atrocities committed against POWs by their subordinates. 265 The best known example is that of General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the Tiger of Malaya, who was actually tried in Manila. 266 Quite apart from the fact that the record of Yamashita's men pales in comparison to that of Chaffee's only 40 years earlier. 267 It was common knowledge that U.S. soldiers and Marines had routinely murdered Japanese prisoners all over the Pacific. 268 Nor was a different attitude adopted with regard to enemies of lesser rank. While American field officers and troops were nowhere charged for torturing and murdering their captured opponents, shooting hundreds of wounded Japanese on Bougainville, to provide one illustration, 269 machine gunning a line of unarmed Japanese soldiers who had just surrendered on Okinawa, to offer another 270 scores of vanquished foes were prosecuted for comparable offenses during the numerous little Nurembergs that followed the main events of 1945 to 46. 271 SS Obersturmbannführer, Lieutenant Colonel Jochen Piper, to take the most memorable example, was sentenced to death, later commuted to 35 years imprisonment for having ordered the 1944 massacre of 84 U.S. POWs at Malmedy, Belgium. 272 Unquestionably, the atrocities perpetrated by the SS and their Japanese counterparts against prisoners in their charge merited the punishments meted out. No more so, however, than those committed by U.S. troops against Japanese and, to a much lesser degree, German soldiers. 273 Nor more so than either the water cure and similar tortures performed by American soldiers upon thousands of Filipino prisoners decades before World War II. 274 Nor the ubiquitous Bell telephone hour torture by electric shock and other such brutalities routinely committed against the Indochinese 20 years later. 275 All of which went not just unpunished but in many cases was actively rewarded. The same pattern can be traced much deeper in time, as when, following Little Crow's War in 1863, the Army conducted drumhead courts-martial of 400 defeated Santee Dakotas and sentenced 303 of them to death for alleged crimes against white settlers who'd flooded into the Indians' treaty-guaranteed Minnesota homeland. 276 Only the humanitarian intervention of President Lincoln reduced the number to 37, all hanged together in the largest mass execution in American history. 277 The Army itself, which had slaughtered native noncombatants with its usual abandon during the war, had by then confined the bulk of the starving survivors in a concentration camp, and proclaimed a $200 bounty on the scalps of the rest. 278 Similarly, although the Army had engaged in avowedly exterminatory campaigns against their peoples, several thousand native men of fighting age, the majority of them Cheyennes, Kiowas, Comanches, and Apaches, were accused of crimes against whites invading their territories during the 1860s, 70s, and 80s. 279 Sometimes tried, sometimes not, the warriors were consigned for long periods and with deadening regularity to the Fort Marion military prison in Florida. Probably the ugliest example is that of Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches, 400 of whom were sent first to the Florida facility, then to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and never allowed to return to their homes. 280 Then there was the case of Captain Henry Wirtz, a Confederate officer prosecuted for war crimes under the terms of the Lieber Code and hanged on November 10, 1865. The allegation was that while serving as its commandant, Wirtz been responsible for the hideous conditions prevailing in the Andersonville POW camp and that some 13,000 Union prisoners had died as a result. While the charges against the captain were accurate enough, they plainly blinked the fact that conditions in U.S. prison camps had been just as bad, the death rates therein comparable, and that the Union had been much more capable of feeding its POWs but had deliberately reduced the amount of rations many times. 281 Even more to the point is the reality that at the time Wirtz was tried, the Army was holding virtually the entire Navajo Nation as POWs at a concentration camp in the Bosque Redondo outside Fort Sumner, New Mexico, and would continue to do so for another 3 years. 282 Conditions there were such that, before the survivors were finally released in 1868, more than half the prisoners had died of exposure, malnutrition, and disease. 283 The death rate at Bosque Redondo was much higher than those prevailing in such infamous Nazi camps as Dachau and Buchenwald 80 years later. 284 Unlike the Nazis, however, or Henry Wirtz, for that matter, no U.S. officer was prosecuted for the crimes that consumed the Navajos. On balance, it is accurate to conclude that U.S. practice concerning war crimes and related offenses has been to insist that others do as we say, not as we do. Not only does this make a mockery of America's hallowed pretense of dispensing equal justice before the law, it places the country in the position of conducting its affairs as a veritable outlaw state. 285 Whatever standards have been in effect at any given moment, the U.S. High Command and its civilian counterparts have run very far afoul of them. This accounts in no small degree for what the Hebert Committee called the normal character and actions of American military forces. 286 Albeit in a manner diametrically opposed to how the committee meant it. Under penalty of law. Actually, where rank-and-file U.S. troops were concerned, doing as we say may never have entered in. No one seems to have bothered to say anything to them about the legal issues involved in combat, one way or the other. Despite the detailed references in the Showpiece 1956 edition of its Rules of Engagement. 287 America's military establishment provided not even a modicum of training in such matters to junior officers or enlisted personnel. As a former artillery sergeant explained in testimony before Congress, I was never taught anything about the Geneva Convention as far as the use of artillery goes. 288 Graduates of the U.S. military academies were no better off, as is reflected in the recollection of an army captain during the same hearings, that I received no meaningful instruction whatever on the law of land warfare while I was at West Point. I did not know what the law of land warfare was until I returned from Vietnam in 1969. 289. The captain's observation was affirmed by that of a classmate: never in my time in the military, and at one time I was going to West Point, was I ever given training on rules of warfare, Nuremberg trials, handling of prisoners of war, or anything like that. The same was true of Marine officers. Never during the course of my enlisted service in boot camp and in infantry training, nor during my cadet days in flight school, nor as an officer did I receive any instruction regarding the Hague or Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Principles, or the treatment of POWs. 291. Many veterans recalled having been issued small cards upon the arrival in Vietnam inscribed with 11 general rules of behavior they were to observe while in country. 292. Some, however, recounted receiving manuals, classified top secret, outlining the obviously illegal operational techniques they were expected to employ during prisoner interrogations. 293. In what might be described as the best case scenario, a 2-hour briefing on the rules of engagement heavily intermixed with information on the behavior expected of U.S. troops were they themselves to be taken prisoner was extended to new recruits during their 16 weeks of basic and advanced individual training. 294. Still, in at least some cases soldiers were sufficiently conversant with the requirements of international law, and took seriously enough their obligations under the Nuremberg Principles, to refuse obedience to what they considered unlawful orders. The official response in such instances is instructive. While doing everything in its power to avoid prosecuting or even charging the My Lai defendants and others accused of specific war crimes, the military frequently visited what it called the full penalty of law upon those who resisted participation in such atrocities. 295. A prime example is that of Captain Charles Levy, a medical officer who in 1966 refused either to serve in Vietnam or to train Special Forces personnel because he believed that doing so would make him complicit in the crimes their units were committing throughout Indochina. Levy was quickly court-martialed for, among other things, disobedience to orders and conduct unbecoming an officer, then sentenced to 3 years at hard labor in the military prison at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. 296. He was not alone. Air Force Capt. Dale Noyd was sentenced to a year in prison at Clovis Air Force Base, New Mexico, for refusing to train airmen for Vietnam. A private at Fort Dix, New Jersey, applied for conscientious objector status and when it was denied refused to wear his uniform. He was sentenced to a year at Leavenworth. A lieutenant at Shaw Air Force Base refused to assist in training for the war and was also convicted and sentenced. 297. A dozen other cases of overt resistance involving about 40 defendants and all resulting in convictions had been tried by April 1968. 298. Among them were the Fort Hood 3 Army privates Dennis Mora, David Samas, and James Johnson, who refused orders to go to Vietnam because they viewed what was happening in Indochina to be unjust, immoral, and illegal, a war of extermination. 299. Like Levy, they were sentenced to hard labor at Leavenworth. 300. In several instances, the punishments were still more severe. 301. Even the military elite was subject to sanctions. The best, or at least best known, example is that of Lt. Colonel Anthony B. Herbert, the most decorated combat veteran of Korea and a soldier of such overall prowess that his photo appeared on the cover of the Army's Ranger Training Manual. When Herbert, assigned to the 173rd Airborne Brigade in Vietnam, objected to his superiors' condoning of conspicuous war crimes, he was strongly advised to cease and desist in his complaints. When he nonetheless pushed the issue upstairs, first to MACV and then the Pentagon, he was relieved of his command and forced into early retirement. 302. While he was still on active duty, Herbert was forbidden by Secretary of the Army Stanley Reser from testifying before a committee conducting war crimes hearings. 303. Other veterans who attempted to draw public attention to what they'd seen or done in Indochina were taken under investigation by Army's Criminal Intelligence Division, CID, although many had already been discharged from military service. 304 The FBI also became heavily involved in such cases, most notably in an illegal counter-intelligence program designed to neutralize Vietnam veterans against the war, VVAW. A group of whistleblowing protesters organized in 1970. 305 Army intelligence personnel were assigned to collaborate with the FBI in such constitutionally prohibited operations. 306 Yet another measure of how the law was used to prevent individuals from fulfilling their obligations under the Nuremberg Principles concerns the extent to which the FBI was harnessed to enforcing the Selective Service Act, i.e., the draft. By 1971, the Bureau's own records reveal that 14% of its time and energy was devoted to the investigation, leading where possible to successful prosecution of young men whose only offense was refusing conscription by a military establishment they believed to be conducting itself in a criminal fashion. 307 A second, closely related preoccupation of both the FBI and military authorities was apprehension of active duty soldiers who deserted rather than accept assignment to Vietnam, or rejected their orders once they got there. 308 The virulence of this enforcement bias served for a considerable period to convince most of those who might otherwise have resisted that there was no realistic alternative to going along, obeying orders, no matter how illegitimate. When a group of 35 GIs at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, attempted to raise questions of legality of the war among their peers in 1968, for instance, they were warned by their commander that if they didn't stop they'd end up in prison like Dr. Levy. 309 The result was what might be properly described as an American correlate to the oft-remarked good German syndrome, even among soldiers who, despite the best efforts of the Pentagon to keep them in the dark, had become reasonably conversant with the Nuremberg Principles. If you are smart you will go along with it because it's the only way out, so you go along with it. You go through the basic training and advanced individual training and you are then in a dream world. You don't believe this is going on, but there it is. And there's no way out. You have to go along with it. Any moral questions in your mind about the whole thing, you just have to put those out of your mind. 310 Major Gordon Livingston, an Army psychologist, further illuminated the process, explaining that not only did the system actively discourage the assumption of individual responsibility for preventing atrocities, it consciously fostered a pathological association environment, making it almost impossible for lower-ranking soldiers to meet such obligations. 311 The system is so large and so well organized that even an individual who finds what is happening to be morally or legally repugnant in some way is led to question his own values. The question always arises, am I crazy or is what is going on here crazy? When it is so large and so well organized as Vietnam, it is hard for an individual to assert himself, especially when he is subject to harsh punishment for doing so. 312 There was thus a fabric, a method, a climate, call it what you will, designed to prevent soldiers from speaking out or acting against the incredible brutality occurring daily in Indochina. 313 Even if they were not personally afflicted with the attitudes infecting the bulk of their peers. For the United States, things had progressed little since 1865, when Silas Soule, a captain in the Colorado Volunteers who had refused to allow his men to participate in the massacre at Sand Creek, was gunned down in the streets of Denver to prevent his testifying against those who had. 314 Only the mechanisms by which conformity to the country's unstated standards of inhumanity was compelled, not the underlying values themselves, had been refined in the interim. A certain unmistakable consistency. In the aftermath of the carnage in Indochina, a battery of new conventions were put in place by the international community to prevent a recurrence of what the U.S. had done there. These included the 1977 United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of Military or Any Other Hostile Use of Environmental Modification Techniques. 315 A reference to the massive use of Agent Orange and other chemical defoliants by the U.S. to denude vast portions of the South Vietnamese landscape. 316 In 1977, two additional protocols to the 1949 Geneva Conventions were also effected, prohibiting, among other things, such standard American practices as saturation, carpet, bombing and Bombardments expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life or injury to civilians, i.e., collateral damage. 317 Indeed, the entire U.S. Indochina strategy was declared illegal. It is prohibited to attack, destroy, remove, or render useless objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuffs, agricultural areas for the production of foodstuffs, crops, livestock, drinking water installations and supplies and irrigation works, for the specific purpose of denying their sustenance value to the civilian population or to the adverse party, whatever the motive, whether in order to starve out the civilians, to cause them to move away, or for any other motive. 318. This was followed, in 1978, by the Red Cross Fundamental Rules of Humanitarian Law Applicable to Armed Conflicts 319 and, in 1981, by the United Nations Convention on Prohibition of Certain Conventional Weapons. 320 In the latter, the use of any weapon the primary effect of which is to injure by fragments which in the human body escape detection by X-rays which, as was mentioned earlier, the U.S. developed specifically for employment in Indochina was banned altogether. 321 The use of incendiary weapons, which were employed by the U.S. more extensively in Indochina than by any other country in any other war. 322 was very sharply circumscribed, especially, under Article 2, concerning the potential impact on non-combatants. It is prohibited in all circumstances to make the civilian population as such, individual civilians or civilian objects, the object of attack by incendiary weapons. It is prohibited in all circumstances to make any military objective located within a concentration of civilians the object of an attack by air-delivered incendiary weapons. It is further prohibited to make any military objective located within a concentration of civilians the object of attack by means of incendiary weapons other than air-delivered incendiary weapons, i.e., by artillery or land mines, except when such military objective is clearly separated from the concentration of civilians and all feasible precautions are taken to limit the incendiary effects to the military objective. 323. Although the United States expressed reservations on each of these additions to legal convention, it duly signed off and added the appropriate references when its rules of engagement were updated in 1984. 324 None of this mattered, however, when in August 1990 U.S. troops were deployed in the Persian Gulf against Iraq. Although President George Bush invoked the Augustinian principle of just war as a basis for using overwhelming force to roll back what he called the naked aggression entailed in Iraq's recovery of Kuwait, 325 an Iraqi province until the British partition of 1916-326, he ordered a campaign as fundamentally criminal as any in history. This began with the opening round of Operation Desert Storm, as the war was called, an intensive air offensive designed in part to eliminate the capacity of Iraq's military to offer meaningful resistance before U.S. ground forces began their invasion of what was once again referred to as Indian country. 327 This objective was easily achieved, with Iraq's air defense system utterly obliterated in the first days. 328 Well over 100,000 essentially defenseless Iraqi soldiers, sand niggers, in the parlance of American troops, were then butchered in place, their corpses eventually bulldozed into mass graves. 329 Once the ground assault began, those who'd survived the bombing were often pinned down by machine gun fire and, thus denied the option of surrender, buried alive by tanks mounted with specially modified bulldozer blades. 330 Given that the U.S. suffered a total of 148 killed, at least 20 of them by friendly fire in the course of the fighting, the entire campaign has been rightly described as a massacre, reminiscent of the Gatling gun versus the bow and arrow. 331 Such characterizations seem all the more apt in that, as with the Senecas in 1794, and Japan in 1945, the U.S. refused as a matter of policy to entertain any overture for peace until a certain exemplary quota of killing was completed. 332 In fact, the slaughter not only continued but escalated after Iraq had submitted, beginning the complete withdrawal of its troops from Kuwait in compliance with stated U.S. demands. 333 The Iraqi capitulation, previously communicated to U.S. officials by Soviet intermediaries on February 21, was publicly announced by Iraqi President Saddam Hussein on February 26, 1991.334. By then, his troops had begun a rather chaotic retreat, a panicked flight, according to some observers flying white flags over many of their vehicles. 335 They were plainly out of combat and therefore legally exempt from attack under provision of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, Common Article 3.336. Nonetheless, Bush announced that the U.S. would continue to prosecute the war and ordered them targeted for annihilation. 337 His specific instruction was that no quarter be given. 338 A gross violation of the 1907 Hague Convention, the 1864 Geneva Convention on Wounded and Sick, and even the Lieber Code. 339 provided such license to find anything moving and take it out. 340 American flyers responded with an enthusiasm that might have made Hermann Göring blush. The fleeing Iraqis took two roads that meet near the Kuwaiti town of Al-Mutla, and their exodus quickly became a traffic jam of immense proportions. U.S. Marines allowed the convoy of cars, trucks, and every sort of vehicle to get out of Kuwait City before bombing the front and rear of the convoy. Kill zones were then assigned along the 70 miles of highway so that planes would not crash into each other as they destroyed their defenseless and immobilized prey. 341 Thus began an orgy of slaughter along what is known as the Highway of Death. 342 The pilots, in a frenzy to make second and third attacks on what they laughingly described as fish in a barrel, didn't even bother to take time reloading with the proper ordnance, from cluster bombs to 500-pound bombs. They took whatever happened to be close at hand. 343 Anything lethal would do. Ultimately, they continued to drop bombs on the convoy until all humans were killed. 344 Their tally was estimated at more than 25,000 dead, including not only Iraqi soldiers, but thousands of Palestinians, Jordanians, and East Indian contract workers and their families attempting to escape the war zone. 345 On March 2, a second outright massacre, albeit much smaller, and not involving civilians, occurred near Basra. As Ramsey Clark has observed. On May 8, 1991, an article appeared in New York Newsday describing what it called the largest battle of the war. The catch was that the battle occurred 2 days after Bush had ordered the final ceasefire, and 8 days after Iraq had announced its full withdrawal, and fighting had ceased. It was a violation even of the ceasefire guidelines. A division of the Republican Guard withdrawing on a long, unprotected causeway, high above a swamp, was attacked. U.S. Commanding General Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf ordered the attack, claiming that a single Iraqi infantryman had fired a round at a U.S. patrol. The U.S. 24th Infantry Division then deployed attack helicopters, tanks, and artillery, and opened fire with laser-guided weapons. 346 As the division's commander later and gleefully recounted, "We went right up the column like a turkey shoot. We really waxed 'em." 347 In fact, while some 2,000 Iraqi guardsmen were slaughtered, the U.S. suffered no casualties at all. 348 The wounded knee-like quality of the Battle of Basra, especially when considered in combination with the scale of other military fatalities inflicted upon Iraq for no discernible military purpose, lends considerable credence to contentions that the overall U.S. objective was not simply to win the war, but to so decimate the military-age male population that Iraq could not raise a substantial force for half a generation. 349 Both the goal and the methods used in attaining it were obviously a far cry from then. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney's 1991 claim that the American campaign would be remembered for its effort, within the bounds of war, to be humane, and very much within the bounds of legality. 350 There was instead, as historian Howard Zinn observed at about the same time, a certain unmistakable consistency uniting Desert Storm with the illegitimate modes of exterminatory warfare the U.S. had waged against American Indians and other peoples of color since its inception. 351 Collateral damage. The validity of Zinn's view, and the sheer depravity of Cheney's, is most readily confirmed by the fate imposed upon Iraqi non-combatants from the air. More than 109,000 sorties were flown by U.S. attack planes, during which 136,755 conventional bombs, including thousands of incendiaries, 44,922 cluster bombs and rockets, and 4,077 precision-guided, SMART, bombs over 88,000 tons in all were delivered. This is aside from the launching of 217 Walleye and 2,095 HARM missiles. 352 Much of this ordnance was expended against Baghdad, Iraq's capital and largest city, as well as the cities of Basra, Erbil, Sulaymaniyah and other such obvious concentrations of civilians. 353. Despite the Geneva Conventions and the 1981 prohibitions on employing incendiaries in such fashion, the U.S. used napalm against civilians. It used napalm and other heat-intensive explosives to start fires in anything that was highly flammable. It used fuel-air explosives which can incinerate hundreds, even thousands of people at once. 354 Since fuel-air bombs are aerosol devices consuming all the oxygen in a 2 square kilometer area upon detonation, they cause death by asphyxiation as well as burning. 355 They are therefore arguably illegal under the 1925 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases. 356 In any event, much was made during the war about the precision displayed by so-called smart bombs, which apparently hit their targets about 80% of the time. 357 These accounted for less than 3% of the bombs dropped, however. The remaining 97% consisted of dumb bombs, with a miss rate of approximately 75%. 358 This was especially true of those dropped by B-52s engaged in the legally prohibited practice of carpet bombing from their customary altitude of 40,000 feet, as was done to Basra, Iraq's second largest city. 359 All told, U.S. planes came in with bombs and destroyed residential neighborhoods in every city, every major town, and most villages, killing about 113,000 civilians, 2/3 of them children. 360 Some 300,000 others were wounded. 361 Actually, the worst civilian suffering did not result from the rain of dumb bombs. It accrued instead, according to senior U.S. officials, from precision-guided weapons that hit exactly where they were aimed at: electrical plants, oil refineries, and transportation networks. 362 To this might be added hospitals, schools, mosques, transportation centers, sanitation and water purification facilities, and pharmaceutical production facilities, as well as food production and storage capacities. 363 To again quote Ramsey Clark. When hostilities finally ceased, the city of Erbil had only 5 of its 42 community health centers functioning, Basra had 5 of 19, Sulaymaniyah had 6 out of 20. Likewise, in Baghdad 4 hospitals were destroyed. Iraq lost its only laboratory for producing vaccines as well as its available stores in the bombardment. 364 The effects of obliterating the Iraqi power grid were, as Clark concludes, even more egregious. Without electricity, water cannot be purified, sewage cannot be treated, waterborne diseases flourish, and hospitals cannot treat curable illnesses. This absence of electricity, coupled with direct damage to the sewage treatment facilities, has rendered the sewage treatment system as a whole inoperable. The pollution of the water supply has led to epidemics of typhoid, cholera, and gastroenteritis which threaten the entire population, and children in particular. 365 None of these infrastructural targets were selected to influence the course of the conflict itself, thus meeting the minimum standard of military necessity necessary to legitimate them. 366 Nor was such damage in any way collateral to the bombing of legitimate military targets, as U.S. officials claimed. Air Force Chief of Staff Michael J. Duggan was on record as early as September 1990 outlining plans to do exactly what was done. 367 The idea was simply to bomb the entire country back to the Stone Age so that the United States could gain a post-war leverage over Iraq, especially when such calculated damage was combined with a long-term economic embargo and other such sanctions. 368 Quite predictably, indeed it was predicted. 369 The consequences of this systematic destruction of the civilian infrastructure have proven catastrophic for Iraqi non-combatants. 370 In addition to spiraling rates of disease and thousands of deaths from otherwise treatable wounds accruing from the pinpoint bombing of Iraq's medical, electrical, and sanitation facilities, famine had already begun to aggravate an already dire situation even before the war ended. 371 According to a March 1991 United Nations report, Iraq's food supplies were by that point critically low, in part because its food storage/production capacity had been systematically destroyed, but also because its ability to acquire foodstuffs abroad had been eliminated by the U.S. orchestrated embargo. 372 Certain items, infant formula, for example, after a baby food factory was hit by a smart bomb, 373 had all but disappeared from Iraqi inventories, and the daily calorie intake for the population had been cut by half, and the entire population was beginning to suffer acute malnutrition. 374 Iraq now evidences a couple of manifestations of hunger never seen before in the region, including marasmus, the condition that makes kids under 2 suddenly look like wizened old men, the bony face, the skull and kwashiorkor, the malnutrition that turns a child's hair a rusty red and gives him a pot belly. You see it all over the place now, even in Baghdad. 375 By May, a study conducted by the Harvard School of Public Health concluded that approximately 3,000 Iraqi infants had died of malnutrition during the 6 months of hostilities, and that the mortality rate among children under 5 had subsequently doubled. The researchers projected the deaths of an additional 170,000 children beyond normal rates of mortality among the younger age group over the next year, unless the embargo was lifted and humanitarian intervention to repair the Iraqi agricultural and sanitation systems undertaken on an emergency basis. 376 In response, the U.S. not only maintained but tightened the sanctions, with the result that by 1996 an estimated 500,000 children had perished in a country with a total population of barely 20 million. 377 As lately as 1999, there were over 10,000 sorties by U.S. fighter bombers over Iraq, delivering more than 1,000 bombs and missiles against 400 of the usual targets, killing and wounding many hundreds of people, while keeping the quality of life suffered by the population at the U.S. prescribed level of misery. 378 The United States, moreover, insists that it holds the right to do this with what amounts to impunity. As the matter was put by Air Force Brigadier William Looney, the aptly named Chief of Air Operations in the Gulf region. If they turn on their radars, we're going to blow up their goddamn air defenses. They know we own their country. We own their airspace. We dictate the way they live and talk. And that's what's great about America right now. 379 In 1998, UN Assistant Secretary General Dennis J. Halliday resigned his position in protest of this ongoing U.S. inversion of Clausewitz, i.e., making policy an extension of war, describing it as not only criminal but genocidal. 380 That this is so has been openly confirmed by U.S. officials at the highest levels. In 1996, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Madeleine Albright opined on the television program 60 Minutes that it is worth the cost of starving an entire generation of Iraqi children to death, so long as U.S. policy objectives are met. 381 Undoubtedly because of the enlightened humanitarianism and close attention to legality embodied in her views, Albright was shortly promoted by President Bill Clinton to serve as his Secretary of State. She is but one example. Her successor as at the helm of the State Department, effective January 20, 2001, was General Colin Powell, whose major job qualification appears to have been that, as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he supervised the military's entire Gulf War strategy. 382 Asked in 1991 about Iraqi casualties, most especially among children and other civilians, he replied that it was not a number I'm terribly interested in. 383 This response was undoubtedly honest enough, coming as it did from a man whose earlier military credentials included an active role in covering up the massacres at My Lai, My Khe, and elsewhere in Vietnam. 384 The penalties of law, again. Even as it was running roughshod over the laws of war and every conceivable standard of international humanitarian legality in Iraq, the U.S. was once again wielding the rule of law to punish anyone attempting to obey it. 7 members of a Marine Reserve unit at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, who refused orders to participate in what they publicly denounced as a racist war were quickly court-martialed and sentenced to bad conduct discharges and prison terms ranging from 1 to 30 months. 385 An Air Force reservist in California was sentenced to a year's imprisonment under similar circumstances, while 3 non-commissioned officers in an Army Reserve unit at Fort Hood received sentences of up to 6 years. For attempting to lead 100 fellow troopers in a work stoppage. 386. Active duty personnel typically fared worse than reservists, as is witnessed by 2 GIs at Fort Bliss, Texas, and a sergeant at Fort Riley, Kansas, sentenced to 6 years each. 387 This was true even of Captain Yolanda Hute-Vaughn, a medical officer who was able to muster witnesses as credible as former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark to testify that since America's military and civilian leaders are guilty of war crimes under both Nuremberg and Geneva Conventions, she had no legal alternative but to refuse to accept her orders. 388. At a pre-trial hearing at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, Hute-Vaughn became the first resistor to base her defense on international law. Her attorney, Louis Font of Boston, called not only Clark, but Francis Boyle, a renowned international law expert, to buttress Clark's testimony. The University of Illinois professor outlined the international laws and treaties that are binding on the U.S. government and that the U.S. forces violated during Operation Desert Storm, including Hague and Geneva Conventions. Boyle testified that to convict Hute-Vaughn of desertion, the Army had to prove that she absented herself without authority. In his opinion, she had the necessary authority under international law. 389. Having listened politely to this learned recitation of the Army's own rules of engagement and code of conduct, the military court promptly ruled such issues irrelevant to the charges before us, then convicted Hute-Vaughn of desertion with intent to avoid hazardous duty and sentenced her to 30 months imprisonment and a dishonorable discharge. 390 By then, more than 40 other soldiers, airmen, and Marines had shared her fate, while an undetermined number of others were summarily handcuffed and shipped off to the war zone despite their announced intent to refuse service therein. 391. As all this was going on, George H.W. Bush was busily pontificating on the importance of bringing Saddam Hussein, falsely accused by U.S. propagandists of ordering the removal of 300 Kuwaiti babies from incubators, before an international tribunal to account for this atrocity and many other crimes against humanity. 392 This was, of course, the very same George Bush who bore ultimate responsibility for the murders of so many thousands of Iraqi youngsters, openly rejecting the idea that the International Court of Justice, ICJ or World Court, might hold any authority at all with regard to U.S. conduct abroad. 393 Indeed, he was already on record responding to queries about his own country's crimes with the bald assertion that he would never apologize for the United States of America. I don't care what the facts are. 394. In 1993, a year after Bush left office, a tribunal on war crimes and genocide was indeed brought into being in The Hague, organized and for the most part funded by the U.S. 395 Although Saddam Hussein was never hauled before it had been decided that leaving him in power would best serve U.S. interests in the Mideast, so long as his military capacity could be maintained at a properly degraded level through perpetual bombing and embargo. 396 It functioned mainly as an accoutrement to U.S. policy pronouncements for several years. 397 The extent to which the U.S. intended things to remain so came out when the United Nations set about converting the American-owned travesty into an actual court of international criminal law, a la Nuremberg. 398 As William Bloom has noted. Finally, in 1998 in Rome, the nations of the world drafted the Charter of the International Criminal Court (ICC). American negotiators, however, insisted on provisions in the charter that would, in essence, give the United States veto power over any prosecution through its seat on the UN Security Council. The American request was rejected, and primarily for this reason the U.S. refused to join 120 other nations who supported the Charter. 399. Senior officials have stated repeatedly and quite categorically that they will continue to reject any jurisdictional arrangement allowing international prosecution of its own civilian authorities or military personnel for war crimes as an infringement upon U.S. national sovereignty, thereby recapitulating the previously noted premise of the Third Reich. 400 objections have also been raised with regard to any curtailment of self-assigned U.S. prerogatives to shield its clients, usually referred to as friends from prosecution for crimes committed under its sponsorship, example Suharto and other Indonesian officials responsible for the slaughter of approximately one-third of the East Timorese population from 1975 through 1995, and Turkish officials presiding over the ongoing pacification of Kurdistan. 401. Concomitantly, the U.S. has become increasingly open in thumbing its nose at elements of international law it finds inconvenient, often refusing even to go through the motions of signing off. One of the more noteworthy recent examples has been the international treaty banning the use, production, stockpiling, and transfer of anti-personnel mines, which entered into force on March 1, 1999, without the United States as a signatory. 402 here, it was argued that while every other country should be strictly bound by the treaty, the U.S. has unique needs entitling it and it alone to be formally exempted from compliance. When the signatory nations rejected this absurd proposition on its face, U.S. representatives effectively withdrew from further discussions. 403. The same has been true with regard to a number of other important treaties, declarations, and conventions over the past 2 decades. On December 31, 1979, for example, the U.S. was one of only 3 member states voting against a UN General Assembly resolution to implement the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. 404 in 1981, 1982, and 1983, it was the only member state voting against a declaration that education, work, healthcare, proper nourishment, and self-determination are basic human rights. 405 in 1984, it alone voted against implementing the 1966 Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. 406 since 1994, it has been one of only 2 countries, the other is Somalia, refusing to ratify the Convention on the Rights of the Child. 407. There are scores of comparable examples. 408 Even the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide went unsigned by the United States for 40 years, and was ratified in 1988 only after the Senate attached a sovereignty package by which the U.S. claimed a right to exempt itself from compliance at its own discretion. 409 Meanwhile, American diplomats have become ever more sanctimonious in advancing international human rights enforcement as a pretext for U.S. military interventions, both overt and covert, on a continuous and quite literally planetary basis. 410. By far the most blatant illustration occurred in 1999, when the U.S., with an eye toward dictating the structure of Europe's internal relations, departed from its usual practice of reserving such treatment for the world's darker peoples long enough to launch Operation Allied Force, a full-scale air offensive against Serbia. 411 Ostensibly undertaken to halt atrocities against resident Albanians in Kosovo. 412 The attack was accompanied by the filing of formal charges with the emergent ICC at that point called the International Criminal Tribunal, ICT, against Serbia's president, Slobodan Milosevic, and other members of his regime. 413. The worm turned a bit, however, when independent groups of international legal experts from several countries began filing criminal complaints against Bill Clinton, Madeleine Albright, Defense Secretary William Cohen, and numerous other high-ranking officials for targeting Serbia's civilian infrastructure in much the same way Bush and his cohorts had targeted Iraq's. 414 Bloom writes. Amongst the charges filed were grave violations of international humanitarian law, including willful killing, employment of poisonous weapons and other weapons to cause unnecessary suffering, wanton destruction of cities, towns, and villages, unlawful attacks on civilian objects, and attacks on undefended buildings and dwellings, all in open violation of the United Nations Charter, the Geneva Conventions and the principles of international law recognized by the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg. 415. The official U.S. response was disbelief, shock, anger, and denial at these unjustified and appalling allegations. 416 All civilian casualties and damage to non-military targets were purely accidental and unintended, U.S. spokespersons maintained, until Canadian researchers produced a Pentagon document showing that there was actually a formal classification called unintended civ casualties used in strategic planning. 417 It's a little difficult to see how civilian casualties can be both planned for and unintended, as one attorney put it. 418 With that, Secretary Albright brought a bit of not-so-subtle pressure to bear on Swiss jurist Carla Del Ponte, retained by the ICT to review all charges related to the Balkan crisis. Still denying that the tribunal held the least jurisdiction over the United States, Albright explained to Del Ponte that unless her investigation of U.S. war crimes was immediately terminated, the U.S. would withdraw its financial support of the ICT, thereby making it impossible for the prosecutor to proceed against anyone at all. Thus confronted with the American version of how impartial justice is best administered, Del Ponte caved in and did as her potential defendant instructed. 419 Much the same set of power relations have become evident in the conduct of a second tribunal, established in 1995 to try the perpetrators of the genocide carried out under French authority against the Tutsis in Rwanda a year earlier. 420 Here, as with the ICT devoted to the Balkan crisis, the U.S. and allied Western governments made their support for the tribunal incumbent on the assurance that their own military and civilian representatives would escape the magistrate's scrutiny. In order to avoid any embarrassment, they even prevented their agents from collaborating with the court, refusing to cooperate with an institution they were allegedly supporting. 421 To date, although hundreds of well-publicized indictments were returned as early as 1996, there has yet to be a single prosecution. Indian country forever? In 1999, French Prime Minister Lionel Jospin stated publicly that the increasingly overbearing nature of U.S. behavior in its foreign relations represented a new problem on the international scene. 422 Jospin's foreign minister, Hubert Védrine, concurred, noting with palpable irritation that the predominant weight of the United States and the absence for the moment of a counterweight, leads it to hegemony. 423 And thus an ever more imperious belief in its prerogative to dictate the terms by which the rest of the world will live or die. Never before in modern history has a country dominated the earth so totally as the United States does today, observed the editors of the German news magazine Der Spiegel. 424 The commentators were referring in part to the position of near-total economic primacy enjoyed by the U.S. at the dawn of the 21st century. 425 Their main point, however, concerned the dramatic imbalance of military technology/power which followed the collapse during the late 1980s of America's greatest rival in this sphere, the Soviet Union. 426 The contest of Gatling guns versus bows and arrows, once defining the U.S. relationship to America's native peoples, and mentioned above with reference to Iraq, even more with respect to Afghanistan, has been extrapolated to truly global proportions. At this juncture, the entire planet can be viewed as Indian country by U.S. elites, its inhabitants as Indians subject to extermination whenever, wherever, and to whatever end their overweening sense of self-interest and entitlement may prescribe. 427 The U.S. of course continues to seek and to find collaborators in pursuing even its most blatantly domineering aspirations. As Madeleine Albright bluntly informed the international community 15 years ago, however, we will behave multilaterally when we can, unilaterally when we must. 428 Working in concert with other nations is thus seen as a matter of mere expedience or efficiency by U.S. policymakers, and often as a purely cosmetic gesture, never as a posture devolving upon any sense of genuine reciprocity, moral commitment, or the meeting of legal obligations. Should its allies decline to play their assigned roles at any given moment, the U.S. has made it clear that it will override any and all objections to its course of action, going it alone, and making it stake. 429 In other words, to repeat the earlier quoted phrase of George Bush, what we say, goes. 430 This, as Bush announced in 1991, parroting Adolf Hitler's pronouncement of a half-century before, is the New World Order. 431 That things have reached such a pass is due not only to the consistency with which the U.S. has since its first moments refused the most rudimentary adherence to law, but the manner in which it has substituted legalistic pretension for actual legality, brandishing the resultant deformity as a club with which to bludgeon those struggling to curb its criminal propensities. 432 Unchecked in such endeavors, it has by now positioned itself to consummate a final subversion of international jurisprudence, transforming it into just another weapon with which to work its will upon the world. To paraphrase Antonio de Nebrija, law, or at least the illusion of legality, has for the United States become a perfect companion to empire. 433. A much more fundamental layer of consideration underlies this elaborate subterfuge. It pertains to the near universal degree of consent, only partially manufactured through the mechanisms of propaganda. 434 Grassroots Americans have habitually extended to the unending torrent of crimes against peace and humanity perpetrated by their country. Such resonance derives from the smug air of innocence so eagerly personalized by average citizens, quite irrespective of factual circumstance, a ubiquitous, comfortable, and entirely self-serving affectation which readily lends itself to acceptance of even the most transparently inane official mythologies concerning the altruism supposedly guiding U.S. actions, ambitions and attendant policy formation. 435. To describe the mindset at issue as delusional is to be clinically precise in terms of mass psychology. 436 The more so, given the virulently pathological racialism deep-set, intractable, and for the most part vociferously denied which now, more than ever, constitutes the institutional reality of mainstream U.S. society. 437 Add in the compulsive braggadocio and violent aggressiveness with which Euro-Americans in particular have sought historically to compensate for their abiding sense of cultural inferiority. 438 And the outcome is an aggregate condition which has been aptly described as a genocidal mentality. 439 This, of course, goes a very long way toward explaining how and why the ordinary men of the U.S. military have so regularly and enthusiastically acquitted themselves as they have. 440 That an objectively psychopathic collectivity such as the United States should have come to hold the physical capacity to indulge its lethal fantasies worldwide, and to do so with the knowledge that it can act without fear of retribution or accountability, bespeaks a reality far more awful in its portents than anything discussed thus far. Pretending things are otherwise will not help. Quite the opposite. Denial is the crux of the pathology itself. 441 The urgency of the need for a radical change in the existing relations of power, both globally and domestically, is not a matter subject to debate or equivocation by anyone imbued with the least sanity. 442 The only question is how best, that is, most expeditiously and completely to achieve it. The options on this score are limited. Those in opposition may endeavor to kill the beast, to cage it, to cure it, or to undertake some combination thereof. Actually, since attempting any of the first three inevitably involves aspects of the others, it would perhaps be best to view them as forming an interactive continuum rather than as discrete and mutually exclusive components. 443 Put another way, the last option is the only viable alternative. Opposition to the status quo must proceed at all times, at every possible level, and by all conceivable means, toward the common destination of abolishing it. To frame the matter in still another fashion, the goal must be to at last force judgment upon the United States in accordance with articulated standards, and to hold it accountable to the verdict. Although it will undoubtedly be disparaged in some quarters as a liberal position, there is considerable merit to the proposition that recourse to law represents the best available avenue along which to pursue a transformative agenda. While it can be conceded that explicitly revolutionary theoretical constructions hold a greater emotional appeal, it must also be acknowledged that the point of departure in any liberatory process must be where things stand, not where they should be or where oppositionists wish they were. 444 It is also true that the body of extant law, especially the Nuremberg principles, can, and arguably should be interpreted in a manner accommodating a very broad range of oppositionist objectives, including even those typically ascribed to anarchism. 445 The point to be taken in this connection is that there is no entity out there to which an appeal can be made for the enforcement of international law. Tribunals of the sort convened at Nuremberg function on the basis of the military defeat of those on trial, or, as is envisioned with the ICC, their submitting more or less voluntarily to prosecution. 446 Absent such submission, and given that the aversion of armed conflict is the paramount objective of international legality. 447 The principle extended at Nuremberg is that enforcement responsibility inheres first and foremost in the citizenry of each country. 448 Oppositionists are thereby vested with not only the right, but a legal obligation to employ any means necessary to compel compliance with international law, particularly in the realm of humanitarian law. 449 Most problematic in this respect is the question of how to motivate a sufficient number of U.S. citizens to act that the government will be forced to move in the desired direction. Even at the height of the popular mobilization against the U.S. assault on Indochina, over 1 million people participated in demonstrations attending the November 1969 moratorium to end the war in Vietnam. 450 The critical mass was not achieved. At this point, the prospects of generating a popular response of the requisite scale seem dimmer than ever. Not only is the mental imbalance of the middle American mainstream more pronounced than ever, but increasingly larger segments of traditionally oppressed populations, African Americans, for example, and American Indians, have become locked into the military apparatus itself. 451 Fortunately, the unprecedented degree of dominance America's elites have attained has rendered them arrogant to the point of sowing the seeds of their own potential destruction in a number of important ways. Overall, the short-run success of their economic globalization schemes has emboldened them to discount the importance of maintaining the standard of living enjoyed by 3 of every 4 Americans, dismantling social services, rationalizing health care, and so on as a means of freeing up capital, i.e., increasing corporate profitability and the affluence of the stockholding quarter of the population. 452 To the same end, firms operating within the U.S. have steadily downsized, relocating their production facilities to draw upon cheap labor pools situated in neocolonial settings abroad, marginalizing the American workforce itself. 453 The specter of runaway shops and attendant disemployment has served as a vehicle upon which to roll back the wage gains achieved by the American labor movement over the past 70 years, as well as to cut such overhead costs as worker safety measures, pension packages, and environmental protection measures, thereby amplifying corporate profitability/elite affluence at still another level. 454 Not even the troops upon which the elites depend have been safe from such ravages. The negative health effects of U.S. weapons technologies on successive generations of American soldiers, nuclear testing during the 1950s, for example, as well as the use of chemical defoliants like Agent Orange in Vietnam, and depleted uranium ammunition during Desert Storm, have been consistently denied and left untreated as a Pentagon cost-cutting measure. 455 Meanwhile, despite the fact that the United States is confronted by no credible opponents, investment of tax dollars in the development/deployment of the technologies themselves has skyrocketed. 456 Most recently, in the face of overwhelming opposition by the international community, the U.S. announced it would go forward with developing a sophisticated and lavishly expensive laser defense system in outer space. 457 Manifestations of social discontent accruing from these trends have been met not by the traditional methods of concession and co-optation, but by ever harsher modes of state repression. This has been most visible in a vast proliferation of paramilitary police units since 1970, 458, and an expansion of the U.S. penal system by more than 100% during the same period. 459 By the late 1990s, the United States had incarcerated a greater proportion of its population than any country in the world. 460 And prison construction/administration had become the most rapidly expanding sectors of America's domestic economy. 461 Concomitantly, with 1 in 4 young men of color imprisoned, a literal and very profitable system of slave labor has re-emerged in North America. 462 The chickens, in the words of Malcolm X, are truly coming home to roost. 463 The U.S. domestic populace is being not so gradually reduced to a dehumanized status of expendability resembling that typically assigned the third world populations to which they have so long accustomed themselves to feeling superior. 464 The potentially positive implications of this dynamic should be neither ignored nor underestimated. It was, after all, the revelation of rather analogous attitudes within the regime that finally precipitated what may otherwise have remained impossible, a generalized disenchantment of the German public with the ideals and policies of Nazism. 465 And, notwithstanding the dissident upsurge of the 1960s, the last time a genuinely revolutionary potential was evident in the US was amid the deteriorated socio-economic environment of the Great Depression. 466 The ingredients of radical change. To the extent that the American body politic may now be more open to hearing that what has been happening is wrong than at any point in the past several generations, the question becomes how best to interpret this perceived truth so as to give it form, substance, and strike the most responsive chord among the greatest number of people. An array of moral, economic, and libertarian arguments have been employed in the past, and, while each has merit, none have worked to any appreciable degree. 467 What has not been evident, at least not in any unified and coherent form, has been an attempt to couch things in the terms the general public has been most thoroughly conditioned to believe it accepts, the rule of law. As the work of Noam Chomsky in particular has long since demonstrated, depictions of circumstances as being not simply wrong, but criminally so, especially when accompanied by straightforward representations of the black-letter law, at issue, carry with them a credibility and psychological weight with average citizens which, rightly or wrongly, is missing from other modes of articulation. 468 Bringing such analyses to bear allows oppositionists not only to connect with a wide range of people where they are or where they think they are, but to preempt the rhetoric of law enforcement which forms a cornerstone of elite discourse, turning it against itself in an immediate sense. More broadly, the deployment of codified law as an essential standard by which the propriety of each phase in the U.S. historical trajectory is assessed stands to challenge the master narrative by which America's elites purport to explain and justify themselves, introducing a serious dimension of cognitive dissonance into popular understandings of the status quo. 469 Reformulated. This goes to the notion that most approaches to remedying psychological maladies are predicated in recognition on the part of sufferers that they are not well, much less representative of an acceptable norm, and thus in need of modifying the manner in which they perceive, understand, and act within the world. 470. At its most basic level, the therapeutic dynamic at play embodies a conscious withdrawal of consent from the functioning of power, that is, a decay in the hegemonic structure of thought control by which elites hold sway, which leads all but inevitably to a widespread desire for some tangible rearrangement of power relations. 471 For what should be obvious reasons, these can be capitalized upon most effectively when linked over the short term to concrete goals which can at once be seen as eminently reasonable from the standpoint so recently occupied by those in psycho-intellectual transition and readily conceded by elite defenders in their efforts to contain and ultimately co-opt expressions of discontent. 472. Within the analytical framework of this essay, an excellent place to begin would be with resuscitating recommendations advanced at the time of the My Lai/My Key travesty to remove jurisdiction over war crimes from the military justice system and lodge it under civilian courts. 473 Mostly ignored at the time as an insufficiently radical idea, and now all but forgotten, the proposal was/remains important in that it would for the first time make the U.S. military even symbolically accountable to some entity other than itself. This, in turn, stands to significantly undermine the confidence with which real or potential war crimes perpetrators receive assurances of near-blanket immunity from punishment heretofore provided by the Pentagon. In military terms, this presents a command, control, and morale problem of considerable magnitude. 474. The logic guiding this simple alteration of its domestic judicial structure, of course, points unerringly toward the far more significant adjustment embodied in U.S. acceptance of ICC jurisdiction. And that, in turn, expands the realm of legal consideration from the laws of war, per se, to that of international humanitarian law in toto, making U.S. officials subject to scrutiny and potential adjudication for non-compliance with accepted standards pertaining to child welfare. 475 Penal conditions. 476 Methods of policing. 477 and the like. The trickle-down effects from this development are obvious, bound up as they must be in the imposition of external control over the Federal Bureau of Prisons and its state-level counterparts. 478 Civilian rather than internal review boards to oversee the police. 479 and so on. Each step along these lines, no matter how partial, entails a diminishment in the centralized authority/autonomy of the state and a corresponding curtailment of its capacity to exert physical force. Conversely, each represents a relative empowerment of oppositionists, as well as an incremental reorientation of the popular consciousness to embrace the constructive potentialities of legalism rather than rhetorical and repressive, misappropriations of it. As the latter evolves, the door is open to a general, appraisal of various other matters. The lawfulness of U.S. pretensions to jurisdictional rights over indigenous national territories with its claimed boundaries, for example 480, each of which stands to impair the ideological structure of U.S. self-legitimation and, ultimately, its geographical integrity. 481. Tracing this devolution to its logical terminus, the United States, at least in the sense that it has been previously constructed, could no longer exist. In its stead, one would encounter a proliferation of interactive autonomous zones, of the permanent rather than transient variety, functioning on the basis of group affinity and human scale. 482 Self-evidently the sort of military practice which has defined the flow of U.S. history and which now threatens the world with endless replications. Indeed, the military itself would be impossible in such an environment. Less still, the configuration of corporate domination which has sprouted and matured on the back of American militarism over the past century and a half. 483. In effect, inculcating a genuine desire for law enforcement among the American public, that is, a demand for adherence by the state and its appendages to the baseline of international legality, could represent the end of world order in the sense that George Bush, Madeleine Albright, and Adolf Hitler have each used the term. 484 Ultimately, the antidote or antithesis to such cancerous behavioral/attitudinal phenomena as have been described herein may be discerned within the planetary rearrangement of relations between peoples such a prescription entails. On this basis, and probably on this basis alone, we, all of us, collectively, will be able to achieve a new set of standards with which all might willingly abide. In effect, the result will at last be standards of our times, not theirs, which is to say that they will be standards worthy of our children, our children's children, and theirs as well. Postscript, 2003. This essay was completed during the fall of 2000. Approximately 1 year later, on September 11, 2001, a date now and forever enshrined in the American memory as corresponding to the emergency telephone sequence 911, someone finally tired of waiting for U.S. progressives to stop pretending that the abolition of ashtrays in airports was a gain transcending the importance of doing anything tangible to halt their country's ongoing genocide in Iraq. 485 Since the 5 years following Madeleine Albright's open admission that the United States was consciously exterminating the youngsters of that much battered populace had been marked by no detectable outcry from the purportedly more enlightened sectors of the perpetrator society, nothing on the scale of, say, the campaign for designer speed bumps and better bike paths in Boulder, Colorado. 486 It was deemed necessary that an emphatic sort of wake-up call be delivered. Commandeering 4 civilian airliners, the messengers conducted a carefully coordinated and surgically precise operation in which one of the 300,000-pound cruise missiles was flown directly into the U.S. military's Central Command and Control Complex at the Pentagon, while another pair eliminated the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center, WTC, both symbolically and in some ways more tangibly the hub of America's global economic dominance. 487 The fourth plane, reputedly targeting either the U.S. Capitol building or the White House and quite possibly shot down by Air Force interceptors, crashed in Pennsylvania. 488 Overall, Some 2,977 people were killed, 489, while the technical infrastructure of U.S. finance suffered immense damage, a hit from which it has yet to fully recover, 490, and the economy was degraded by perhaps $100 billion. 491. Even before the WTC had come crashing to the ground, all three major cable news networks had launched a concerted propaganda offensive, pronouncing the attacks to be senseless, the dead both innocent and Americans. Several hundred turned out to be foreign nationals. 492 by nightfall, completely ignoring the fact the US had been flying daily peacetime combat missions over Iraq for a full decade and that it had routinely dispensed less sustained but nonetheless comparable aggression to several other countries during the same period. Officials announced that a new and unprovoked war had been declared against the United States. 493 a day later, President George W. Bush, unelected son of George "What We Say Goes" Bush, came out of hiding long enough to explain the motives of the cowards who'd willingly sacrificed their lives to give Americans a small taste of what they'd for so long and so blithely dished out to others. The attackers were evil, he confided, people who hate freedom and whose sole objective was to destroy it. 494. Bush the Younger's characterization seemed a bit peculiar, even for him, given that the 9/11 attackers had at that point been identified as members of a radical Islamist entity known as Al-Qaeda. The organization figured prominently among the CIA-trained and equipped freedom fighters, to borrow a description from George the Elder, during his days as Ronald Reagan's vice president, who'd waged a protracted U.S. proxy war against the Soviets in Afghanistan, after the USSR invaded the country in 1979. 495 Freedom, as employed in the vernacular of U.S. diplomacy, is a very slippery concept, however. When, in the aftermath of the 1989 Soviet defeat in Afghanistan, it turned out that Al-Qaeda was genuinely committed to Islamic self-determination, that is, as ready to fight capitalists as communists in its dedication to preventing or repealing Western dominion over Islam, the group was quietly excommunicated from America's roster of freedom-loving friends abroad and assigned to the State Department's list of international terrorist organizations. 496. Al-Qaeda's nominal head, a wealthy Saudi named Usama bin Laden, was quite prepared to accept responsibility for the 9/11 operation, as he was for earlier attacks on U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, and upon the USS Cole in Yemen. 497 His explanation of why the assault's been carried out, released by videotape to the Arab Al Jazeera television network in early October 2001, nonetheless stood in stark contrast to Bush's. 498 In his electronic missive, bin Laden made it clear that the assault had been undertaken not only as a concrete response to the ongoing Holocaust of Iraqi children. 499 but to the collective fate suffered by Palestinians as a result of the U.S. supporting patently illegal settlement policies pursued by Israel for a full generation. 500 And other such aggression against Islam. Among the latter, he specified the continuing presence of substantial U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia, location of Mecca and others of Islam's most sacred sites. 501. Bin Laden might as easily have mentioned, but didn't, the shoot-down of an unoffending Iranian airliner by the USS Vincennes on July 3, 1988, killing 290 civilians, an accident for which no indemnity was paid nor even a formal apology issued, and despite which both the ship's captain and the air defense officer who fired the lethal missile were awarded the Legion of Merit in 1990. 502 Or he might have remarked upon a series of U.S. provocations in the Gulf of Sidra in 1981, including the sinking of several boats and a toll of 50 dead, which provided the pretext for the subsequent downing of 2 Libyan fighter planes. 503 As well, there were the U.S. bombing raids on Tripoli and Benghazi on April 14, 1986, undertaken for the most spurious of reasons and resulting in massive damage and another 100 deaths, including the adopted infant daughter of Libyan President Muammar al-Qaddafi. 504 Still again, he might have noted the thousands dead in the Sudan as a result of the August 1998 U.S. bombing of that country's only pharmaceutical plant, Al-Shifa, near Khartoum, justifying its action with the falsehood that the factory was manufacturing chemical weapons, The vacuousness of this allegation stood revealed in the subsequent U.S. refusal to allow a UN inspection of the ruins, intended to ascertain whether such activity had in fact occurred. 505. A number of other obvious possibilities offered themselves, but on these, too, bin Laden remained mute. 506. Despite such deficiencies in bin Laden's formulation, the official response to the prospect that Americans might be in any way apprised of the 9/11 attackers' actual motives and thus perhaps confront the possibility that they were quite rational in their way, their crimes against innocent Americans entirely consistent with those routinely perpetrated by the U.S. and its surrogates in their homelands, was to block any but the most carefully edited excerpts of bin Laden's statements from being broadcast in the United States. This, under the preposterous pretext that airing unedited material might enable him to pass coded instructions to his followers. 507. Considerable pressure was also brought to bear on the Emir of Qatar, where Al Jazeera is based, to rein in that network's coverage of Al-Qaeda communiques. 508. Meanwhile, having disgraced the dead by holding a veritable pep rally atop their corpses in the smoldering ruins of the WTC 509, Bush declared what he called a war on terrorism and demanded that the Taliban government of Afghanistan, where bin Laden then resided, hand him over. 510. The regime, which had come into being in the first place partly as a result of the CIA's manipulation of the Afghani polity during the 1980s 511, replied that it might comply with the request for extradition. Albeit, the U.S. had never deigned to enter into an extradition treaty with Afghanistan but only at such time as the United States submitted a standard offer of proof, i.e., tangible evidence of bin Laden's guilt. 512. The U.S. reply was that in its newest global war there was/is no room for observance of such legal niceties, and that there were/are only two real options open to any government: immediately and unconditionally cooperate with U.S. demands or face destruction. What we say, goes. In clear refrain. 513. When the U.S. assault on the Taliban was launched, early in October 2001, the first gambit was to employ airstrikes to seal off Afghanistan's border with Pakistan, over which virtually all medical and food supplies to the destitute country were transported and across which an estimated 1.5 million refugees were frantically attempting to flee. 514. In short order, some 7.5 million Afghanis were placed in imminent danger of starvation, according to the UN World Food Programme. 515. Under intense international criticism for its near-instantaneous creation of a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions, the U.S. inaugurated a program of airdrops so inadequate as to be dismissed even in establishmentarian publications like the Financial Times as a propaganda ploy rather than a way to get aid to Afghans who really need help. 516. No solid estimate is available concerning the number of people who ultimately died as a result of this cynical maneuver. But by even the most conservative guess it would have to have been several times the number who perished on 9/11. Aside from contributing massive air power to its own campaign, the U.S. followed up mostly by deploying a range of Special Operations Units 517 Army Special Forces, Delta Force, Navy SEALs, and so on to coordinate operations undertaken by an odd assortment of anti-Taliban Afghani groups somewhat cryptically referred to as the Northern Alliance. In truth, the alliance was the same amalgam of warlords and opium smugglers who'd held power before the Taliban deposed them in 1995, largely because their 3-year tenure had been the worst in Afghanistan's history, marked as it was by mass rapes, the killing of tens of thousands of civilians, and other atrocities. 518. Afterward, they'd mounted an unrelenting effort to undermine the new government, butchering some 3,000 prisoners in a single 1997 massacre, and more generally, carrying out massive ethnic cleansing in areas suspected of Taliban sympathies. 519. True to form, the alliance troops, now armed, equipped, and otherwise supported by the United States and with U.S. advisors overseeing their activities, proceeded to commit every conceivable variety of war crime, including the castration and summary execution of a captured Taliban fighter chronicled in full color by photojournalist Tyler Hicks. 520. Altogether, an estimated 4,770 people were killed in the direct fighting, perhaps 10% of them during massacres of Taliban captives at the Shivergan Prison and a school, both in or near the town of Mazar-e Sharif. 521 The Boston-based Physicians for Human Rights has also estimated that another 3,000 or so were suffocated while being transported in sealed shipping containers to the prison. 522 The Pentagon has of course denied that U.S. personnel were involved in or even aware of such crimes. But witnesses interviewed in the British documentary film Massacre at Mazar have uniformly indicated their willingness to testify to the contrary before a bona fide war crimes tribunal. 523 As the fighting wound down toward the end of the year, it became obvious that Osama bin Laden had quietly slipped away. Indeed, there was little indication that appreciable damage had been done to Al-Qaeda in any way at all. U.S. officials put a certain gloss on this potentially embarrassing situation by conflating captured Taliban fighters with Al-Qaeda members, declaring both to be illegal combatants and flying about 350 of them, allegedly the most knowledgeable and dangerous, halfway around the world, to the U.S. naval installation at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. 524 There, they've been held under conditions openly defiant of the Geneva Convention's minimum standards for the treatment, not just of POWs but of all persons captured during armed conflict. 525 While they are subjected to a sustained interrogation under the guise that they possess crucial intelligence information about the workings of international terrorism. A hint as to the methods used on at least some of these unfortunates can be discerned in the fact that Brigadier General Rick Backus, in charge of the Camp X-ray facility where the prisoners are held, was recently relieved of command because of philosophical differences with interrogators operating therein. 526 In October 2002, moreover, the first real glimpse of the quality of the threat posed by those caged at Guantanamo Bay became possible when the first four were finally released. One of them, Faiz Muhammad, turned out to be a 78-year-old. He believes himself to be 105, suffering from Alzheimer's, while a second, Muhammad Siddiq, is at least 90 years of age. 527 According to Pakistani intelligence officers collaborating with their U.S. counterparts in the camp, all of their 53 countrymen presently held there are mere Taliban foot soldiers, none of them privy to anything resembling an Al-Qaeda secret. 528 The same can likely be said of the remaining prisoners as well, but their very existence has served the dual purpose of convincing a significant segment of the U.S. populace that something meaningful in terms of combating terrorism was accomplished in Afghanistan and, by holding the threat of trial by military tribunal over the heads of the captives, consolidating a rather confused base of public support for the presidential exercise of plainly extra-legal powers. 529 Even before the first prisoner arrived at Camp X-ray, the latter impulse had spilled over into the domestic arena, with the Senate's passage, on October 25, 2001, of the USA Patriot Act. The huge tract had obviously been in preparation long before 9/11, and therefore cannot be accurately described as a response to the attack, but, under the circumstances, it was overwhelmingly endorsed without substantive review by both U.S. legislative bodies. 530 Signed into law on October 26, the Patriot Act embodied a wish list on the part of America's apparatus of internal repression, the capstone to a list of earlier statutes, the 1984 Bail Reform Act, for example, and the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996, which already criminalized dissident politics and empowered the agencies involved to employ ever more draconian techniques in eradicating them. 531 Among other things, Patriot eliminates previously existing barriers between police and intelligence agencies, vastly expands the latitude of politically motivated surveillance including unwarranted bugs, phone taps, email monitors, and physical searches enjoyed by police/intelligence agencies, formalizes guilt by association as a legal concept, sanctions ethnic, gender, and ideological profiling as investigative techniques, greatly expands the ability of authorities to indulge in the arbitrary detention of suspects and to impound their assets, and, by implication, authorizes the neutralization rather than prosecution of those who, for whatever reason, are secretly designated as domestic terrorists. 532 This last appears especially ominous, given the marked erosion over the past 20 years of the 1877 Posse Comitatus Act's prohibition against the use of military personnel for domestic policing purposes. 533 A constraint already considerably offset by the rampant militarization of police departments around the country. 534 All the more so given the recent revelation of a so-called Praetor Guideline, or Praetor Protocol, by which the past several presidents have secretly assigned themselves an extra-constitutional discretionary authority to employ elite military units like Delta Force in quelling civil disturbances. 535 Such developments are certainly in keeping with the joint military/police/intelligence domestic counterinsurgency exercises conducted under authority of the then, newly established Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, during the mid-1980s. 536 In any event, by the time the Patriot Act was effected, several of its key ingredients were undergoing a full-fledged field test, using immigrants from Islamic countries as subjects. In short order, some 5,000 students and other legal Muslim aliens were grilled by the FBI, and 6,000 others were marked for expedited deportation, all because of minor status infractions. A further 2,000 or more were simply disappeared, that is, indefinitely detained without charge and denied contact with either their attorneys or, in many cases, their families in a manner so secretive that it is still impossible to ascertain with any degree of certainty who was scooped up or where they're being held. 537 Attorney General John Ashcroft has recently made it clear that, in principle, his office considers such techniques as applicable to domestic extremists as to foreign nationals, a matter clearly raising the specter of a proliferation of Camp X-rays housing American citizens guilty of expressing or perhaps simply holding objectionable political views. 538 Such internal security mechanisms well in hand, the Bush administration rapidly blurred its initial pretense that the invasion of Afghanistan had anything to do with fighting terrorism. In this connection, Bin Laden and Al-Qaeda were mentioned less and less at this point, almost never, as the U.S. installed a hand-picked democratic regime headed by Hamid Karzai, a maneuver guaranteed to result in approval of rights of way for American oil companies to build a cost-efficient pipeline from the lush but landlocked oil fields of Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan to the Pakistani port of Gwadar. The Taliban had been adamantly blocking the plan. 539 The new client government is equally sure to make no objection to Afghani territory being used as a U.S. forward staging area, should military stabilization operations in any of the three Central Asian republics or an invasion of neighboring Iran become necessary. 540 The quid pro quo, at least in part, is that those who served as U.S. proxies in 2001 have been allowed to resume opium production, which the Taliban had all but eradicated, with the result that Afghanistan has already emerged as the world's leading exporter of the drug, most of it destined for North America's inner cities. 541 Even as it disappeared as a topic in official discourse on Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda has continued to serve a useful propaganda purpose in other respects. Well before the end of 2001, much was being made of the more than 60 countries in which the Bin Laden network was supposedly active. 542 While these included Canada, Germany, France, England, Pakistan, Morocco, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia as well as the US itself, the need for a military option was expressed only with regard to countries on the official US enemies list, primarily Somalia, the Sudan and, with a transparent flourish, Libya, a decisively anti-Islamist state. 543 By January 2002, special forces units had in fact been dispatched to the southern Philippines to combat the Al-Qaeda-connected Abu Sayyaf guerrillas, generally believed by other oppositionists in those islands to be a CIA front, as well as the former Soviet Republic of Georgia, to disperse Al-Qaeda-linked Chechen rebels based therein, and Yemen, where important Al-Qaeda cells were said to thrive. 544 On January 31, 2002, Bush finally laid bare the cynicism with which U.S. policymakers were using the war on terror as a cover for other designs. In his State of the Union address, the president defined an axis of evil against which he was imminently prepared to order the use of significant military force. 545 Tellingly, Although Bush larded his rhetoric with references to the continuing terrorist threat, alleged al-Qaeda hosts were not among his three-country axis. Instead, the first two, Iraq and Iran, are not only mutually hostile, but emphatically so with respect to al-Qaeda's brand of Islamism, and vice versa. 546 The third, North Korea, is neither Islamic nor known to support international terrorism. 547 To all appearances, the only real commonality uniting the Axis countries resides in the consistency with which each has rejected U.S. dictates. Ultimately, the picture painted by the president was so implausible that even Madeleine Albright publicly reproached him for it. 548. Seemingly surprised by such criticism, and anxious to retain his base of domestic support, Bush quickly refocused his pitch. The axis of evil line hasn't been used in months. His demotion of al-Qaeda from its position of preeminence nevertheless continued, with ever-increasing emphasis placed upon Saddam Hussein's violation of 16 United Nations resolutions and the certainty that Iraq has thereby acquired weapons of mass destruction. 549 These supposedly consist at present of both chemical and biological agents, the basis for which were secretly provided by the U.S. during the 1980s, when Saddam's brutal Ba'athist regime was considered a useful club for purposes of bludgeoning Iran. 550 Although Scott Ritter, a Gulf War veteran and one of the chief UN weapons inspectors working in Iraq until 1998, has vociferously contested such contentions. Contrary to popular mythology, there's no evidence Iraq ever worked on smallpox, Ebola, or any other horrific nightmare weapons the media likes to talk about today. They actually made anthrax in liquid bulk agent form and produced a significant quantity of liquid botulinum toxin. Liquid anthrax, even under ideal storage conditions, germinates in 3 years, becoming useless. Iraq has no biological weapons today, because both the anthrax and botulinum toxin they produced have expired, and they'd have to reconstitute a biological manufacturing base. 551. As to chemical weapons, Iraq manufactured 3 kinds of nerve agents: sarin, tabun, and VX. Some people who want war with Iraq describe 20,000 munitions filled with sarin and tabun nerve agents that could be used against Americans. The facts, however, don't support this. Sarin and tabun have a shelf life of 5 years. Even if Iraq had somehow managed to hide this vast number of weapons from inspectors, what they're now storing is nothing more than useless, harmless goo. VX is different, for a couple of reasons, but the real question is there a VX nerve agent factory in Iraq today? Not on your life. Real questions exist as to whether Iraq perfected the stabilization process, and even if Iraq had held on to stabilized VX agent, it's likely it would have degraded by today. 552. Saddam is also alleged to be on the verge of developing nuclear weapons, although, as Ritter again points out, absolutely no evidence has been presented to substantiate the claim. 553 At any rate, conspicuously missing from the framing of charges against Iraq is the fact that neighboring Israel, with full and ongoing U.S. support, has over the past 40 years thumbed its nose at a far greater number of UN resolutions than the Iraqis have lately disregarded. 554 And that the Israelis actually not to mention quite unlawfully possess a substantial stockpile of nuclear weapons. 555 So does Pakistan, another country recently added to the U.S. friends list, and India. 556 Israel, moreover again, compliments of the United States, possesses a delivery capacity vis-a-vis such weapons vastly superior to Iraq's. 557 All these illegalities notwithstanding, nobody in U.S. policy circles is attempting to build a case for war against Israel. Bush has sought to finesse this blatant contradiction by claiming that in April 2001 Mohammed Atta, the man ostensibly in charge of the 9/11 attack teams, had met with an Iraqi intelligence officer in Prague. This clear link between Iraq and al-Qaeda used both to discount the sharp ideological differences separating the two, and to imply Iraqi sponsorship of the 9/11 attack itself dissolved when Czech intelligence publicly announced that the meeting was a fiction. Atta was in Florida when the fabled liaison supposedly occurred. .558 The same sort of fate has befallen several other U.S. efforts to come up with something which might be plausibly advanced as the smoking gun tying Iraq into 9.1. 1.559 Still, by October 2002, a Pew Research poll revealed that fully two-thirds of all Americans were finding it convenient to believe Saddam Hussein helped terrorists carry out the September 11 attacks. 560. A decisive majority of his constituents thus prepped, the president set about finalizing the U.S. subversion of international law, delivering an ultimatum to the UN closely resembling his "you're either with us or against us and therefore subject to immediate destruction" speeches of late 2001. On September 12, 2002, Bush appeared before the General Assembly to demand that the Security Council pass a resolution authorizing the U.S. to use whatever force it deems necessary not only to disarm Iraq, but to precipitate a regime change in the country. 561 In the alternative, he made it clear, the U.S. would no longer view the UN as a credible legislative and enforcement body, and he would be compelled to appoint his own administration its replacement. In substance, the message once again was "do as you're told, what we say, goes." 562. Actually, this UN initiative would probably have been launched earlier, had the US not had to contend with fallout resulting from Israel's having seized upon the rhetoric of global anti-terrorism as a pretext upon which to launch yet another of its endless offensives against the Palestinian West Bank. This one lasted 3 months, April through June 2002, despite Bush's having openly demanded early on that Israeli Premier Ariel Sharon immediately withdraw his forces. 563 During the invasion, which was as always carried out in defiance of urgent UN resolutions, many Israeli troops indulged in their usual behavior, committing hundreds of unlawful killings, torture and ill-treatment of prisoners, as well as the wanton destruction of homes, while others regularly blocked access to ambulances and denied humanitarian assistance, leaving the wounded and dead lying in the streets for days, and used Palestinians as human shields while searching for suspected militants. 564 The pattern of atrocity appears to have been especially pronounced in the West Bank towns of Nablus and Jenin. 565 His own ineffectuality in bringing America's primary Mideastern ally quickly to heel a matter which, rather accurately, was widely interpreted as indicating a continuing U.S. support of Israel's systematically criminal comportment to some extent slowed the Bushian rush to wax bellicose in condemning Iraq's illegalities. 566 It also served to seriously undermine the degree of cooperation and support the U.S. could expect from members of the Arab League during a war with Iraq. The Saudis, for example, withdrew their permission for airstrikes to be launched from bases in their territory, and several months were required to negotiate an adequate alternative with Oman. 567 By late October 2002, however, these difficulties had been for the most part resolved and Bush turned up the heat on the UN. 568 The result, coming in the wake of American voters' endorsement of Bush's "don't confuse me with the facts" approach to world policy during the midterm election held on November 5, 2002, was a compromise resolution unanimously approved by the Security Council on November 8. 569 Predicated upon Iraq's granting unconditional and immediate access to any and all sites by UN weapons inspectors, the resolution contains only a pro forma requirement that the U.S. obtain Security Council approval before launching a full-scale military invasion in response to Iraqi obstruction, as defined, to all appearances, by the United States. The very same afternoon, an all but sexually exultant Bush displayed himself on TV, crowing that Saddam now had no choice but to submit. 570 As he spoke, additional major U.S. forces were deploying in the Persian Gulf. Plainly, the wake-up call delivered so forcefully on 9/1 has not been heeded. Rather, Americans for the most part continue to wallow in the self-serving and misbegotten notion of their own radical innocence, the same mindless outlook that has all along deformed their collective self-concept into a pathological condition. 571 Quite predictably, under these circumstances, the Prussians among the country's elites have moved quickly in an effort to realize the ancient and infantile fantasy of outright world domination. 572 The grim scenario described in the section of this essay titled "Indian Country Forever" is coming together at breakneck speed, while the positive alternatives hinted at in the conclusion recede with equal rapidity. True, a certain alternative potential purports to present itself in an incipient, emergence of a mass anti-war movement for the first time since Vietnam. 573 in the main, however, its participants have, as they did during the Vietnam era, seemed far more concerned with establishing an appearance of personal purity than with attempting anything materially disruptive to the U.S. war-making capacity. 574 Acting upon of their own vibrant sense of American exceptionalism, most have forsworn on philosophical grounds the range of oppositional tactics that have proven necessary and most effective elsewhere, arguing with all due sanctimony that circumstances unique to the United States render such methods inappropriate to the task of compelling transformative change on the home front. 575 Their stance thus mirroring that of their ostensible opponents, they place themselves a priori in a self-neutralizing posture, leaving themselves utterly incapable of retarding much less averting the horrors they insist it is their purpose to halt. 576 On the face of it, then, the normative ambit of dissent in the U.S. is being drawn, as it always has, to displace the burden of blood onto others, out there somewhere, anywhere but here. It is to be for them, as ever, to do the fighting and the dying, to bear the maiming and the burns, the starvation and endemic disease, suffering all the vast and ghastly toll of American military aggression while a self-styled resistance within the perpetrator country performs sanitary genuflections of symbolic protest, bearing moral witness to their agony. To all appearances, it is presumed that this should remain the lot of these faceless, nameless multitudes of others to endure whatever may be imposed upon them for however long it might take for America's enlightened oppositionists, through some alchemy never quite explained, to abolish the structural basis of U.S. aggression and genocide nonviolently, i.e., in a manner painless to themselves. 577 From the perspective of those on the receiving end of what the U.S. so habitually dispenses to others, there can thus be little by which to distinguish the glaring sense of self-entitlement exhibited by America's peace movement from that manifested by the state/corporate edifice whose policies and comportment it ostensibly opposes. 578 The extent to which there is truth to this perception is precisely the extent to which all but the most committed and self-sacrificing sectors of the U.S. opposition have historically defaulted and are defaulting even now upon the most fundamental responsibilities enshrined both in the customary standards of elemental human decency and in law. Here, the premise enunciated in Nuremberg doctrine is as irreducibly simple as it is disquieting to those who would claim virtue in their pursuit of a comfort zone politics. When any government defies the basic tenets of international legality as the Nazis did, and as the U.S. government always has, the citizenry is bound by the legal obligation to utilize any and all means necessary to enforce compliance. 579 There are no lines, legal or moral, constraining citizen action in such endeavors. 580 The only illegality is entailed in shirking one's obligation to cross whatever lines have been established to ensure the stability of criminal governments. 581 Those guilty of this offense are, as more than a few good Germans were informed in the aftermath of World War II, in certain respects no less accountable to those who've suffered their country's aggression than are the officials they wildly applauded, or quietly embraced, or in any event failed to unseat. There are no bystanders to war crimes, genocide, and other crimes against humanity. There are only victims, perpetrators, and those complicit in the perpetration by way of either their endorsement or their acquiescence. Among the last three groups, children and mental incompetence aside, no one is innocent. All are to one or another extent responsible. 582 Such was the message, a warning, really sent on 9/1/1. The days of smugness in which Americans might anoint themselves with a God-given right to exemption from the pain they as a country impose on others are over. Insofar as U.S. citizens are accepting of the proposition that the economy of another people represents a legitimate military target, as they have since John Sullivan's troops laid waste the Seneca orchards and cornfields in 1779583, then infrastructural entities like the WTC are unquestionably fair game. to the degree that Americans are comfortable with the idea that the employment of tactics and technologies resulting inevitably in the slaughter of enemy civilians is acceptable under the rubric of collateral damage as they've been since at least as early as Anthony Wayne's 1794 campaign against the Shawnees 584, they've no logically or morally defensible basis to complain when the same devaluation is applied to them. In the sense that Americans have been perfectly willing to condone policies targeting entire populations of others for eradication as they have since Indian scalp bounties were promulgated during the first moments of their Republic 585, they can have no complaint when they themselves are explicitly taken as a target and subjected to the same treatment. What goes around does in fact ultimately come around, and only the most short-sighted and arrogant of peoples might ever have believed they could permanently forestall actualization of that simple truth. The lapse in comparable operations inside the United States with which the terrorists have followed up their carefully focused attacks of 9/11 seems to have been intended more than anything to afford the American public a breathing space, time to draw appropriate lessons from the bitterness of its rather minor loss. Put another way, U.S. citizens were offered one last chance to finally grasp the fact, really grasp it rather than paying occasional and perfunctory lip service to it, that Americans are not a special or chosen people, either individually or collectively, that the lowliest sand nigger is worth just as much as the most self-absorbed yuppie braying business transactions into his cell phone while golfing at Myrtle Beach, that every wide-eyed little waif starving to death in Iraq and the reservations of native North America is of a value identical to that with which a JonBenet Ramsey or Danielle Van Damme is currently imbued. 586 From this realization, had it occurred, one could hope that certain conclusions might accrue, conclusions resulting not just in an American regime change, but in an alteration of public sensibility that left the likes of Henry Kissinger and Madeleine Albright sitting where by rights they belong, in a defendant's dock overshadowed by the gallows. 587. At the very least, it was reasonable to expect that it might at last dawn on average folk that, to quote Georgia State University law professor Natsu Taylor Sato, if Americans want their own kids to be safe again, the way to make it happen is really not very complicated: stop killing other people's babies. 588 Even this cognitive threshold has been beyond reach, however. The public, refusing the obviousness of such formulations, has gathered itself in its usual collectivity of denial, queuing up to place its faith in the security offered by such absurdities as the impoundment of tweezers contained in the carry-on luggage of airline passengers, and demanded a restoration of its accustomed right to kill with impunity. 589 The message of 9/11, to all appearances, has thus been lost, another disgrace to the memory of those who died. It will therefore have to be repeated. In pedagogical theory, the technique involved is referred to as being recursive, highly effective with slow learners. For this reason, on November 12, 2002, Osama bin Laden, whose long silence had lulled many into the hope that he might be dead, made a taped appearance on Al Jazeera to explain the situation in no uncertain terms. As you kill, you will be killed, he informed those applauding the prospect of another major war in the Persian Gulf. As you bomb, you will bomb. 590 To make it clear that Al-Qaeda retains the capability to deliver on its words, bin Laden took implicit credit for a whole series of actions over the year of his invisibility, including the recent bombing of a nightclub in Bali claiming a heavy toll of Australians. 591 And the even more recent Chechen takeover of a theater in Moscow which resulted in well over 100 fatalities. 592 As a subtext, he observed that every U.S. action since September 2001 had served to solidify Al-Qaeda's worldwide base of grassroots support, and that any major military action against Iraq would expand its recruitment base immensely. It is no doubt true, as U.S. officials keep reminding us, that neither Al-Qaeda nor any other such organization holds or is likely ever to hold the capacity to defeat the United States in purely military terms. Nor do they possess the means to truly destroy America's economic system. What they do have, nonetheless, is the means and the will, both of them in increasing rather than diminishing proportions, to make U.S. citizens pay in the dearest possible terms, and in numbers making 9/11 look like the sneak preview it actually was, for the lethal effrontery embodied in their effort to resume business as usual. As the Israelis can all too readily attest, there really is no effective defense against people driven to the depths of such despair that they will gladly sacrifice themselves, if only it means taking a few of their tormentors with them. 593 In this regard, justice sometimes assumes the most awful sort of symmetry, but it will always, and irrespective of the power relations involved, prevail. There is no eighth air force available to hammer America into the kind of humility and self-recognition that lends itself to legal compliance. Nevertheless, Americans, like the Germans before them, are now confronted with a plain and unavoidable choice concerning the measure of suffering they are willing to endure in order to maintain the delusional pretensions marking their objectively criminal way of life. One can hope they will choose correctly, and soon. The scourges of smallpox, VX, and dirty bombs would be a hideous price to pay for recalcitrance. 594 But American recalcitrance equates, as it's always equated, to mounds of rotting corpses in whatever chunk of territory the U.S. chooses to view as Indian country at any given moment. Come what may, there is solace to be had in the knowledge that Americans no longer enjoy the option of pretending they can avoid the choice itself. Originally published in My Perversions of Justice, Indigenous Peoples and Anglo-American Law, San Francisco, City Lights, 2003. Appendix. Some people push back on the justice of roosting chickens. When queried by reporters concerning his views on the assassination of John F. Kennedy in November 1963, Malcolm X famously and quite charitably, all things considered, replied that it was merely a case of chickens coming home to roost. On the morning of September 11, 2001, a few more chickens along with some 500,000 dead Iraqi children came home to roost in a very big way at the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center. Well, actually, a few of them seem to have nestled in at the Pentagon as well. The Iraqi youngsters, all of them under 12, died as a predictable, in fact, widely predicted result of the 1991 U.S. surgical bombing of their country's water purification and sewage facilities, as well as other infrastructural targets upon which Iraq's civilian population depends for its very survival. If the nature of the bombing wasn't already bad enough, and it should be noted that this sort of aerial warfare constitutes a Class I crime against humanity, entailing myriad violations of international law, as well as every conceivable standard of civilized behavior, the death toll has been steadily ratcheted up by U.S. imposed sanctions for a full decade now. Enforced all the while by a massive military presence and periodic bombing raids, the embargo has greatly impaired the victims' ability to import the nutrients, medicines, and other materials necessary to saving the lives of even their toddlers. All told, Iraq has a population of about 18 million. The 500,000 kids lost to date thus represent something like 25% of their age group. Indisputably, the rest have suffered, are still suffering a combination of physical debilitation and psychological trauma severe enough to prevent their ever fully recovering. In effect, an entire generation has been obliterated. The reason for this Holocaust is simple, and was stated quite straightforwardly by President George H.W. Bush, the 41st freedom-loving father of the freedom lover currently occupying the Oval Office, George the 43rd. The world must learn that what we say, goes, intoned George the Elder to the enthusiastic applause freedom-loving Americans everywhere. 1 How George conveyed his message was certainly no mystery to the U.S. public. One need only recall the round-the-clock dissemination of bombardment videos on every available TV channel, and the exceedingly high ratings of these telecasts, to gain a sense of how much they knew. In trying to affix a meaning to such things, we would do well to remember the wave of elation that swept America at reports of what was happening along the so-called highway of death, perhaps 100,000 towelheads and camel jockeys, or was it sand niggers that weak, in full retreat, rooted and effectively defenseless, many of them conscripted civilian laborers, slaughtered in a single day by jets firing the most hyper-lethal types of ordnance too. It was a performance worthy of the Nazis during the early months of their drive into the Soviet Union. And it should be borne in mind that good Germans gleefully cheered that butchery, too. Indeed, support for Hitler suffered no serious erosion among Germany's innocent civilians until the defeat at Stalingrad. There may be a real utility to reflecting further, this time upon the fact that it was pious Americans who led the way in assigning collective guilt to the German people as a whole, not for things they as individuals had done, but for what they had allowed, nay, empowered their leaders and soldiers to do in their name. If the principle was valid then, it remains so now, as applicable to good Americans as to good Germans. And the price exacted from the Germans for the faultiness of their moral fiber was truly ghastly. Returning now to the children, and to the effects of the post-Gulf War embargo continued full force by Bush the Elder's successors in the Clinton administration as a gesture of resolve to finalize what George himself had dubbed the New World Order of American military/economic domination. 3. It should be noted that not one but two high United Nations officials attempting to coordinate delivery of humanitarian aid to Iraq resigned in succession as protests against U.S. policy. One of them, former UN Secretary-General Dennis Halliday, repeatedly denounced what was happening as a systematic program of deliberate genocide. His statements appeared in the New York Times and other papers during the fall of 1998, so it can hardly be contended that the American public was unaware of them. Shortly thereafter, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright openly confirmed Halliday's assessment. Asked during the widely viewed TV program Meet the Press to respond to his allegations, she calmly announced that she'd decided it was worth the price to see that U.S. objectives were achieved. The politics of a perpetrator population. As a whole, the American public greeted these revelations with yawns. There were, after all, matters far more pressing than the unrelenting misery/death of a few 100,000 Iraqi tykes to be concerned with. Getting Jeremy and his pal Ellington to their weekly soccer game, for instance, and making sure that little Tiffany and Ashley had just the right roll-neck sweaters to go with their new cords. And, of course, there was the yuppie holy war against ashtrays for our kids, no less as an all-absorbing focus. In fairness, it must be admitted that there was an infinitesimally small segment of the body politic who expressed opposition to what was/is being done to the children of Iraq. It must also be conceded, however, that those involved by and large contented themselves with signing petitions and conducting candle-lit prayer vigils, bearing moral witness as vast legions of brown-skinned 5-year-olds sat shivering in the dark, wide-eyed in horror, whimpering as they expired in the most agonizing ways imaginable. Be it said as well, and this is really the crux of it, that the resistance expended the bulk of its time and energy harnessed to the systemically useful task of trying to ensure, as a principle of moral virtue, that nobody went further than waving signs as a means of challenging the patently exterminatory pursuit of Pax Americana. So pure of principle were these dissidents, in fact, that they began literally to supplant the police in protecting corporations profiting by the carnage against suffering such retaliatory violence as having their windows broken by persons less enlightened or perhaps more outraged than the self-appointed peacekeepers. For property before people, or at least the equation of property to people, is, or so it seems, by no means restricted to America's boardrooms. And the sanctimony with which such putrid sentiments are enunciated turns out to be nauseatingly similar, whether mouthed by the CEO of Standard Oil or any of a swarm of comfort zone pacifists queuing up to condemn the Black Bloc after it ever so slightly disturbed the functioning of business as usual in Seattle. 5 Small wonder, all in all, that people elsewhere in the world, the Mideast, for instance, began to wonder where, exactly, aside from the streets of the US itself, one was to find the peace America's purportedly oppositional peacekeepers claimed to be keeping. The answer, surely, was plain enough to anyone unblinded by the kind of delusions engendered by sheer vanity and self-absorption. So, too, were the implications in terms of anything changing, out there, in America's free fire zones. Tellingly, it was at precisely this point, with the genocide in Iraq officially admitted and a public response demonstrating beyond any shadow of doubt that there were virtually no Americans, including most of those professing otherwise, doing anything tangible to stop it, that the combat teams which eventually commandeered the aircraft used on September 11 began to infiltrate the United States. Meeting the terrorists. Of the men who came, there are a few things demanding to be said in the face of the unending torrent of disinformational drivel unleashed by George Jr. and the corporate news media immediately following their successful operation on September 11. They did not, for starters, initiate a war with the US, much less commit the first acts of war of the new millennium. A good case can be made that the war in which they were combatants has been waged more or less continuously by the Christian West, now proudly emblematized by the United States, against the Islamic East since the time of the First Crusade, about 1,000 years ago. 6 More recently, one could argue that the war began when Lyndon Johnson first lent significant support to Israel's dispossession/displacement of Palestinians during the 1967, or when George the Elder ordered Desert Shield in 1990. Or any of several points in between. Any way you slice it, however, if what the combat teams did to the WTC and the Pentagon can be understood as acts of war, and they can, then the same is true of every U.S. overflight of Iraqi territory since day one. The first acts of war during the current millennium were thus carried out by U.S. aviators acting under orders from their then Commander-in-Chief, Bill Clinton. The most that can honestly be said of those involved on September 11 is that they finally responded in kind to some of what this country has dispensed to their people as a matter of course. That they waited so long to do so is, notwithstanding the 1993 action at the WTC-8, more than anything a testament to their patience and restraint. And they did not license themselves to kill innocent civilians. There is simply no argument to be made that the Pentagon personnel killed on September 11 fill that bill. The building and those inside constituted military targets, pure and simple. As to those in the World Trade Center, well, really. Let's get a grip here, shall we? True enough, they were civilians of a sort. But innocent? Gimme a break. They formed a technocratic core at the very heart of America's global financial empire, the mighty engine of profit to which the military dimension of U.S. policy has always been slaved, and they did so both knowingly and willingly. Recourse to ignorance, a derivative, after all, of the word ignore, counts as less than an excuse among this relatively well-educated elite. To the extent that any of them were unaware of the costs and consequences to others of what they were involved in, and in many cases excelling at it, was because of their absolute refusal to see. More likely, it was because they were too busy braying into their cell phones, incessantly and self-importantly, arranging power lunches and stock transactions, each of which translated, conveniently out of sight, mind, and smelling distance, into the starved and rotting flesh of infants. If there was a better, more effective, or in fact any other way of visiting some penalty befitting their participation upon the little Eichmanns inhabiting the sterile sanctuary of the Twin Towers, I'd be really interested in hearing about it. The men who flew the missions against the WTC and Pentagon were not cowards, as George Jr. described them on September 11.9. That distinction belongs to the firm-jawed lads who delighted in flying stealth aircraft through the undefended airspace of Baghdad, dropping payload after payload of bombs upon anyone unfortunate enough to be below, including tens of thousands of genuinely innocent civilians, while incurring all the risk one might expect during a visit to the local video arcade. Still more, the word describes all those fighting men and women who sat at computer consoles aboard ships in the Persian Gulf, enjoying air-conditioned comfort while launching cruise missiles into distant neighborhoods filled with random human beings. Whatever else can be said of them, the men who struck on September 11 manifested the courage of their convictions, willingly expending their own lives in attaining their objectives. 10. Nor were they fanatics devoted to Islamic fundamentalism. One might rightly describe their actions as desperate. Feelings of desperation, however, are a perfectly reasonable, one is tempted to say normal emotional response among persons confronted by the mass murder of their children, particularly when it appears that nobody else really gives a damn. Ask a Jewish Holocaust survivor about this one, or, even more poignantly, for all the attention paid their extermination in the same genocide, a Gypsy 11. That desperate circumstances generate desperate responses is no mysterious or irrational principle, of the sort motivating fanatics. Less is it peculiar to Islam. Indeed, Even the FBI's investigative reports on the combat team's activities during the months leading up to September 11 make it clear that the members were not fundamentalist Muslims. 12 Rather, it's pretty obvious that they were secular activist soldiers, really, who, while undoubtedly enjoying cordial relations with the clerics of their countries, were motivated far more by the grisly realities of the US war against them than by any set of religious beliefs. 13. And less still were they / their acts insane. Insanity is a condition readily associable with the very American idea that one or one's country holds a divine right to commit genocide, and thus forever to do so with impunity. 14 The term might also be reasonably applied to anyone suffering genocide without attempting in some material way to bring the process to a halt. Sanity itself, in this frame of reference, might be defined by a willingness to try and destroy the perpetrators or their ability to commit their crimes. Shall we now discuss the U.S. strategic bombing campaign against Germany during World War II, and the mental health of those involved in it? Which takes us to official characterizations of the combat teams as an embodiment of evil. 15 Evil for those inclined to embrace the embodiment of such a concept was perfectly incarnated in that malignant toad known as Madeleine Albright, squatting in her studio chair like Jabba the Hutt, blandly spewing the news that she'd imposed a collective death sentence upon the unoffending children of Iraq. Evil was to be heard in that great American hero Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf's utterly dehumanizing dismissal of their systematic torture and annihilation as mere collateral damage. Evil, moreover, is a term appropriate to describing the mentality of a public that finds such perspectives and the policies attending them acceptable, or even momentarily tolerable. Had it not been for these evils, the counterattacks of September 11 would never have occurred. And, unless the world is rid of such evil, to lift another line from George Jr. 16 September 11 may well end up looking like a lark. There is no reason, after all, to believe that the teams deployed in the assaults on the WTC and the Pentagon were the only such, that the others are composed of Arabic-looking individuals. America's indiscriminately lethal arrogance and psychotic sense of self-entitlement have long since given the great majority of the world's peoples ample cause to be at war with it, or that they are in any way dependent upon the seizure of civilian airliners to complete their missions. To the contrary, there is every reason to expect that there are many other teams in place, tasked to employ altogether different tactics in executing operational plans at least as well crafted as those evident on September 11, and very well equipped to do their jobs. This is to say that, since the assaults on the WTC and the Pentagon were acts of war, not simply terrorist incidents, they must be understood as components in a much broader strategy designed to achieve specific results. From this, it can only be adduced that there are plenty of other components ready to go, and that they will be used, should this become necessary in the eyes of the strategists. It also seems a safe bet that each component is calibrated to inflict damage at a level incrementally higher than the one before. During the 1960s, the Johnson administration employed a similar policy in Vietnam, referred to as escalation. Since implementation of the overall plan began with the WTC/Pentagon assault 17, it takes no rocket scientist to decipher what is likely to happen next, should the U.S. attempt a response of the inexcusable variety to which it has long entitled itself. About those boys, and girls, in the Bureau. There's another matter begging for comment at this point. The idea that the FBI's counterterrorism task forces can do a thing to prevent what will happen is yet another delusion of America's infinitely delusional pathology. The fact is that, for all its publicly financed image-building exercises, the Bureau has never shown the least aptitude for anything of the sort. Oh yeah, FBI counterintelligence personnel have proven quite adept at framing anarchists, communists, Black Panthers, sometimes murdering them in their beds or the electric chair. 19 The Bureau's SWAT units have displayed their ability to combat child abuse in Waco by burning babies alive. 20 And its vaunted crime lab has been shown to pad its crime-fighting statistics by fabricating evidence against many an alleged car thief. 21 But actual heavy-duty bad guys like the sort at issue now. This isn't a Bruce Willis/Chuck Norris/Sly Stallone movie, after all, and J. Edgar Hoover doesn't get to approve either the script or the casting. The number of spies, saboteurs, and bona fide terrorists apprehended, or even detected by the FBI in the course of its long and slimy history could be counted on one's fingers and toes. On occasion, its agents have turned out to be the spies 22 and not infrequently terrorists as well. 23 To be fair, once again, if the Bureau functions at best as a carnival of clowns where its domestic security responsibilities are concerned, this is because regardless of official hype it has none. It is now, as it always has been, the National Political Police Force 24, an instrument created and perfected to ensure that all Americans, not just the consenting mass, are free to do exactly what they're told. 25. The FBI and cooperating agencies can be thus relied upon to set about protecting freedom by destroying whatever rights and liberties were left to U.S. citizens before September 11. In fact, they've already received authorization to begin. 26 Sheep-like, the great majority of Americans can also be counted upon to bleat their approval, at least in the short run, believing as they always do that the effects of what they're embracing will be felt only by others. 27. Oh yeah, and the company, too. A possibly sicker joke is the notion, suddenly in vogue, that the CIA will be able to pinpoint terrorist threats, rooting out their infrastructure where it exists or terminating it before it can materialize, if only it's allowed to beef up its human intelligence gathering capacity in an unrestrained manner, including full-bore operations inside the US, of course. 28 Well, good luck with that one, boys and girls. Since America has a collective attention span of about 15 minutes, a little refresher seems in order. The company, as the CIA is referred to by insiders, had something on the order of 250,000 Vietnamese serving as intelligence assets by 1968, and it couldn't even predict the Tet Offensive. 29 God knows how many spies it was fielding against the USSR at the height of Ronald Reagan's version of the Cold War, and it was still caught flat-footed by the collapse of the Soviet Union. 30 As to destroying terrorist infrastructures, one would do well to recall the Phoenix program, another product of its open season in Vietnam. In that one, the CIA enlisted elite U.S. units like the Navy SEALs and Army Special Forces, as well as those of its allies South Vietnam's Rangers, for example, and the Australian SAS to run around neutralizing folks targeted by its legion of snitches as guerrillas, as those now known as terrorists were then called. 31. Sound familiar? Upward of 40,000 people, mostly bystanders, as it turns out, were murdered by Phoenix hit teams before the guerrillas, stronger than ever, ran the US and its collaborators out of their country altogether. And these are the guys who are gonna save the day, if unleashed to do their thing in North America? The net impact of all this counter-terrorism activity upon the combat team's ability to do what they came to do will, of course, be nil. Instead, it's likely to make it easier for them to operate. It's worked that way in places like Northern Ireland. 32. And, since denying Americans the luxury of reaping the benefits of genocide in comfort was self-evidently a key objective of the WTC/Pentagon attacks, it can be stated unequivocally that the police state mentality already pervading this country simply confirms the magnitude of their victory on matters of proportionality and intent. As things stand, including the 1993 detonation at the WTC, Arab terrorists have responded to the massive and sustained American terror bombing of Iraq with a total of 4 assaults by explosives within the U.S. That's less than 0.01% of the 50,000 bombs the Pentagon announced were rained on Baghdad alone during the Gulf War. Add in Oklahoma City and you'll get something nearer to an actual 0.01%. 33. They've managed in the process to kill about 5,000 Americans, or roughly 1% of the earlier mentioned number of dead Iraqi children. The percentage is far smaller if you factor in the killing of adult Iraqi civilians, not to mention troops butchered as/after they'd surrendered subsequent to the war-ending ceasefire having been announced. Asterisk. In terms undoubtedly more meaningful to the property/profit-minded American mainstream, they've knocked down a half-dozen buildings, albeit some very well-chosen ones, and punched a $100 billion hole in the earnings outlook of major corporate shareholders. This is as opposed, however, to the strategic devastation visited upon the whole of Iraq and obliteration of its entire economy. To this extent, they've given Americans a tiny dose of their own medicine, a matter which has often been depicted as a matter of vengeance or retribution. While America has unquestionably earned something of the sort, there is a serious problem such interpretations. Vengeance, after all, is usually framed in terms of getting even, a concept that is plainly inapplicable in this instance. As the above data indicate, it would require a further 49,996 detonations killing 495,000 more Americans just to even the score for the bombing of Baghdad/extermination of Iraqi children alone. And that's merely to achieve real number parity. To attain actual parity, the US being about 15 times the size of Iraq in terms of population, even more in terms of territory, the terrorists would need to blow up about 300,000 more buildings and kill something on the order of 7.5 million people. Were this the intent of those who entered the US to wage war against it, it would remain no less true that America and Americans were only paying the tab on what they've already done. Payback, as they say, can be a real motherfucker, ask the Germans. There is, however, no reason to believe that retributive parity is necessarily an item on the agenda of those who plan the WTC/Pentagon operation. If it were, given the virtual certainty that they possess the capacity to have inflicted far more damage than they did, there would be a lot more American bodies lying about right now. Hence, it can be determined that the ravings of the news media since September 11 have contained at least one grain of truth: the peoples of the Mideast aren't like Americans, not least because they don't value life in the same way. By this, it should be understood that Middle Easterners, unlike Americans, have no history of exterminating others purely for profit, or on the basis of racial animus. Thus, we can appreciate the fact that they value life, all lives, not just their own, far more highly than do their American counterparts. The makings of a humanitarian strategy. In sum, one can discern a certain optimism, it might even be called humanitarianism, embedded in the thinking of those who presided over the very limited actions conducted on September 11. Their logic seems to have devolved upon the notion that the American people have condoned what has been/is being done in their name, indeed, are to a significant extent actively complicit in it, mainly because they have no idea what it feels like to be on the receiving end. Now they do. That was the medicinal aspect of the attacks. To all appearances, the idea is now to give the tonic a little time to take effect, jolting Americans into the realization that the sort of pain they're now experiencing firsthand is no different from, or the least bit more excruciating than, that which they've been so cavalier in causing others, and thus to respond appropriately. Bluntly put, that hope was, and maybe still is, that Americans, stripped of their presumed immunity from incurring any real consequences to their behavior, would comprehend and act upon a message as uncomplicated as, "Stop killing our kids, if you want your own to be safe." It's a kind of reality therapy approach, designed to afford the American people a chance to finally do the right thing on their own, without further coaxing. Were the opportunity acted upon in good faith, a sufficiently large number of Americans rising up and doing whatever is necessary to force an immediate lifting of the sanctions on Iraq, for example, and maybe hanging a few of America's abundant supply of major war criminals, Henry Kissinger comes immediately to mind, as do Madeleine Albright, Colin Powell, Bill Clinton, and George the Elder. There is every reason to expect that military operations against the US on its domestic front would be immediately suspended. Whether they would remain so would of course be contingent on follow-up. By that, it may be assumed that American acceptance of on-site inspections by international observers to verify destruction of its weapons of mass destruction, as well as dismantlement of all facilities in which more might be manufactured, Nuremberg-style trials in which a few thousand US military/corporate personnel could be properly adjudicated and punished for their crimes against humanity, and payment of appropriate reparations to the array of nations/peoples whose assets the US has plundered over the year would likely suffice. Since they've shown no sign of being either unreasonable or vindictive, it may even be anticipated that, after a suitable period of adjustment and re-education, mainly to allow them to acquire the skills necessary to living within their means, those restored to control over their own destinies by the gallant sacrifices of the combat teams who attacked the WTC and Pentagon will eventually, admit Americans to the global circle of civilized societies. Stranger things have happened. In the alternative, unfortunately, noble as they may have been, such humanitarian aspirations were always doomed to remain unfulfilled. For it to have been otherwise, a far higher quality of character and intellect would have to prevail among average Americans than is actually the case. Perhaps the strategists underestimated the impact of a couple of generations' worth of full-bore media indoctrination in terms of demolishing the capacity of human beings to form coherent thoughts. Maybe they neglected to factor in the mind-numbing effects of what passes for education in the US. Then again, it's entirely possible they were aware that a decisive majority of American adults have been reduced by this point to a level much closer to Pavlovian stimulus/response patterns than appeals to higher logic, and still felt morally obliged to offer the dolts an option to quit while they were ahead. What the hell? It was worth a try. But it's becoming increasingly apparent that the dosage of medicine administered was woefully insufficient to obtain the desired result. While there are undoubtedly exceptions, Americans for the most part still don't get it. Already, they've desecrated the tomb of those who died in the WTC, staging a veritable pep rally atop the mangled remains, treating the whole affair as if it were some bizarre breed of contact sport. And, of course, there are the inevitable pom-poms shaped like American flags, school colors in the form of little red, white and blue ribbons affixed to lapels, sportscasters in the guise of counter-terrorism experts drooling mindless color commentary during the pre-game warm-up. Refusing the realization that the world has suddenly shifted its axis, and that they are no longer in charge, they have by and large reverted instantly to type, working themselves into their usual bloodlust on the now obsolete premise that the bloodletting will naturally occur somewhere else. Patriotism, a wise man once observed, is this last refuge of scoundrels 34 and the brain-dead, he might have added. Brain-dead scoundrel in chief, George Jr., lacking even the sense to be careful what he wished for, has teamed up with a gaggle of fundamentalist Christian clerics like Billy Graham to proclaim a new crusade called Infinite Justice aimed at ridding the world of evil. One might have easily made light of such rhetoric, remarking upon how unseemly it is for a son to thus threaten his father, or a sitting president to so publicly contemplate the murder/suicide of himself and his cabinet, but the matter is deadly serious. They're preparing once again to sally forth for the purpose of slaying brown-skinned children by the scores of thousands. Already, the B-1 bombers and missile frigates are gearing up to go. But, to where? Afghanistan? The Sudan? Iraq again, or still? How about Grenada? That was fun. Any of them or all? It doesn't matter. The desire to pummel the helpless is as rabid as ever. Only, this time it's different. This time the helpless aren't, or at least not so helpless as they were before September 11th. This time, somewhere, perhaps in an Afghan mountain cave, possibly in a Brooklyn basement, maybe in another locale altogether, but somewhere, all the same there's a grim-visaged, man wearing a Clint Eastwood smile. Go ahead, punks, he's saying, make my day 35. And when they do, when they launch these airstrikes abroad or maybe a little later, it will be at a time conforming to the terrorists' own schedule, and at a place of their choosing. The next, more intensive dose of medicine will be administered here at home. Asterisk of what will it consist? Anthrax? Mustard gas? Sarin? A tactical nuclear weapon? That, too, is their choice to make. Looking back, it will seem to future generations inexplicable why Americans were unable on their own, and in time to save themselves, to accept a rule of nature so basic that it could be mouthed by an actor, Lawrence Fishburne, in a movie, The Cotton Club. You've got to learn, the line went, that when you push people around, some people push back. As they should. As they must. As they undoubtedly will. There is justice in such symmetry. Addendum, September 25, 2001. The preceding was a first take, more of a stream of consciousness interpretive reaction to the September 11 counterattack than a finished piece on the topic. Hence, I'll readily admit that I've been far less than thorough, and quite likely wrong about a number of things. For instance, it may not have been, only, the ghosts of the Iraqi children who made their appearance that day. It could as easily have been some or all of their butchered Palestinian cousins. Or maybe it was some or all of the at least 3.2 million Indochinese who perished as a result of America's sustained and genocidal assault on Southeast Asia, 1959 to 1975, 36, not to mention the millions more who've died because of the sanctions imposed thereafter. Perhaps there were a few of the Korean civilians massacred by U.S. troops during the early 50s, and the hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians ruthlessly incinerated in the ghastly fire raids of World War II. Only at Dresden did America bomb Germany in a similar manner. 37 And of course it could have been those vaporized in the militarily pointless nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 38. There are others as well, a vast silent queue of faceless victims, stretching from the million-odd Filipinos slaughtered during America's Indian War in their islands at the beginning of the 20th century 39 through the real Indians, America's own, massacred wholesale at places like Horseshoe Bend and the Bad Axe, Sand Creek and Wounded Knee, the Washita, Bear River, and the Marias. Was it those who expired along the Cherokee Trail of Tears or the Long Walk of the Navajo? Those murdered by smallpox at Fort Clark in 1837? Starved to death in the concentration camps at Fort Snelling and the Bosque Redondo during the 1860s? Maybe the native people killed for scalp bounties in all 48 of the continental U.S. states? Or the Raritans whose severed heads were kicked for sport along the streets of what was then called New Amsterdam, at the very site where the WTC once stood. 40. One hears, too, the whispers of those lost on the Middle Passage, and of those whose very flesh was sold in the slave market outside the human kennel from whence Wall Street takes its name. And of the coolie laborers, imported by the gross dozen to lay the tracks of empire across the scorching desert sands, none of them allotted more than a Chinaman's chance of surviving the ordeal. The list is simply too long, too awful to go on. No matter what its eventual fate, the U.S. will have gotten off very, very cheap. The full measure of its guilt can never be fully balanced or atoned for. Postscript, 2015. As is well known, this piece belatedly and rather unexpectedly triggered a media-driven firestorm of controversy during the spring of 2005, nearly 3.5 years after it was posted. For the most part, the furor centered upon my observation that, far from being innocent, many of those killed in the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, were the moral equivalent of Nazi technocrat Adolf Eichmann little Eichmanns, as I described them individually, collectively, and in both respects willingly, pursuing personal privilege and prestige by harnessing their proficiencies to the systematic mass immiseration and death of mostly darker-skinned others for purposes of corporate profit maximization. My argument being in this respect firmly rooted in Hannah Arendt's thesis concerning the banality of evil, set forth in her much celebrated and reviled 1963 book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, I assumed that, irrespective of readers' reactions to my little Eichmann's characterization, they would at the very least be based on a general understanding of who Eichmann was, i.e., the nature of his role in the Nazi genocide. From the moment the great controversy commenced, however, the magnitude of my error in this regard became glaringly obvious. Bluntly put, despite my long-standing and marked disdain for what passes as knowledge on the right, I'd profoundly underestimated the degree of sheer ignorance with which it is infused, even in elite circles. While there are literally hundreds of examples upon which I might draw by way of illustration, suffice it here to offer just one. When he was deposed by my attorney, David Lane, prior to the 2009 trial of my lawsuit against the University of Colorado for violating my First Amendment rights by firing me from a tenured professorship in retaliation for the views expressed in the present essay, former university president Hank Brown, hired specifically to oversee the process, admitted that his initial perception of My Little Eichmann's remark was that it was anti-Semitic. Why? He felt a name like Eichmann must have been that of someone Jewish. 41. A degree of ignorance that profound defies any possibility of rational engagement, and would be striking enough were it to have come from a stereotypical redneck. Hank Brown, however, is neither a denizen of the proverbial Tulsa trailer park, nor, ostensibly, is he a professional motor-mouthed reactionary know-nothing, the likes of Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, and Bill O'Reilly. No, he's a former Republican senator from Colorado, a founder and still a key player in the Lynn Cheney organized American Council of Trustees and Alumni, ACTA, an organization claiming devotion to the cause of preserving the integrity of academia, a tenured professor of political science, and, at the time he confused Eichmann with a Jewish victim, an ACTA-selected university president roundly applauded by the right for his staunch defense of academic excellence. For once, words fail. The situation speaks for itself. From a Native Son was the first volume of acclaimed American Indian movement activist intellectual Ward Churchill's essays in Indigenism, selected from material written during the decade 1985 to 1995. Presented here in a newly revised edition that includes 4 additional pieces, 3 of them previously unpublished, the book illuminates Churchill's early development of the themes with which he has, in the words of Noam Chomsky, carved out a special place for himself in defending the rights of oppressed people, and exposing the dark side of past and current history, often forgotten, marginalized, or suppressed. Topics addressed include the European conquest and colonization of the Americas, including the genocidal record of Christopher Columbus, the systematic clearing and resettlement of American Indian territories by the United States and its antecedents, academic subterfuges designed to deny or disguise the extent of Indian land rights, radioactive contamination of Indian reservations by energy corporations, government-sponsored death squads used to neutralize the native struggle on the Pine Ridge Reservation during the mid-1970s, the ongoing dehumanization of American Indians in literature, cinema, and by their portrayal as sports team mascots, issues of Indian identity and the expropriation of indigenous spiritual traditions, the negative effects of postmodernism upon understandings of contemporary circumstances of Native people, the false promise of Marxism in terms of indigenous liberation, and what, from an indigenous standpoint, the genuine decolonization of North America might look like. Of particular interest is Churchill's inclusion in the new version of his 1986 on support of the Indian resistance in Nicaragua concerning the Indian/Sandinista conflict along the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua, an item which should go far in dispelling recent confusion about his thinking and actions in that regard.